What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from rainy and awful weather, California, Los Angeles, with flood warnings, as a matter of fact. But we're live anyway, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic day. Why no leftovers is a question that is on everybody's minds, and I will get to that in a brief moment. But live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a great one, because today is a beautiful day regardless of the flood warning, regardless of the awfulness of the weather itself. We're still here, baby. It's Thursday, February 23rd, 2023, 11:51 a.m., and I am late, and I apologize for the tardiness, for the delay, but I'm actually technically very early in comparison to what I normally would be doing at this time. I'd be live right now, but from a $20 billion compound facility all the way in a secret location in Utah. That's right. That's what I would be normally doing today. But instead, I'm actually here in my $20 billion compound in Los Angeles, California. That's right. Folks, this is part of the broadcast. For those of you who don't know, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Okay? Tell you a little bit about what's going on. Utah is just Western Ohio. Yes, it is. It's the truth. Don's house costs $1 for every victim of communism. That's why people are so mad. True. That's why it's $100 gazillion. Did you buy another house? I've so many. I bought like 1 million. Apparently LA is shut down. Someone in Hoscore said so. No, Japan. Yeah. No. I don't know why you ever believe anything that you see on the internet. Anyway, I'm live and alive. And last night, and I want to see this. Last night I played basketball with some friends, and it was a wonderful experience. I had a great time. And honestly, for me, it's like, even if I play poorly, it doesn't matter ultimately because it's still cardio. So that's my goal. And it was great. And I hope you guys appreciated it. I did a lot. I did a journey. Do we have some... I made bank, doubters lost. Yeah, don't doubt me on the courts. You know what I'm saying? Don't doubt me on the pavement, baby. But do we have any clips of the fun that we had or no? Will y'all play again today? No, man. It's flooded out here. Will gonna get smoked in the next game day tourney, I fear. Well, oh, dude, Haas Fade, let's fucking go. What is this? Oh, dude, I'm totally using this. I'm using this GIF as a blast off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the other people that made blast off memes, but that GIF is fucking fire. Update on a video from yesterday. What is this?
You guys know, right?
Oh, you found the fucking Nazi guy? Nice. Hasanabi clip from last night from Wendy. What is this?
They're having fun, right, chat?
My babies, what are they saying?
They're having fun, right, chat?
Oh, it's because I said, let me look at my babies. All right, I got the update from the video yesterday. Do you know if this is the issue that of the King Kong magazine that you're in? Body Politics Volume 1? Yeah, it's not out yet. So obviously it's not that. And you can see the contributors on that. That's an older issue. So no, I'm not in that issue. I just did my interview with them earlier. That's why I'm late, by the way. Anyway, I played some ball, which was fucking fire. Okay, thank you, Themasius, for the fat playlist. We got 36 states on alert as winter storms move in, and Donald Trump is back, baby. Donald Trump is so back. On there's Morgan. Storms are coming. Us and more reacts gaming. Else get in now. That GIF is great. Thank you. Look at this. The ball last night. We're going to talk about that right now. I'm already blasting off. Early as fuck, dude. I'm getting right into it. You know what I mean? Getting right the fuck into it. You already know it. Were mentioned on this man in the street interview. Wait, really? Anyway, as far as news goes, let's talk about my personal news. I blasted off before. I put the blast off before the fucking personal news, but I'm gonna give you the personal news right now. So I balled last night. I thought you guys would have more clips ready to go. You know, I thought you'd be sending me some fucking clips. Traveling as a motherfucker? What? I don't know what that means. Are you saying I was traveling? Because I was not. Not much to clip. No, that's bullshit. Anyway. You had none. Dude, you were way better than I thought you would be. Okay, I was actually Brick City last night, so I assume you thought I was really, really bad. That's bullshit. There were lots to clip. Will always be my fave. Oh, come on, dude. This is so whack. Your shot kind of fire in the post? It's not. It was really bad. I usually I usually have a much better jumper, especially from the top of the key. And it wasn't that good. Will's shot form had me crying, laughing. Your fadeaways were clean as hell. You just needed repetition to bank more of them. Your form was insanely good. I thought my form was ass. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like that was actually that was way worse than I usually am. Because it's too cold. I have a really I have a really good, like, for me, I know that I can make those mid-range top of the key, like around that area. I have a decent shot there for sure. Damn, dude, is your chat OPEC because they're really gassing you up? No, your shot is def ass, but your baby hook is low-key goated. Your shot is def ass? Okay, bro. Dog, he's like, 50, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, there was a dude who came from Vale, okay? And he was like, it's cold as fucking shit out here. So, nah, your pull-up game is real. Thank you. Thank you for fucking recognizing it. Thank you. You were leaning into your shots a bit? Yeah, I do lean into my shots a lot. It wasn't good. I mean, my ass cheeks is, if you want to actually criticize me, you got to criticize me on how little defense I play. Especially because he's like, Nicewig is faster than me, so I was just like giving him everything. You know what I mean? Except a couple really good blocks. But the reason why I do that is because, like, I don't want to fucking, I can't use more. I can't use more, never invited me back.
No, this isn't it. Ooh. Wings carrying, baby. Jesus Christ. 6'5". Ruthless. I've made a damn bucket. You ain't a Cinnabon, bro. I know. No. That's insane. Oh my God. That's a...
He's shooting from half court. Like, that's so stupid. No defense, definitely a LeBron fan. Yeah, I mean, no. My defense is like NS Contact D, bro. Anyway, bro, you were gassed when it was 3-2. Your low block is actually really good, but your dribble handle kind of stiff, but it works. Remember your highlights from your last basketball stream? Yeah, it was ass cheek. I was much worse last time I played basketball.
Azan can post, rebound, assist, and score. He spreads the wealth, while also getting his. He has fostered a whole ecosystem of leftist Twitch streamers and brought more viewers to leftist streaming space. What he's done is pretty incredible.
Let's take a look at some of Hassan's most clutch plays from tonight's game.
Is free.
Oh no, this was when I was good actually. I wasn't bad here, I don't think. Wait, let me see my hair. Oh no, I'm fat as fuck. God damn. I'm crazy fat, dude. That's crazy.
That looked like Christian Laettner. George, 4-second difference. LeBron on the fly, got his own miss and puts it up and in. LeBron James gives the Lakers.
Oh my God. Dude, I'm extra thick there. God damn. What was this? 2021 11-13? That's crazy. No, you are not. You look fine. No, I mean, this is insane progress for me. GD played a clip from ShitCon and you've lost so much weight since then.
LeBron fades away over
Oh yeah. The fattest I was when I was at, dude, the fattest I was when I went to ShitCon, not Shit Camp, ShitCon. Like, what was that? 2021, right? ShitCon 2021. I mean, look at this. Bro, this was like the first time I was out of my house.
I don't know why.
Look at that. Oh my God. You can kind of see me back there.
Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, charge!
Go, baby! Go, baby! Go, baby! Let's go! That's it! Come on!
Like, there, I'm like 275 or something. I am right now, I am, I'm 247 as of last night, which is the lowest I've been since I started losing weight and like gaining muscle mass again. And my midterm goal was 245, so I'm very close, even though I got to 247, and then I immediately went to this place, which I'm going to talk about now. I went to Safi's, this restaurant called Safi's. It's owned by a Israeli couple that also owns Bavel and Bestia. These are two fire fucking places. Safi's is incredible, okay? They make some incredible ass Middle Eastern food, straight up. It's so goddamn good. Oh my God. They had the challah bread. They had so much. Dude, look at my arms. Like, I'm so fat. That's crazy. Anyway. It was incredible. I will say it's probably the best. Isn't Bestia from Bestia is a actual restaurant in Los Angeles. Wait, what other restaurants do the Safi's couple own? They own Bavel, which is also Middle Eastern, and excellent. The pitas. Oh, the pitas. It's the best pita. It's the best fucking pita you've ever had in your entire life. At Bavel. And you got that fat phobia in them? Yeah, of course, dude. What do you mean? You know who's the most fat phobic people on the planet? Fat people to themselves, okay? Internal. That's why it's so stupid when you do fat shaming. It's like, you think fat people don't fucking know? You're silly. You're out of your fucking mind. There is no one that hates their own fatness more than fat people, okay? That's like kind of, I wouldn't say the most. No, for me at least, the most, 100%. Like, yeah, people are fat phobic, and they fat shame and they say ridiculous shit. But honestly, I'm gonna tell you something, okay? Nobody hates. You can never hate a fat person as much as a fat person hates themselves being fat for the most part. I don't like how you talk about women. Okay? Get in line. Anyway. But yeah, no, I was definitely very, very overweight here. I do hide it well. I'm very lucky. I definitely hide it well, but I can tell. Like, it's crazy.
Stop touching him. Don't.
I'm not sure why, but I'm mad at you for something. Yeah, I know. Thank you. So anyway, I don't know how the fuck we got there. Oh, we were looking at old basketball highlights.
He is in full rhythm right now, backing down Lowry. Heat check.
Okay, you know what? I guess it wasn't that bad, dude. I was still making the most of my body
tonight for Houston. McLemore elevated. Nice pass inside to Caruso. Boy, right on a dime.
Throws up the floater.
I still got that dog in me. I got those floaters.
Grifters.
Anyway, was there leftovers today? No, there wasn't. So yeah, Safi's was incredible. I had the chicken liver, which was fire. I highly, highly recommend it. Let's look at their menu real quick. Okay. So we had the lamb kebab, which was fine. I think it was a little too juicy. I think they needed to reel that in. The chicken kebab was all right. It has the skin on it, so that's cool. I don't eat the seafood, but the table was saying the oysters were decadent. The hummus is incredible. The hummus is absolutely fucking incredible. That's the challah bread, which you got to order extra of every time you go to one of their fucking establishments. They always are. This is Arabi food, not Israeli. Bitch, this is also Turkish food. The fuck do you mean? I know. But the couple that also make Italian food are Israeli. I never said it's Israeli food. I said, wrong, it's Arab food. Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. It's Arab food. Suck my dick. It's doner, motherfucker. Doner, okay? Doner. Doner. Middle Eastern. More Turkish than anything else. Anyway, all the Arabs and all the Turks can at least agree that it's not fucking Greek, okay? We can all agree on that. Anyway, so what the fuck does too juicy even mean? It was too fatty. So the kebabs, the most insane one was the meat one. The beef kebab, the beef shish kebab was, woo, goddamn, that shit was crazy. Those carrots were incredible too. I had the carrots too. But the shawarma for me was probably, the chicken liver was incredible. And the shawarma was incredible. Okay. I didn't have the falafel, which, big L for me. And the chopped chicken liver was incredible. I loved that shit. We had the tahini hummus. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Oh my fucking Lord. It was incredible. The roasted carrots were pretty good. I had the turmeric mussels. I don't eat the mussels. I just had like the taste, the sauce, and the sauce was pretty fucking solid too. As far as the large plates goes, we got the wood fire shawarma plate. Oh my Lord. It was a ride. It was a journey. I was like literally fucking my mouth was watering as I was watching this fucking as I was watching this shawarma spin right in front of my eyes. And you know, it was definitely solid. I really wanted to try the Safi's dish kebab, but I couldn't, unfortunately, because we had ordered too much, so I can't speak on that. But next time, I'm definitely getting that shit. My mouth is watering while I'm talking about it. We did not get the pork shishlik, so I can't speak on that. The lamb kebab was all right. I think we had the habanero one. The chicken shishlik was decent, pretty good. It might weird you out that the chicken is it's a chicken thigh, basically with the skin on it too. And so that was. Do you usually like lamb? Of course, bro. I'm Turkish. I love lamb. The beef shishlik was the best though. As far as like things that really stood out to me, beef shishlik, shawarma, and the chopped chicken liver. Oh my Lord, the chopped chicken liver that sits gently on top of a challah bread that is toasted. It's too much. It's too much. Jesus Christ, you can go to Westwood, get Persian food for half the price. Jesus Christ. Dog, I literally lived in Westwood, and I had the Persian food, and I had it for half the price. Also, if you live in fucking Turkey, it's literally not even a fraction of the price of this food, okay? So shut the fuck up. I know. I mean, we ordered a lot of stuff off the menu. Their desserts are kind of mid, but the creme caramel is not that good. Their soft serve is like the famous one, I guess. They don't even have baklava, which is crazy. Just say challah. No one says non-bread, lol. I mean, I say non-bread. People need to stop hating. Yeah, I know. It's so fucking annoying. Shut up. How dare you? I'm the dessert chef. Well, that could be the case because apparently there's another place in Silver Lake called Pija Palace. This is a very famous new restaurant in Silver Lake called Pija Palace. It's like Indian fusion. And my friend was there the other day, and you know, he fucking talks about. I mean, he told him like he's friends with me, and the guy was like, "Oh my god, I'm a big fan. You know, bring him in." So. Yeah, it's crazy. It's Italian Indian fusion. I don't really like fusion like that. I'm not a big fan of fusion like that, but yeah. I want to try it out. It looked really good. Saying non-bread is like saying chai tea. Yeah, I know. You guys are so cultured. I mean, I was close, man. What's your daily cal intake? My daily caloric intake is 2,300 calories, but I've been so good on my cardio. I've been so good on my diet for like the past couple of weeks that, yeah, one break away from that is not going to like, you know, dramatically undermine my efforts. So it's fine. You know, you can do that. You can live a little. Like that's normal. That's not a fucking bad thing. Okay. People need to stop freaking the fuck out. So nah, dude, modern fusion is great. Younger generation aren't afraid to use modern techniques to make their ethnic food better. Pizza Palace is legit. Yeah. Maybe. Damn, that's insane. As a 120-pound powerlifter, my calorie intake a day is 2,000 law. You are 120 pounds. I'm 247 pounds, and that's the lowest weight I've seen in the past like 3 years almost. That's the lowest weight I've been since COVID started. £120 powerlifter isn't a thing. Yeah, first of all, yes, it is. That chatter is a woman, okay? 100%. You motherfuckers are so, hard stuck in your own worldview that like, you just like forgot that women power lift. I mean, that's a way too low for your weight. Oh, yeah, I know. It is low to, yeah, you're right. It is actually very low. My resting metabolic rate is like very, very, very low. I think that's what they're saying. He only eats 300 calories lower than you and is a power lifter, is way, way smaller than you. Yeah. Hopefully I did not misgender this person, by the way. But I just assumed because her name was Allie. So. But yeah. Not like Ali, but Ali. Holy shit, you're evil? What do you mean? Anyway, how do you find your metabolic rate? You find your metabolic rate by, trying. That's it. Do you keep the same calorie intake every day, same, or on workout days do you keep it higher? I don't do any of that stuff. I don't do any of the marginal shit. I don't have to do any of the marginal shit. I'm not at that level, so I don't have to do any of that. Austin giving you flames. Hassan hasn't seen 120 pounds on a human because he won't show his face at Twink Tuesdays at the Abbey. That's true. Hi, Hassan. I'm a mom of 2 boys around your age that look like you. They got annoyed when I started watching you. I think they are just jealous and don't want me to have another son. Yeah, it's like that. I don't know what that means. Bro, this dude wanted me to go to the Abbey at 11, okay? I'm sleeping. Yeah, come on. Give me a fucking break. Give me a goddamn break, dog. I'm sleeping.
the fuck was that? I couldn't see the basket. That's it. Easy. 9.
Yeah, the boys got moves. I mean, let's be real. Look at that. It's just solid fundamental basketball, dude. Look, step by step. Just get up. Look at that. Travel? No, it's not. Will has the funniest shot ever. Will has not played that much recently. That's what it is. Dude, my vertical is nothing. But you also don't have an ass like mine. You know what I mean? Will never actually played basketball when he was growing up. So he started playing basketball. He was way worse back in the day, but he was also way better at a certain point as well. He just hasn't played in a while.
Is that 9? Yeah.
There was a point where Will and I used to play like every day almost. Are those courts on your mansion grounds? Yeah, baby. Yeah, that's right. They are. No. These are the beauties of public parks, okay? I love public parks. I fucking absolutely love beautiful amenities, okay? Beautiful fucking amenities. You don't need a mansion with a backyard with a fucking basketball court if you have public parks, okay? Just like you don't need cars if you have a adequate transportation in your city, okay? Public transit. God, I love public parks, though. Oh, my fucking Lord. Ooh, I love public libraries, too. You had a really nice pull-up jumper from the low block in the last 2v2 game. Yeah, and they're full of bullies and thugs. No thanks. I'm moving past, like, the that's gotta be racist moment here because it's such a funny way. No. He said it in such a funny way that, like, I can't even get mad at him for the racism here. He's like, there's bullies there. How do you get bullied at a public park, dog? What the fuck? Anyway. How do you get bullied at a public park? That's so sad. Yeah, it's sad.
There you go.
Hey! Almost.
Oh, yeah?
That was the worst rim, by the way. That rim was just awful.
Well, how does that bounce out? Come on, man. Guard me.
That was like, look at that rim. How the fuck? That's the worst part about public parks. I mean, double rims are even worse, but like, double rims are even worse. These are at least single rim, but like, it was so fucking broken. Anyway.
Come on, man.
Like,
Guard
that's
me.
a
Oh,
crazy, that's defying the laws of physics.
I know. I'm so happy you said that.
Greek's pretty good. He's pretty decent. So is Nice Wig.
Alright, I'm going back to reading chat. Sorry, I was just trying to focus on how frozen my fingers were. Ooh.
Look at that.
I was just trying to
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And he's nice with it. The boy is nice with it. I do have a very good fadeaway, like, or not even a fadeaway, but like just a quick turn. The dude who was guarding you made you work? No, he didn't. 2 things about your shot. You should try to keep your lower half a little more in line with the basket and jump from a slightly wider base to give you a little more stability. Also, you should play more like Jokic or Doncic. That is your ideal comp. No glazing, but your form is solid. Dude, I do want to. This is not a joke. I do want to do like an NBA coach like Drake. I actually do want to do that. What's the point of being rich if you can't fucking get like crazy shit that you would normally do as a child, but do it as an adult? You know what I mean? And on top of that, I could literally film it. You know what I mean? That's content. You should get some streamers in LA and do a one-day basketball coach to train y'all. Yeah, that could be fire. Next time when you ask for the ball, put your butt in on the defender's hip and your left hand on his hip too, and your tight hand straight up. That way, once you get the ball, you create a separation with your butt and left arm, either fade or square up your shoulders. Thanks, man. If I were rich, I'd buy some huge-ass Lego sets. I mean, yeah, that's for you. Because, like, I'm sure Drake was fucking ass. But, like, when I see Drake play basketball, that is good advice, yes. When Drake plays basketball, like, he's actually good now. Like, he's actually good. His form is really, really fucking good. And it's absolutely because he fucking got training from a bunch of different people. Damn. Like, look at his shot. Like, that. Wait, did that go in? I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if it didn't go in, his shot is really fucking good. Look at that. Like, his shot's better than Quavo's. Look, it's perfect. Ugly? What the fuck do you mean ugly? What are you talking about? What do you mean it's ugly? His went in too. Look at his form, chatters. God damn it, you fucking basketball noobs. We're talking about his form. Look, that's literally perfect. He squared his body. I mean, his legs are not perfect, but it doesn't matter. As far as his like upper body goes, it's perfect. He goes up. It's literally the T hold, like what they fucking teach you when you're a kid. Listen, I played college ball. You really have no idea what you're talking about? Yeah, okay. Damn, dude, what the fuck? Justin Bieber could just like shoot like that? And so can Quavo? What is happening? These guys actually ball? I did not realize. College ball usually means a D3 plus bench player. First of all, that still doesn't matter. I've talked about it already. NBA players judging Drake and J. Cole's skills.
I want you to tell me what you think of their game.
Very crafty. I mean, I've seen a couple of videos of J. Cole. I mean, he can definitely play. You can see good court vision. He can actually play basketball.
To be honest with you, they came a long way. You can tell that they've been putting in a little bit of work in the gym. Obviously, they're great rappers. They got a great career in the music industry, but to see that they put in work in basketball.
Ooh, okay, J. Cole. What is that? Look at that. Ooh.
Obviously, they're great rappers. They got a great career.
Quavo could have been D1 college football. He can hoop too. Yeah, Quavo definitely can hoop. Anyway, all right. We're done with all this basketball shit. Didn't J. Cole play in Africa or something? Wait, he did? Oh, I had no idea. Drake is much improved from the shot at Kentucky. Oh, this is like way back in the day. Yeah.
I mean, the lows were low during the regular season, and I think that battle tested this.
Oh no! When you whiff it like that. Yes, his shot is definitely worse here. Like, even then, it's like not the end of the world. It's not. It's still not that bad, but it's definitely worse. Did you get a leftovers update? I was looking forward to that one. Yes, we're not doing leftovers today because Ethan texted me last night and he said he's really tired and he's been getting headaches and he's not feeling well, so he doesn't want to. He asked if we could not do leftovers today. So I was like, yeah, fine, that's all right. So we canceled it. He's been fucking going crazy with the streams and the interviews and stuff. So I think he was just like, he didn't have it in him, which is fine, you know. Okay. Now that I gave the sports weebs their updates, time to give the fucking One Piece weebs their updates as well. Might be my favorite arc so far. I really loved Eni's Lobby. I think I feel like I keep saying that with the exception of Thriller Bark. I feel like I've said every new arc has been my favorite. But honestly, shit is so good, dude. The Archipelago, oh my lord, dude. It's so good. It's so good. The moment where Luffy in the slave market punches one of the dragons is like, you feel great watching it. Didn't it get too woke for you? Wait, what? Yeah, it's really woke because it has an anti-slavery slant. You know, the thing that like pretty much every single human, unless you're the worst person on the planet, agree is bad. Punched him so hard it turned back into a manga. Yeah. It's so great. It's so great. It is really so satisfying. You're in the Saba Odi arc? Yeah, exactly. Yo, is this angle and lighting is different? You look good. I just raised the camera up a little bit, but yeah, I changed the lighting. As a non-piece watcher, this sounds chaotically unhinged. Yes. Anyway. They do a really good job of making you really fucking despise the slavers in the slave market. Here. Yeah, this moment was incredible. That part is fine. But these guys are such fucking assholes. Like the Celestial Dragons are such fucking relentless assholes. And they are seen as untouchable. So this moment is actually incredible. I'm glad I'm watching it dubbed. I would hate that little starfish's voice if I was watching it subbed. Oh, also, these guys are insane. Wait, is this like redrawn or something? What the fuck? I feel like when I watched it, it didn't look like this. It looked different. Dude, this part is so good. Dude, one of the things, if you aren't watching it on Crunchyroll, it's not the HD version. Yeah, I'm watching it. I am watching it on Funimation. Anyway, but yeah, it's sick. This aired 15 years ago, really? So this is a very rewarding moment because these guys who are like untouchable and do like unspeakably awful things regularly, it's like the first time they get punished. And I knew it was going to happen because, like, obviously fucking Luffy doesn't give a fuck. I mean, he took on a Buster Call. Like, who gives a fuck if he gets if he fights a admiral, you know what I mean? Because these guys are, you know, defended the ruling class. And of course, military is what legitimizes their existence. The military is what defends them, you know, because the police defend those in power, you know, the capital owners. Anyway, so it's great. It's fucking fire. Have you seen the admirals though? Yeah. I mean, I saw the one guy. But this is pretty much where I'm at right now. And they kind of, I know that one of the sequences is the pirate war because everyone says like that's a really good one. And I think that I'm at the precipice of that possibly because like they allude to it because they talk about Ace, who's up for execution in this episode or one of these episodes. And I feel like that's, you know, I'm excited for that. I think Buddha said it was like his favorite arc that I would love more than anything else. Anyway, this is really good though, and that's my One Piece update. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for things to come. All right, let's get into it. Let me blast off one more time. I didn't really fucking blast off well. I did it in the first 12 minutes, and then probably annoyed the shit out of people by talking about not my, not my news, but instead personal news instead of like real world news. And I know people can't fucking stand that, but here, let's do it again. It's for you guys. You guys enjoy it, but not everybody does. What is that NATO tweet, bro? Stop. Oh, I'm going to show you that in a second. So, anyway, retweet this, like it, interact with it. Let your friends know. If they haven't gotten notified that we're live and alive, now they know. Yes. Let's get started with this. The absolute worst tweet of all time. Okay? The absolute worst fucking tweet of all time. Ukraine is hosting one of the great epics of this century. We are Harry Potter and William Wallace, the Na'vi and Han Solo. We are escaping from Shawshank and blowing up the Death Star. We are fighting with the Harkonnens and challenging Thanos. We haven't won yet, but in many ways we have won. Read Pablo's full story on NATO Review. It's like there's no greater representation that like we in the West have developed this like neoliberal monoculture than this right here, okay? Everyone on the West, like everyone around the world just consumes the same shit. You can't blame a Ukrainian for thinking that, dude. Wait, what? Bro, I'm not talking about that. What the fuck do you mean? Like, there is this idea, and this actually is a good segue into another story that I'm going to talk about. There's this idea that like, if someone is being attacked by a larger superpower, or if someone is like oppressed, or if someone is from a marginalized background, for example, right? I will be talking about the NB. luggage thief in a second, who is a Hasanabi head from what I understand. But like, you can't be cringe. Like, you just don't act like don't say that. You can't blame a Ukrainian for feeling this way. It's like, no, it's cringe as fuck. I don't give a fuck who is saying it. I don't give a fuck what their background is. It's still like disastrously cringe. Okay? And that's fine. Stop behaving like people who are being brutalized or people who are being victimized can also simultaneously be incredibly fucking cringe at the same time. Motherfucker, this is what your town looks like. Okay? This is what has happened to your town. You're talking about Harry Potter. Like, what the fuck is this? It's just like, it blows my mind. Like, how are you out of touch with your own personal existence, with what's going on? A missile blows up in your backyard and you're like, man, this is just like when Voldemort did a Avada Kedavra. Like, what the fuck? Bro, if this is happening to my backyard and someone says that, my neighbor says that, I'm beating the shit out of my neighbor, okay? I'm like, shut the fuck up. No, it's not like that. Okay? It's not like that at all. The fuck do you mean? It's like something way worse than that. Now, of course, this isn't like personally the fault of Ukrainians. This is just some NATO cringe. You know? I'd always been a journalist. On day 2 of Russia's full-scale invasion, I went and joined the armed forces of Ukraine. This is Pablo's story. A true people's army. It contained ordinary workers, company directors, parents of their children, school teachers, theater people, and university graduates. People bring knowledge and skills from their civilian professions into the army. What knowledge did you bring to the army? Just shitty writing? This is why journalists are good for nothing, dude. I swear to God. Like, I brought my knowledge into the army, which was writing fucking analogies that are the absolute worst, okay? It's like going to a hurricane victim and saying, wow, it's like a crazy rain machine for the movies out here. It's so fucking cringe. People bring knowledge and skills from their civilian professions into the army, as no one had got round to telling them it cannot be done. They said about creating new ways of solving problems. Once you reach first of all, someone should have said, hey, you shouldn't do this to this guy, okay? So maybe that's not the worst thing. Once you reach the front line, you come to an important realization. Whether you survive is mainly a matter of luck. Training can improve your odds. So can practice and experience. So far, so good, by the way. None of this is an issue so far. I'm just going to say, okay? Russia continues to mobilize and does not count its losses. Ukraine is left playing David to an aggressive Goliath. Okay, fine. Moscow tried to divide Ukraine, but achieved the opposite. Fine. If Ukraine loses, Moscow gets it, and Moscow gets his way, the domino effect might be felt around the world. Differences become secondary. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers in trenches, millions of their friends, relations at home without power. In these circumstances, it doesn't matter what your language is. Ukraine is losing. Ukraine is hosting. This is where it fucking falls off of its hinges. Also, yeah, I don't think we count Ukraine's losses either, but that's besides the point. Who cares? He's like trying to fucking... Ukraine is just like the movies, for real. We are Harry Potter and William Wallace, the Na'vi and Han Solo. We're escaping from Shawshank and blowing up the Death Star. We are fighting with the Harkonnens and challenging Thanos. I did not know. I know that NATO has nukes ostensibly, but I did not know they had nuclear cringe, okay? This is nuclear grade uranium cringe. So, turns out maybe Ukraine does have nukes. This. We haven't won yet, but in many ways, we have won. Read Pablo's full story. It's like, oh God. You know he wrote that and was like, damn, this shit pops off. This really... Like I did that. It's byproduct of just watching too much shit. I love this. What is this? I did see a quote tweet of this where it was like, I think it might have been this one. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Yeah. Are we supposed to take out Spider-Man and SpongeBob? Iranian cleric mocks US and says Tehran can't strike back at targets of Soleimani's stature because America only has fictional heroes. True. Dog, your house is fucked up. Your streets are getting blown up and you're posting cringe. This is how you know journalists are good for nothing, dude. And you know, one group of individuals who are even worse than them are fucking Twitch streaming commentators. Like, don't misunderstand me. If Vladimir Putin single-handedly gave the greatest existence for NATO to continue, growing, these guys are literally doing the exact opposite. They're doing the most out here. They're like, I know the fucking odds are stacked against us and things are not going great, but honestly, maybe you shouldn't give us $111 million because, or $111 billion in arms because this is what we're doing with the NATO, on the NATO side. This is what we're using it on. Oh my God. Putin is NATO's biggest support. NATO is NATO's biggest enemy. Exactly. The freaky NATO dudes are by far the worst. I'll sacrifice Ukraine and Poland just for them to log off. Okay, well, I don't think that most of the NATO dudes are also on board with that, for the record. What about this one? An English-speaking Ukrainian war think tank I can join to add some creative brain power. I'm hoping to join or perhaps start a highly creative think tank or whatever to help fight the Russians with some brain power. If there's already such a group, please message me. I'm seriously going nuts on being part of creating innovative solutions to help Ukraine. Creative problem solving is my shit. And I can learn to do some coding, though I've been mostly out of it in recent years. Let's do something and fast. Let's get some engineers, coders, military people with solid knowledge of Russian hardware and strats, drone specialists, etc. This is the most Reddit war, dude. What is happening? If I caught Zelensky in bed with my girlfriend, I'd ask him how many sugars he took in his coffee, then tuck him in. I'd grab his hips and start thrusting them into my wife so he could rest a little bit. And then I'd get him some breakfast. And hopefully he'd produce a son with the balls the size of Crimea just like he has. Fuck Putin. I do feel like the Western, the anti-libertarian bigotry on Reddit's r/New Hampshire has gotten really bad in response. The mod stepped in and pinned NBC's Free State NH documentary trying to combat anti-libertarian extremism. What? What? Political beliefs. There's nothing anti-libertarian bigots hate more than science. This guy's joking, right? Political beliefs are substantially more heritable than sexual orientation. Do some searches on heritability of political beliefs and sexual orientation if you doubt me. Libertarians really are #born this way. Okay, he's not wrong. No, he's right. He's right. It's ableist. It's ableist to say Listen. You're being ableist if you make fun of libertarians. Like, come on. He was born that way, okay? Yeah, oftentimes we talk a lot about TikTok and its devastating impact on American society, but we rarely ever talk about how bad Reddit is. Possibly because, like, you know, Twitch and Reddit is unfortunately linked in a way that is really devastating for me personally. But I do think that Reddit needs to catch more strays. I think it's like too insular overall. Like, enough normies don't know how bad Reddit is, or how truly bad Reddit gets. And yeah, this is a consequence of just being extremely Reddit. Has he talked about the Kuwait drama? What's that? This man captured Reddit better than I've ever seen.
Good morning, sir. How can I assist you? Sir?
Did I get in the wrong line?
No, this is the right one, sir.
You asked me if I need assistance. That implies that I need a service. I'm not here for a service. I'm here to purchase a product. I am here to purchase coffee.
Oh, well, I do brew the coffee for you, which is a service.
No, not necessarily, because if you had a self-serving option, then I would just go ahead and do that. But I'd still be purchasing the product, which is what I'm trying to do.
Okay, would you like to buy a coffee?
Okay, now we're making...
Okay, this is killing me, please. I'm dying. I don't want to see more Reddit. I mean, this is very good. This is very good because it perfectly demonstrates how people behave on Reddit. But, like, it's also really bad at the same time. It's really good because it does a really good job of breaking it down, but it's kind of like that one guy who does like the cringe like, you know, A-worded TikToks where he's like trying to show someone music, you know what I mean? But he's like too good at it, so then you're like you end up getting whiplash because you feel yourself in the TikTok. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Martin, is that what it is? You can literally write anything and it gets a fair bit of traction. You will inevitably have a dozen dorks in your inbox nitpicking every word you said. Yeah. Oftentimes we talk about how fucking shitty and annoying Twitter is. And it's true. Twitter is very fucking annoying. But we always forget how fucking awful Reddit is.
Making more sense. All right, I'll have the Robusta.
Okay, great.
Do you know where that's from?
This one's from Gambia, sir.
Okay, all right. You're redeeming yourself a bit.
So happy to hear that.
And I'll have that at pH 6.
Oh, like pH level? So you want milk or?
Yes, that's what that means.
Oh, God. Right. Anyway, people can go on Reddit and find validation to do a murder. I mean, there's like decent spaces on Reddit too, but like there is a Redditor ass attitude. There's a archetype.
Of Gen Zers actually go to social media platforms, so we're talking Instagram or TikTok, and that's to get their information.
This is apparently they did a man on the street for the Chinese spy balloon, and one of them was a Hasanabi head or something.
Super fascinating.
Where do you think you get the majority of your news from?
So unfortunately, I think that I do get a lot of my stuff from social media.
Mostly TikTok and Instagram.
Hassan on Twitch, that's the homie right there.
Yeah, let's go! Woo! Hasanabi hits in the fucking wild!
I would say that I actually sometimes go to the Wall Street Journal. Yeah.
I watch the news, I don't trust them niggas though.
My man! Valkyria Hearts. Thank you for the 5, get the subs. Okay, that's all I needed to see from that video. That's it. That's all I needed to see, baby. Let's go. Let's fucking go. WT kind of more surprised I haven't met a wild Hasanabi head, maybe because none of us go outside. Wait, what? I fucking go every time I go outside and meet Hasanabi heads. It just means like you're not going to places where there are other Hasanabi heads, or at least like how the fuck are you gonna figure out that someone watches me? Bro, it's because you're literally Hasanabi. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess that's part of the reason why. Oops, I didn't think this through, okay? I did not think this through. Yes, that is probably the reason why I see a lot of Hasanabi heads out and about. Wait, did you have these on your new playlist too? Oh, you do. Nice. Let's go. Okay. The Macius. Doing the Lord's work. All right. 36 states are on alert as winter storms move in.
This winter storm, 60 million Americans are on alert for extreme weather, and it's the first blizzard warning for Los Angeles County in more than 30 years. Let's go to Trevor Alt. He is in snow-covered Minneapolis. Good morning, Trevor.
If you read the, if you wore the merch in public, you'd probably meet a lot more for sure. I suspect that like a lot of people. I mean, dude, the funniest thing is like, it's literally you meet a lot of people who are fans or who are in this community when you're at your place of work, like the Chipotle in Lansing, right? Where the dude was, I think, reading Mark Fisher, and the other person that walked up to him was like, "Do you watch Hasanabi?" And then they fucking unionized that Chipotle. Anyway.
Good morning, Robin. Snow covered is absolutely right. Overnight here in Minnesota, we were absolutely pummeled by the snow, and it's really coming down heavily right now. But it's not just how much snow we're getting, it's also the kind of snow, too. I mean, look at this. Look how powdery and fluffy this snow is. This is exactly the kind of snow that's going to get blown across the road. It's making visibility really difficult. The driving conditions in some spots are almost impossible, to the point they shut down several highways overnight. But this is not just a Minnesota problem. There is severe weather happening all over the country.
Overnight, a massive winter storm wreaking havoc for millions of people across the United States. At least 900,000 without power, more than 800,000 in the Great Lakes region alone. The system showing no mercy. Heavy winds and whiteout conditions pummeling the west. Icy roads and snow causing this massive 20-vehicle pileup in California. At least 8 people were injured. The National Weather Service issuing a blizzard warning for the southern mountains in LA County for the first time since 1989. In Washington State, roads shut down from the heavy snow and poor visibility.
Yeah, what now, liberals? Where is your woke global warming now? There's a blizzard warning in California.
This school bus stranded, and a major snowstorm threatening central Arizona with winds as high as 72 miles an hour. The Midwest also getting pummeled. Already hundreds of flights canceled today because of the weather. In Michigan, a volunteer firefighter killed by a fallen power line after ice snapped a tree branch. Winter storm battering Minnesota, with the National Weather Service also issued a warning for near impossible travel conditions. And in Illinois, rain and ice damaging the power system.
All of a sudden I heard a big boom and a big red fire came up.
In the South, authorities in Arkansas saying 5 people were killed in a small plane crash in Little Rock. While the cause is still under investigation, wind gusts were reportedly 40 miles an hour when the incident happened. And in the east, a tornado touching down in New Jersey. This video showing a trampoline flying through the air amid those strong winds.
And now in Minneapolis, we're in the final throes of this storm. Officials have said this morning could actually be the most difficult time to drive through the morning commute. We could still get another 1 or 2 inches of snow per hour. Michael?
All right, Trevor, be safe out there. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
I just bought a house. I have to move in it in 2 days, and I still don't have power there. Fuck my life. Dude, at least you have a house. You know what I mean? Honestly. Also, you have a house. Mentioning that in this community, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know if you know that, but that's not allowed. That's a no-no thing, okay? It's kind of like the top of the hour ad break. And skipping the top of the hour ad break is an absolute must. If you want to do that, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. If you want to cancel the top of the hour ad break, like I just canceled that chatter who just bought a fucking house, all you need to do is subscribe. We're going to move on to the motherfucking Trump is back train, baby. Because he's back. Choo-choo, okay? And that train is not derailing at the moment. Matt NLT, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Allowing... What is this? The Quiet situation is Quiet is a new generation YouTuber, and dude came out about how Quiet raped them and abused them is really heavy. What the fuck? Dude, I don't know what that is. I don't even know. I don't know anything about this. I feel like there's, shit going on in mainstream news that I need to be covering than yet another YouTuber doing some unhinged, insane shit. Matt NLT, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. What was that whole missing luggage thing? Oh, we're going to talk about that in a second. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, we'll do the reporter that got killed covering an earlier shooting, which is surprisingly not like, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I feel like there isn't a lot of coverage on that. The luggage story is one of the funniest lib things that has happened in a while. Okay, yeah. Before we get on the Trump train. Okay, choo-choo, Trump train. Let's talk about this. This is one of the funniest fucking stories I have seen. So, this is a fashion designer. And a lot of, like, this slipped through the cracks for me. I didn't hear about this at all because, like, it didn't get, understandably, it got no coverage whatsoever on mainstream news, on like the liberal side of mainstream news. Sam Brinton is a figment of our imaginations. No, they are not. Okay? So, this is the funniest Hasanabi head. Okay? Sam Brinton is an American nuclear engineer and an LGBTQ activist, and and a Hasanabi head, as I found out when I looked at their when I looked at their personal account. That's true. That is literally not even a joke. Okay? So here, we'll get started here. So Samuel Otis Brinton, born 1986 or 1987. I don't know what that is. I don't know why it's like that. How do you get to have 2 birthdays? Okay. Is an American nuclear engineer and an LGBTQ activist. They them pronouns. They served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Spent Fuel and Waste Disposition in the Office of Nuclear Energy from June to December 2022. Now, Sam Brinton is no longer employed by the Office of Nuclear Energy, sorry. Okay. Because they have a passion. Okay? And that passion is stealing luggage. That's right. Brinton was the first openly gender-fluid individual in federal government leadership and uses singular they pronouns. Now, they love crime. They love doing crime. Okay? But the funniest crime, like, definitely the worst type, too, because it's like, it is such an inconveniencing type of crime. Because if you've ever flown and your luggage has like gotten lost or whatever, it's just one of the worst things. You're just like, oh, fuck, man. It's like at least if you're at your house and someone breaks into your car or something, like, you know, that shit sucks. But you're not as like, I guess, anchored. Like, you're still at your house. You know what I mean? You still have all your shit for the most part. Like, but when you lose your luggage even, you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? There's like personal shit in there. And I'm not going to be able to like immediately replace it. Right? So, bro, stealing luggage is like getting a free loot box. You could get a laptop and it'd be like getting a knife in CSGO. Yes. I think there is an element of that as well. So, Brinton was raised in Perry, Iowa, okay, and was the child of 2 Southern Baptist missionaries. Brinton came out as bisexual to their parents in the early 2000s. According to Brinton, their parents disapproved of Brinton's attraction to a male friend from school and sent the then middle school student to conversion therapy. You know, I'm going to skip all that stuff. So originally, people were very upset at the Biden administration for hiring Samuel Brinton because Samuel Brinton goes by they, them pronouns. They are non-binary, right? And that, of course, was, you know, a big no-no for a lot of conservatives. But, you know, fuck them. Who cares, right? However, it's not the non-binary. Yeah, it's not the they-themness of Sam Brinton that was actually a problem for the libtards over in government. It's the fact that, like I said, Sam Brinton, a Hasanabi head, also loves stealing luggage. How do we find out? I believe they were caught originally stealing luggage. And then it came out that they've been doing this for a minute. Okay? This happened like a while back, and it kind of like wasn't really covered all that much.
Fox News alert.
It wasn't really covered all that much in liberal media for obvious reasons. But now there is actually a face to one of the victims of Sam Brinton. Okay? A female Tanzanian fashion designer based in Houston alleged Wednesday that clothing worn by former Department of Energy official Sam Brinton had been contained in her luggage that she reported missing in Washington, D.C. in 2018. Asia Kamsin, who has designed and handmade her own clothing line for years, said she recently saw a report that Brinton had been charged with stealing multiple pieces of luggage across the country and noticed that the former official appeared to be wearing her clothes in several photos. Kamsin said she had packed the same clothes in a bag that vanished on March 9th, 2018 at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. I saw the images. Those were my custom designs, which were lost in that bag in 2018, she told Fox News Digital in an interview. He wore my clothes, which was stolen. She posted about it on Twitter. She's like, what the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your luggage. Sticky Fingers Sammy is flying. Biden's old nuke guru flew back to Minneapolis today for a court date after snatching $2,000 worth of designer ladies' luggage. Rebecca Brannon caught the baggage burglar coming out of court. The Biden administration loves to brag about its diverse.
Mr. Brinton, do you still have a security clearance? Are you going to plead guilty today? Did you steal any luggage today?
Did you steal any luggage today?
Who are you wearing?
Why would you want some lady's dirty clothes?
Why are they dirty? Okay, calm down. Who the fuck is carrying dirty clothes around? You know what I mean? Well, actually, I guess they're going home, maybe, if they're going home. Someone said, "Who are you
The
wearing?"
looter was released without bail and ordered to not contact the victim. The judge referred to Biden's fired nuke official not as Mr. Brinton and not as Miss Brinton, but as Mix Brinton, since Sticky identifies as non-binary, whatever that means.
Yeah, what does that mean? What does that mean, really? I mean, dude, come on. You know what that means, you fucking idiot.
Samsonite Brinton faces up to 5 years in prison, and this isn't Sticky's first run-in with the law. In December, Fingers was in court for snatching more bags at a Las Vegas airport.
By the way, you want to know that something funny about this? Here. The reason why they gave them a name like Sticky Fingers, I think, is a weird way to sidestep not misgendering them deliberately. Okay? I was actually looking at this personally to try to figure out, like, they'll say shit like, what is non-binary? Pff, whatever. But, like, they're not on fucking Ben Shapiro's broadcast, right? So Fox News, even when they're covering this shit, right? Even when they're covering this shit, I was reading their the journalism side, and they don't actually misgender. They don't actually misgender the person at all. They don't. They probably, I would love to find out if they, because these places always have like a style guide. Like they have rules that they need to abide by. I'm certain that, the non-binary designation is probably already in the Fox News, the Fox News style guide already. They constantly say, like, whether Brinton, why Brinton is on leave. They can't use they, them pronouns. Like, they're not using they, them pronouns. But it's clear that, like, instead of using pronouns, they just keep saying Brinton, whether Brinton continues to receive government paychecks. If the DOE's revoked Brinton's security clearance. Anyway. Real talk, though, now they're going to put the trans and non-binary people are thieves talking point into the rotation. First of all, that would be literally leveling down with respect to what they say about trans and non-binary people, okay? Like, that would be a nicer thing to claim that they're doing regularly, okay? Yeah, instead of saying that every trans person, every queer person is a pedophile groomer, they also steal luggage? Like, what do you mean? So yeah, they're stealing genders. I don't know, dude. It's a common thing in journalistic writing to use the person's last name to just refer to them, you know? Yeah, but not throughout the entire fucking article. Sometimes they'll say he or her. Like, sometimes they'll use pronouns. Look, I mean, they even mentioned this. Look, like, they're non-binary, as a non-binary gender fluid person. Brinton has also posted to be member of so-called Sister Perpetual Indulgence, a drag queen group. Anyway, yeah, they'll use Mr. or Miss often as well when they're referring to people. So, anyway. Why do they actively try to discount being non-binary but still actively go through the effort not to misgender them? It's just yet another indication that it's, like, not real. That's what it is. It's another indication that, like, the resentment and the attitude is just, like, pure inconvenience at most, and it's not, like, real. They're doing it because it's, like, they're doing it because they almost have to. I'm sure they personally have resentment too. But, like, it's performative. The outrage is always performative. It's Ben Shapiro going, correctly gendering a trans woman and then stopping himself to then misgender. It's like that. You know what I mean? Because as human beings, no matter how fucking evil or awful you are, when someone says, like, oh, well, my pronouns are they, them, like, sometimes you fuck it up, which is understandable, and everyone understands that you sometimes fuck it up, right? But, like, you would never, like, it takes effort to just straight up go out of your way to just like deliberately, consistently misgender someone. You know? And I think they could get in trouble for it too. I think Britain is innocent. Kleptomania is a disease and those dresses were gorgeous. It has nothing to do with me looking basically just like them when I had my head shaved pre-beard. Anyway, I do love this story though because it's so funny. Like it is. Come on, this is a fucking insane story. Former Department of Energy official Sam Brinton could be in even more hot water regarding stolen bags. This time, a fashion designer claims she saw Brinton wearing an outfit from her missing suitcase. So this was the tweet that started it all. My name is Asyak Hamsin, Tanzanian fashion designer based in Houston, Texas, USA. I lost my bag in 2018 in DCA. Recently, I heard the news on Fox News about Sam Brinton luggage issue. Surprisingly, I found his images wore my custom-made outfits, which was lost in the bag on 2018. And then this boomer-ass, like, teary-eyed laughing emoji. And what do you know? It's real. That happened. Drop all the pics you have of your clothes. Let's see if we can find Brinton in them. Lamau. So I looked at this guy because he follows me. Okay? And the first thing he did was, I think, defend pedophilia or something. Oh, yeah, here it is. I looked at this guy. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? He follows me. And the first thing he's doing is defending pedophilia. Right-wing freaks and losers are so insane. Right-wing freaks are so out of control. From the left-wing perspective, what's wrong with this? If all sexual relations are equal, ... Thanks, man. Yeah. Statue PFPs are basically as, hate watchers. Yeah. Statue Twitter is just so fucking disgusting. The only group on Twitter that's worse than anime avatars, dude. Anti-trans statue Twitter weirdos don't defend pedophiles challenge. Difficulty impossible. Exactly. Least pedo statue PFP. So then she did. I mean, homie was just using it. Like, that's crazy that they stole this luggage and then wore it out to red carpet public events. Is this yours? Yes, that is also my custom made and it was on the lost bag. Is this your necklace? So, you know, I had to do it to him. I had to cover the story. It broke my fucking brain. It's been sitting inside of my mind. Check out the side-by-side Asia showed, which she says shows Brinton wearing one of her custom-made dresses a year after she claims her bags were swiped. Asia told Fox she was heading to D.C. to put her clothes on display for an event when the bag went missing and lost out on the opportunity as a result. She said her husband filed a police report at the time, but nothing was found. Asia says she filed another report this December after seeing pics of Brinton in what she claims is her outfit, and she says she was then contacted by the FBI the next month regarding the complaint, but says nothing much has happened since then. As you know, Brinton's been accused of stealing suitcases from airports on 2 separate occasions, getting charged in both Nevada and Minnesota. This is a interstate criminal, okay? This is a federal crime. Brinton appeared in court last week in Minneapolis for one of the alleged incidents. Brinton could be looking at 5 years behind bars if convicted in Minnesota case and up to 10 for the one in Nevada. Why are they kind of serving in this pic? Yeah, I mean, they do look fabulous, for sure. but, you know, ill-gotten gains. People were trying to defend them, saying they bought them at an unclaimed luggage thrift store, even though they were caught doing this like 7 different times. Yeah. Wait, this person followed you on Twitter and has a statue PFP, or am I mixing up people? No, there's a person who follows me on Twitter with a statue PFP. But remember, not every one of my Twitter followers is a fucking fan. As a matter of fact, a lot of my Twitter followers are haters, and they're following me on Twitter to hate. So that's my point, is that, you know, my hate watchers are unhinged. Anyway. So, just a fun little story. And of course, as always, a fun little story. As always, you know, this doesn't mean that, like, NBs are out here fucking stealing shit. You know what I mean? That's not like a real thing. And one NB's crime does not reflect on the entirety of the non-binary population. I mean, after all, Ezra Miller comes to mind. Because, you know, when you think about NBs doing monstrous shit, you got Ezra Miller. And they're out here doing wild stuff. So, I covered this, and I wanted to cover it because it's funny. I mean, it is objectively a hilarious story. And someone, when I said not exactly Demper behavior, not going to lie, someone responded and said, I would appreciate if you didn't signal boost the right-wing hate mob. I said, this person is an international criminal, luggage theft. But, yeah, I don't know where their where their personal account is, but they have a personal account. Sam does. And they follow me. Aiden Ross and Hasanabi.
Why are these two motherfuckers? I've never said that. I never said that.
Girls.
He's too stupid to understand words. And if the problem is his audience is too stupid to also understand anything.
This guy's really starting to grind my fucking gears, bro. Someone said, let's watch porn. I'll give 200 subs. Wait, chat. If I watch porn right now, would you guys actually give 200 subs? If I just pull up porn?
There's no fucking way he's doing this again.
Why is he so loud? Oh, you guys know why.
Why?
Who is that pussy? It doesn't even matter, bro. Pay Jordan. How much do I owe Jordan, Priz? I'm about to just send it right now. I got the money in my Cash App. Yes, I need to know the amounts. What do I send him, bro? What do I fucking send him? You said you're buying him a PC? How much does a PC cost nowadays, chat? 2,000? All right, bet. Chat, on the count of 3, say with me. Fuck Hassan. Fuck Hassan. Fuck Hassan.
Fix your widow's peak, bitch. Number 1. Number 2. Is this gambling problem catching up with him? No, I don't think so. Wait, you were reacting to XQC reacting to Aiden, and now Aiden is reacting to that? Okay, guys, come on. This is Twitch. Of course, is how it is. Is how it is.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Okay. Hold on. What is this Cash App? Hold on. Now, chat.
I mean, there was a time and place where, like, maybe he wouldn't have been completely lost in the fucking sauce. But I already know what's going on. Like, the more Twitter fucking rips him, and the more he reacts to Twitter ripping him, the worse it's gonna get. I say this as someone who gets ripped by Twitter regularly. Okay, he's cooked. He's 100% cooked. He's like going down a dark path. Okay, Andrew Tate led this boy astray. You know? It's sad to see, but
Hassan is trying to push this agenda on you guys. Chat, be honest, yes or no? Would you guys ever catch a Hassan like viewer like outside? Yes or no? Let me know right now. Like chat, like would you ever catch like someone who watches Hassan like outside, like in the real world? Okay, $2,000 sent to my boy. Jordan, I got you. Okay,
the funniest part is like, yeah, XQC's been criticizing Aiden for this Tate imitation rabbit hole too, but like XQC is well liked by Aiden's community and everyone by the W community. So like, you know, when he says it, it's fine, which is fine. I'm happy with it as long as someone is saying it and it's like reaching out to someone. I'm happy.
Chat, what do they look like? Like, what do Hassan, like, what do they look like? What do they look like? Like, what do
Also, why are you asking 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds that want to watch porn what my fan base looks like? Yeah, they're older. So, yeah, I don't think they're seeing my fans at the fucking playgrounds, okay, when they're going goo goo gaga, okay?
Hassan viewers look like? Jordan, I sent you $2,000. Oh, you know? Yo, sick!
He's gonna say the blue hair septum piercing thing, ain't he? I mean, probably, maybe. Is because they're not jealous of XQC like they are of you. You're saying things that they consider gay and woke while being a tall, attractive guy, and all the dog shit heroes they look up to are often your enemy already. I mean, it's so easy not to fucking ride Andrew Tate, man. It's so easy. There's like 11 different fucking exit ramps that were given. There are so many opportunities for Aiden to not defend Andrew Tate. You know, like when he went to fucking jail and has been investigated and is continuously being investigated for sex trafficking. Like, that's a pretty fucking easy exit ramp for a lot of people. His community literally jerks off his ex and makes sure Aiden knows about it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand it. What? These are Aiden's fans, by the way, little children. We know what Aiden's fans look like. His viewers can't see us because we go up past their bedtime. Yeah. It sucks, man. I don't know. Sucks. It sucks to see. Mostly because like it sucks when you have like a large audience of children that look up to you. Like I'm all in favor of the whole like workout, you know, better yourself lifestyle choices. You know, the no-fap shit is like cringe and whatever, but like then you also have to, if you have to like marry that concept with like defending Andrew Tate, it's like not great. Yeah, this is extremely my kind of shit. I love that like fucking CNN is covering this. You know what I mean? We'll talk about that in a second. Even Rage said he thinks Aiden has been getting a little too comfortable being edgy, and Rage is the ultimate free speech Andy. I know Rage has like, I really like Rage a lot, but his like debate bro love and his tendencies for like free speech shit is so fucking ugh. Yeah, I do like Rage. Like, I think he's great. He is very much tapped in to a lot that is going on. But, you know, sometimes he has cringe takes, whatever. It is what it is. He is very Reddit, yes. He is incredibly Reddit. He is the most Reddit. Why is he great? I mean, he's smart. He's very good at fucking video games. He's funny. What do you mean? He makes good content. Did you hear about Kai Cenat getting a hand job on stream the other night? I did. Brother, listen. My man is live 24/7, okay? Sometimes you got to fire off a nut, okay? Sometimes you got to... How is he supposed to do it? How is he supposed to fire off a nut when he's on camera 24/7, dude? What's he supposed to do? From experience? No, I'm not live 24/7, but if I was, I'd have to figure something out. Where is it? Here. But I did. Bro, he's 20 years old. He carries condoms in his wallet. Leave him alone. Yeah. This is a funny story because, like, you can't tell. Like, you literally can't tell. Like, you can't. You know what I mean? So it's, like, very easy to just say that it didn't happen. You know what I mean? And for that reason, it's fine. You 100% can't tell. No, you can't prove it. You can't. You literally cannot prove it. Like, it is the easiest. No, the mirror doesn't show it. I think the front shows it better than the mirror. I watched it. So it's like one of those instances where, like, no matter how hard you cock watch in that situation, I know the girl admitted it. I know it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It was done so expertly and so fast that, like, you can't, like, there's plausible deniability in that situation. So yeah, there's no, it doesn't matter. He could just easily be like, yeah, that didn't happen, and it won't matter. Straight up. Expert level sneak. Yeah, it is crazy. Did he get banned for it? Like that girl who had sex on cam? No, because the girl that got that got fucked on camera, very clearly you can see was getting fucked on camera. It's one of those, this is a thing that if someone hadn't clipped it, like, people wouldn't have even fucking noticed it.
Stop posting your car. Stop posting your house.
That's why I don't even have a problem showing it to you, because like it doesn't matter. You just can't see it.
Show me how funny you are. Show me how you know what I'm saying?
You can't see it.
But
you might see that stuff and I take you to Arby's and you're like, we done.
You know how I know you can't see it? Because even when you're looking for it, you have a hard time seeing it. It's just like, what is that? That rub in the back. That's the funniest part. Look at her arm in the mirror, man. I did, man. I watched it. It don't matter. His shorts are fucking high up. You can't tell. I'm telling you, you just can't. It's this one is 100% no flag on the play. It's one of those things where, like, if you think that is what's going on, and that, by the way, that probably is going on, for the record. But it's one of those things where it's like, doesn't matter. You're like hyper focusing on the tape and you're trying to fucking figure it out. But like, there is so much plausible deniability there that it doesn't matter. This is the Zoomer equivalent of the Zapruder footage. Exactly. She wiping his gabagoo on his shorts. Yeah, it's the Schrodinger's hand job. People care so much about another man getting a hand job because they don't know what it's like. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is what happens when you're one of the top content creators on the fucking platform. People are going to be gunning out for you. People are going to be gunning for you. people are gonna want to try and you know, get you clapped. And that's it. Leg rub, no tug. His reaction would be way different with a tug. Yeah, I don't know. You were just propagating lies by Big Nut, you propagandists. Handjobs do not exist. Handjobs are great. Who's the second jerker in the grassy knoll? Yeah. We need to analyze the footage to see. So yeah, you can't tell, and that's the reason why like nothing will happen and nothing should happen. You literally can't tell. That would be crazy. If that was a precedent, that we set for like literally getting the most like unhinged stalker ass motherfuckers to like analyze every clip, then everyone would be banned all the fucking time because it's not as clear cut, as open and shut as you think it is. Okay. And I am literally of the mindset that there probably was a little bit of rubbing down going on. Okay. The girl didn't deny she did it either. Kai is wild. Yeah, the girl literally. What possessed you to play with that man raw dick in front of 76.2 thousand people? I love the specificity. And then she just did this. Okay, she just responded with this. When does it look like someone's getting a hand job when they aren't? What do you mean? Like when someone sits next to me, okay? Maybe because I'm a streamer and I don't really actually. Did you see Rage's message to you yesterday? No, I did not. But maybe it's because I'm a streamer and I have a lot of fucking psychotic stalkers. But there are plenty of instances where like I interact with female Twitch streamers and psychotic stalkers will literally turn around and like hyper analyze every piece of that footage in almost identical ways to be like, oh, they're fucking holding hands actually, or they're rubbing up against one another. I've seen it happen to my friends. I've seen it happen to me. People do not have the capacity to be normal. And if that was the, what do you call it? If that was the standard that we placed on who gets banned, then, you know, good luck. Careful, fucking weirdos are going to go back to your VODs and hyperanalyze their own content. I mean, they already do that. What about the blowjob clip? I have not seen that. But yeah. This discourse is only for incels and dumbasses. I'm so sick of hearing you talk about this kind of shit. Okay, well, calm down, man. It's like a big fucking, you know, this is a dude who's been doing a fucking subathon. He's reached over 200,000 subs at this point. It's like a, you know, site-related thing. JoJo's popping off against Aiden.
W Aiden, facts, bro. W Aiden, bro. W Aiden, because you know what, bro? He owned up that he was wrong for streaming porn to his audience. W Aiden, man. That was the main point of my shit. W Aiden. I'm very proud of you, bro. It's fucking fire. And I hope you can learn from this, bro. And again, no hate to you personally, because I don't know you, motherfucker. Neither do I, and I don't want to know you. I know that you tried to ego me. I didn't know who JoJo was. Well, you know now, bitch.
Do you think best stream sexual act should be a category on the Streamer Awards? I agree. It should be. This is why Kai solos Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig didn't even get a hand job. Kai was showing on stream how to get sturdy. Someone else was getting sturdy. Lud just busted a on stream untouched freak. Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe Lud does clear Kai then. Because I don't think Kai busted it out without no touch. A real no handy Andy. Yeah, that's wild. Lud admitted he has some wet dreams. That's funny. Next Streamer Awards category, Best Discreet Nut. Yeah, I mean, subathons are fucking weird. Aiden Ross, the decision. Oh, this is so funny. Okay. What is this? Demon mode? What are you talking about? Wait, what? Bro, why did you send this to me? That's a dude getting a blowjob. Are we just posting porn now? That's some fucking random Twitch streamer that went the fucking kick and like is just copping dome on camera. Yo, bro, this isn't the Aiden Ross stream at kick.com, okay? We have a no porn reacts, no fucking porn reacts, dude. What the hell are you guys doing? We're not cock watching, okay? But anyway, yeah, as far as the Kai thing goes, like I know it's like fashionable to want to get the, you know, whoever the fucking new like popular streamer is banned or whatever. But you know, it's just not going to, it's not going to happen. Reacts in the title, and you won't even review lemon stealing whores? What is that? What is this? Is this the your rage take about me because I'm going up against him on just chatting? He's like, is he talking shit? I heard it. I heard he really wants to win just chatting streamer.
But I do want to check out your rage gaming. I've been hearing a lot about him. Hi, puppy. I'm voting for his side.
Okay. I'm not mad at it. But all this told me was holy shit. In the grand scheme of things, yes, chat, we're big to us and in the W and L community. But when it comes to this internet Twitch shit, live streaming shit as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that like they haven't, like the WL community is big and it's growing, but like as far as a grander scheme of things, like it's not that big yet, but it's getting there. I think like go to the VOD horrible clip. I mean, look, I think that a lot of streaming is like that. A lot of the streaming space is like super insular like that.
But I do want to check out your rage gaming. I've been hearing a lot about him. Hi, puppy.
What the fuck is
I'm voting for his side.
Okay. I'm not mad at it.
160p, that is an insane fucking quality to automatically hit. He posted a YouTube video that was funny until the end where he mentioned certain streamers. Yeah, I heard he's like he's saying that like Destiny's not racist. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, okay, whatever. And he wants like Destiny's help to win. Yeah, good for him. I mean, he if he wants to win that bad, I mean, I think he's a great streamer overall.
Scheme of things, yes, chat. We're big to us and in the W and L community. But when it comes to this internet Twitch shit, live streaming shit as a whole, we are not.
He also said to say sorry for you. He'd play Valorant with you. Look, I mean, okay. I mean, whatever. I How do you win with what? How do you win with 800 votes? What do you mean? Bro, don't say he's a great streamer. You literally don't even watch anyone. I mean, I watch people in clips every now and then.
Nothing.
But it's not. This isn't drama. This is not serious.
Nothing, my nigga. Not nothing. But
this isn't drama. This is like not a serious thing. So everyone getting fucking mad at him is being ridiculous. Raid said he's a competitive guy and isn't going out without a fight. I mean, if he wants to fucking duke it out. If he wants to duke it out, let's take it to the fucking courts. Okay? Let's take it to the fucking courts. Fix your knee and let's see. Let's 1v1. You know what I'm saying? No, not fucking, I'm gonna sue him. What? Basketball, you fucking dumbasses. Oh my God. Everyone in the chat's like, what? You're gonna sue him? Yeah, I'm gonna sue him. No. Hasanabi is suing Your Rage Gaming. Taking it to the courts. Clip it. Rage is literally a 15 to 20K Andy. You can say he's a great streamer without ever seeing a clip. Yeah, I mean, he is one of the top dogs for sure. Even with his busted ass knee, he'll still win. We'll see. Noah San, fuck your knee up so you're nerfed like him. Nope.
You understand me? Hazan has because you gotta understand. In the black community, like the black community, like they watch YouTube videos, they'll watch stream clips and shit, but they is not going to no streamer awards vote. They just not doing it. The Pogger niggas, they got it. They got it. They run. There's more Pogger niggas on Twitch than there is WNO. We are slowly bringing more motherfuckers in, but we're fairly new to this joint. They've been on this motherfucker from the jump. You feel me? They kind of run shit. So we're already, we're starting, you know, it's not an even playing field for us unless you're costing that, because he taking over the world. He different. He an anomaly. He going crazy. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? And listen, Valkyrie, you haven't heard of us. You had chat. She hasn't heard of us for real until recent. You know what's crazy? Everybody's like just now starting to hear about us. You know why? Because we got the face cam now, chat. I made sure I got 1 million on my YouTube and Twitch before I showed my fucking face. As soon as I show my face, now people are all of a sudden hearing about me and shit. I've only had face cam for like what, 6 months or some shit? 6 months, 7 months. Now niggas are just hearing about me and shit. I made sure I accomplished certain shit without face cam, and that's one. Hey, that's one. You know what I'm saying? One little thing I want to get it to myself.
What is the W community? The W community is black content creators for the most part that serve a predominantly black audience, okay? Twitch is a very white space for the most part, okay? It is. And that's like, and Aiden Ross. Yes, and Aiden Ross. That's what, mostly black content creators and Aiden Ross. There are many parts of the internet that are different. What? Strangers guess Hasanabi's job? What the fuck? Okay, I love that. We'll watch it. Black audience, isn't it mostly white 12-year-olds? No, we're not talking about Aiden. No. You guys do not understand this, I'm pretty sure. No. These content creators, Kai Cenat, Your Rage, I'm Dante, a bunch of content creators like this, absolutely, which used to be like, I think the 2K community for the most part, like they played 2K a lot, and then they kind of, they tapped into variety a little bit with like Grand Theft Auto roleplay, with roleplay servers. They're serving there's a lot of young white kids too. Yeah, of course, because Twitch is very, very, very white. But these guys are otherwise serving a predominantly black audience. It's black Twitter memes. It's not like it's not the way you think it is. It's not like Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross also has a fair share of black and brown watchers too, in comparison to the rest of Twitch and how white Twitch is. Okay? But yeah, this is the truth. And Bruce as well. Yes, Bruce, drop him off. How do you know? I know, dude. That's it. Just take my word for it. I'm sorry that I don't have empirical evidence to back it up right now, okay? I just know. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, yes, RDC adjacent content. Same with AMP. It shows how much this community is only white, college educated leftists and libs. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. They also have black artists and celebrities on more often than the non-WL crowd. Well, that's also because like it's not like fucking I wouldn't have, or excuse you wouldn't have like, you know, black artists and celebrities on. It's just like black artists and celebrities don't know about us and probably don't want to come on our streams or anything like that. Bro, white artists and celebrities don't want to come on our streams either. Anyway, so I like how there are exceptions to the whites of Twitch are infuriating to the black spaces on Twitch. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, black Twitter only knows streamers like Kai and Your Rage. The biggest problem with the internet is that annoying nerds can get one good locker stuff to teach them to shut the fuck up. What? The shit corny people would call urban? Yes, exactly. So and their audiences aren't even like mostly on Twitch per se, as Rage is correctly talking about right now. Their audience isn't even mostly on Twitch. Their audience sees Twitch clips on TikTok. Their audience watches YouTube clips on their audience watches on YouTube. Their audience basically watches all around and never usually on Twitch. Okay? And but that community is growing, and it's great. It's wonderful. It's awesome. I love it personally. I think it's great. And I don't know. I think it's a overall good thing. Kai gets like 70K viewers. What do you mean they don't watch on Twitch? This is like saying Twitch is a communist platform because I'm one of the largest Twitch streamers. Kai is a relatively new exception to the rule. What the fuck are you talking about? That's new. It's like thinking that, Twitch is a platform primarily for political news content because you only watch me. Did they not just hear Raid saying Kai was a different beast? Yeah, I know, but they don't hear anything. They just have everyone has made up their own minds, and it's just like hard for them to comprehend it. Anyway, so that's where we're at.
A million followers and subscribers, no face cam, literally just chatting. You literally have to be a just chatting demon to go that far with only using your voice. Talking about shit, my nigga. What the fuck are they looking at? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I added the face cam now so people could put a face to the voice and shit, and that's why we starting to get a little bit more motion, chat. But we new to this shit right now. Okay? You feel me? But at the end of the day, it's still tough. But chat. Yo, EC Jordan, thank you for the 10. Get this chat. A proposition was brought up to me. A proposition was brought up to me. A proposition was brought up to me. Listen, hear me out. Kick, hear me out. Hear me out, chat. Let me tell you about it first.
Yeah, I mean, he's memeing around, dude. Yes, he's gonna say what? Destiny's not racist, and and that's it. Like, it doesn't even matter. His audience doesn't fucking believe that. You know what I mean? He can say that all day, every day. He's just fucking around. Who gives a shit? He's memeing. He wants to win, and he's getting a he wants to win, and he's getting a, what do you call it? He's trying to bring more people to rally for his cause. It's just whatever.
Let me tell you about it first. A way to help us win this war. Because best believe this is a war. I have no problems with Hasanabi. I have no problems with Hasanabi. He's our mans. Yo, Hazan, we can play Valorant at any time, my nigga.
That's a lie.
You need a duelist? I'm Yoru. You need an initiator? I'm Fade.
He's actually very good.
What's up? I'm Dare, my nigga.
He's actually pretty good too. Out of all the WL community, streamers, by the way, like me and Your Rage probably have the most audience crossover as well.
But that's not now, my boy. I need that win, my nigga. I don't play fair. I don't give a fuck. And I know you got ops.
Yeah.
And your ops hate you.
It's Rage and Bruce.
More than they hate me, it seems like. And they pretty damn deep, if I say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, he's just fucking around. Who cares? Is that a light bulb grabber he's holding? Yes, it is. Yeah. It's just that Pepela is very good at tricking normies that aren't class conscious that he's a real leftist. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. Who cares? All right. So yeah, he's like RDC too. Believe it or not. Yeah, I got Hasanabi heads in RDC. Your Rage is a snake? No, he's not. He's just fucking around. Who gives a shit, dude? He's just trying to win. Everybody calm down. It's like, you don't have to take everything super seriously, okay? It literally doesn't matter. Just vote for me and that's it, and move on. He's campaigning off to your haters, and I fear it may work. I think one thing that I have found always is that while I may have a lot of haters, certainly I do, probably more than other content creators out there in a similar size. And my haters might be uniquely unhinged. Okay? And my haters might be very well organized because they are united. One thing I know is that I also have a community, a very strong community, a community that hates watching ads at the top of the hour. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. That's right. You can also get gifted a sub if you no longer want to see those ads. Not only your community, but all your friends' communities, Offline TV, Ray, and the Roomies, Targ, all voted for you. Yeah, I mean, okay, all jokes aside, I destroy the heartfelt moment once again, as I often do. It's not the end of the world. I am no stranger to losing popularity contests or whatever. I'm very happy with where I'm at. I'm very happy with where I'm at, and also very happy with my community, like I said. And I do think that overall, we do have a very sizable audience, a very sizable, very powerful community. It's goofy award shit. It doesn't matter. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. I think I had a pretty good year. You know, they're all pretty good. And that's it. Every time you pull off this bullshit? Oh, every time I pull off a top of the hour ad break, I know. Exactly. Doodle Burp, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Moms for Hassan, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Remember, you have shooters. Call in the voting mules and we'll win. Yes, we need the mules. The 2,000 mules. We need them. So yeah. That's all I got. Let's see where this is at. Let's see. Aiden Ross, The Decision.
Well, everybody's on pins and needles across the country, particularly those platforms who are in the running for Aiden Ross. You ready to go, Aiden? Where's the powder?
Powder? What are you talking about?
So what's new? What's been going on this year?
Dark Seductress, thank you for the 10. Get the subs. Ray Toei 23, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Man, I've just been living life. I've been really trying to figure out my stream.
Who in the process have you taken advice from?
Actually, my mom. You know, me and my mom, we
Fuck
talk a
all
lot.
that.
So
Fuck that. Oh, fuck, you know what she. Oh, what's the major reasoning in your decision?
The only thing Aiden's got going for him that resembles LeBron is his fucking receding hairline, okay? He is not the LeBron of streaming, dog. Okay?
I mean, it's not like you're an athlete.
He might be the LeBron of dick riding Andrew Tate, but that's it. Dark Seductress 1, thank you for the 10 gifted.
Not like you're an athlete.
Athlete? Shit, look at this fat ass nigga, man.
Hey, bro, chill out. You know me, man. I just want to win.
Man,
So-
can you shut your ass up, you egghead ass nigga? You ain't winning shit, nigga.
Let's just get to the fucking point.
This is tough. I just want to win. I decided I want to take my talents.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thanks for joining us. Aiden wants to win.
Damn, don't you want to know where I'm streaming? Yo.
I mean, he's not even going full time, I don't think. I mean, I don't fucking know. Who knows? Who knows what the fuck he's up to? All right. Aiden Ross now showing kids born on Kick. Stop. Okay. All right. Pretty sure pretty soon he's gonna take a deal on the Daily Wire. No, he's not, dude. He's not like he's going down a shitty path, and that sucks. But he's not like fucking an ideologically aligned conservative or some shit, at least yet. And I don't think that'll happen anyway. I don't think he just, he's not. I don't think he cares enough to fucking get in on the politics grift. Okay. He just wants his man's back. I think he wants Andrew Tate back. All right. Let's watch.
All right, we're going to move on for now.
Trump is back.
Eastern Ohio, where people from the town of East Palestine had the opportunity to confront the CEO of Norfolk Southern over the company's handling of the train derailment in that town.
Oh, fuck.
Former President Donald Trump also spent time in the area yesterday and took the opportunity to criticize President Biden, who has been overseas, of course, criticizing Biden for not visiting the community. Roxana Saberi has been there for days now. She's in nearby Youngstown, Ohio. Roxana, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Residents around here say they're still not getting the full story from officials and Norfolk Southern. Most of all, they're afraid the place they've called home might never be the same again.
My sister was right next to the tracks with her fiance. She could have been killed.
Angry East Palestine citizens got the chance to speak publicly to Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw for the first time yesterday since the toxic train derailment, and they made their feelings clear.
Did you shorten my life now? I want to retire and enjoy it. How are we going to enjoy it? You burned me. We were going to sell our house. Our value went poof.
We're going to get the cleanup right. We're going to reimburse the citizens. We're going to invest in the long-term health of this community.
Despite repeated EPA assurances that the city's water wells are unaffected and the air is safe, residents are still wary of heavily polluted soil and creeks, like this one CBS News filmed just yesterday. Earlier in the day, former President Trump toured the site of the February 3rd derailment.
I like that one, but this one's even nicer.
Situated in deep red Columbiana County, which Trump took with more than 70% of the vote in 2020, East Palestine greeted him warmly. Former president wasted no time blasting the current president for not coming to East Palestine sooner.
I sincerely hope that when your representatives and all of the politicians get here, including Biden, they get back from touring Ukraine, that he's got some money left over.
Though Trump has received criticism from Democrats for rolling back regulations in the rail industry during his presidency, many here.
I don't know why people like Alan Fisher and the like and other people are talking about how like the derailment wasn't caused by brakes. It was caused by something else. When like the rolling back of brakes is in the same vein as all matter of different deregulation efforts / a lack of adequate support for infrastructure spending. So who gives a fuck? Like I know Trump isn't directly responsible with the rollback that he engaged in, but it still doesn't matter. It's like these motherfuckers don't give a shit. They want to derail it. They want to derail it. Sorry, they want to deregulate anyway. Anyway, speaking of which, Alan Fisher also covered the story. We're gonna look at that. Let's watch the town hall first. I know Alan Fisher made a video about it.
Is also here and has a question for you.
Hi, I have a two-part question. So the first part of my question is if you could walk us through that decision of not digging up the soil and just rebuilding the train tracks over it. And second, it's been roughly 3 weeks. What new safety measures do you have in place since then, regardless of the investigation that's going on? Clearly, there are some things that need to change. And if you haven't come up with them yet, when can we expect to hear from them? Because this isn't the first. This won't be the last. People need to see change in a big way. And yeah, those are my questions.
Yes, ma'am. We believe that we had an environmentally sound remediation plan for the soil under the tracks. However, as I noted, as I continue to engage with members of East Palestine in one-on-one meetings and small group meetings.
Can I interrupt you? What made you believe that that was an okay resolution? That's what I'm looking for. Like what goes into that decision?
Yes. Our independent environmental experts. So as I have engaged with,
when you dump 100,000 gallons of chemicals and oil.
You're not talking about the oil.
60,000 gallons of oil. When you dump that into the ground and you don't take that out of the ground before you put your tracks on and you run your train on it.
You need to hire some new
That's an okay
experts.
decision. The oil,
Ma'am,
the oil is going to cause us the long-term effects. Everybody's talking about the chemicals, and while I do think that's important, it's the oil that's seeping into our ground that you chose not to dig up and just put your tracks right over top of it. She's asking you specifically.
Dude, this is pretty sick. Oh, it's like you always say about the power white women have. Yeah. No, this is pretty fucking fire. Like, having his CEO wearing his fucking Patagonia fit, like this is his casual fit, you know what I mean? Have to sit there and listen to like some of the victims. Goddamn, it's cool. I love that, dude. You don't see that every day. I'm a fan of what's going on in front of me right now. I mean, it should be way more than that. Like, jail could be fun. You know what I mean? Like, that could be cool. Like, legal repercussions. I like stuff like that. Big fan of legal repercussions. But, you know, it's not going to happen. So this is what we got in the process. This is what we got instead. And I'm on board with it. I like it.
The ground before you put your tracks on and you run your train on it.
You need to hire some new.
That's an okay
experts.
decision. The oil.
Ma'am.
The oil is going to cause us the long-term effects. Everybody's talking about the chemicals, and while I do think that's important, it's the oil that's seeping into our ground that you chose not to dig up and just put your tracks right over top of it. She's asking you specifically, what led you to that decision?
Ma'am, we've made a lot of progress.
He has a "Are you done?" ass face right now too, like the "Are you done now? Are you done?" Okay, let me tell you what happened.
We've dug up 4,600 cubic yards of soil and collected 1.7 million gallons of water. We will continue with environmental remediation, and in early March we will start by tearing up the tracks and digging up the soil underneath the tracks.
I wonder why he's not there in person. You're right, Megaphon. It's a good question. It'd be nice if he was there in person. It'd be even better.
6 weeks, oil's going to be soaking into our soil.
So until.
By the way, this is like the least sociopathic CEO. Okay, this is a CEO trying to, you know, to defeat the lizard allegations right now. He is just. This is him trying. He cranked up his like sympathy dial. And maxed out on it, and this is all you're gonna get. Like why do I have to talk to you fucking peasants? I hate that I have to do this. Oh my God, like we fucking poison towns that are larger than East Palestine and forget about it. I've forgotten more fucking rural towns that I've poisoned than I have to think about. And you're over here fucking questioning me? How dare you question my authority? You don't understand how fucking difficult business is, okay? You don't know what it's like when you have to take $7 billion, $7.5 billion and repurpose them for stock buybacks. You don't know what that's like, okay? You don't know what it's like to be in my shoes.
Well, then we'll just have it keep going down.
Keep going in our soils.
Janet, did you get all your questions answered?
No, I did specifically ask what changes you've already made, and I think these residents also are very valid in asking, like, why the delay? Why can't we do it tomorrow?
Yeah, Janice, thank you for that. I didn't get it.
It's
I
Jenna.
didn't get to
Just
respond to that.
It's Jenna.
Yeah, we're gonna. My apologies.
Bro, we should let CEOs do this kind of PR shit more often, dude. They're fucking. The more Americans understand what soulless husks these motherfuckers are, the better. Oh man, I love this. Oh, this is so good. Ooh, it's so fucking good.
We're gonna test and we're gonna calibrate all of the wayside detectors all across our system. That's something that we stood up in the immediate aftermath of this.
And is that something that's visible for people to see? Is it publicly available for us to see that that's being done?
It's an internal component to Norfolk Southern.
Don't you think people would want to see that happening? Wouldn't that show that you're trying to do something different if you're actively showing people this?
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't give a shit. He don't give a shit. He's the CEO of Norfolk Southern. Man's code switching with his wardrobe. He still looks like an out-of-touch CEO. Black fleece vest. Need I say more? Yes, this is his casual look. Don't you love that? Like, this is every part of this is like predetermined and manicured, okay? And this is the best he's got. Yeah, he's looking like a Kelly Loeffler campaign ad. Exactly. And he's still not doing it. He can't.
We can certainly take videos of that and post it.
It
What we have done is we stood up a website. What we have done, based on feedback that we've gotten from the citizens, is we stood up a website, nsmakingitright.com, and we're providing updates every day on the environmental remediation. We're providing updates every day on the financial assistance for the community.
Mr. Shaw, one of the questions that Jenna asked that you didn't answer had to do with the fact that obviously whatever Norfolk Southern was doing almost 3 weeks ago wasn't sufficient in terms of safety. And her question was basically, you don't need to wait for the federal government or Governor DeWine to tell you to improve things. For example, if it's true, as Senator J.D. Vance notes, having 2 staffers and a trainee on a 150-car train would not seem sufficient in the view of Republican Governor Vance. So her question is, Senator Vance, her question is, what are you asking your team to do now to change it before the government makes you change it? Because you are in charge of the company. You can.
Why the fuck would they change anything before the government makes them change it, dude? Come on now. That's the entire point and purpose of the regulatory body. Because these motherfuckers never do anything out of the kindness of their hearts. If anything, this is actually, this kind of like, capitalism being like overall indecent is baked into the narrative, even a narrative that libertarians understand, right? Because libertarians, what do they always say? They're like, oh, you don't need a regulatory agency. What you need is a Yelp review system to basically like fucking yell at corporations and the free market will kick in. And it's like, that still comes with an understanding that like corporations are going to cut corners regardless. And the only thing, something needs to stop them from doing that. And it's never going to be their own personal willingness to not cut corners, right? It's the consumers that will stop them from cutting corners, which is laughable. It's silly. It's stupid. But even then, they still recognize that corporations are going to cut fucking corners. They're going to cut corners with whatever the fuck they can get away with. You know what I mean? So it still happens. It still happens even in the libertarian solution. They still operate with an understanding that corporations are going to push for deregulation. They're going to get away with whatever the fuck they can.
Make those changes. And yes, if you spend $1 billion on safety, that's great. Of course, your profits are in the multi-billion dollars every year.
Yeah, we're also advancing technology on our locomotives to inspect the tracks as our trains run over the tracks. We're looking for the results from the NTSB, the investigation, to find the root cause of this, which is one of the reasons that we're cooperating fully with the NTSB and the FRA. We'll learn from this. What we had in place didn't work here. We're going to figure this out. And we're going to make the investments to make Norfolk Southern safer.
I want to bring in Jim Stewart, who has a question for you, sir.
Yeah, a lot of this that I have to ask has been answered already. But I'm speaking on the aspect that the people of East Palestine, are just being treated like dummies. We're not dummies. We're smart people. Listen to these people, what they have found out about different things and everything else. I'm angry. I'm angry about this. I've lived in East Palestine for 65 years now. That's my home. My grandmother came from Germany. She lived in Palestine. My dad grew up there.
What?
My family's grown up there now. And it is disgusting that we're just lost it. I live in a house that's probably the closest of any of these, and it's a shame. And this is probably the next closest one. And our house is, you know, it's been inspected, it's been this, it's been that. I'm afraid to put my dog out just to pee. I mean, he's only on this tall. So, you know, I don't feel safe in this town now. You took it away from me. You took us away from this. You seem like a sincere man. I'm not calling you names. I'm not, you know, but your company stinks. Because
I mean, his job is literally to stink up the place, for the record. Like, if there's one, I'm never an advocate for like a singular individual being held responsible for any kind of thing. But you know, if you want to look for a person to blame, like, this guy pretty much is the guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's the guy for sure. Like, this wasn't like, you know, oh, things got out of hand and people, you know, mid-level managers decided to take actions that, you know, that were completely outside of the control of, like, you know, people in higher levels of power, in higher positions of power. Like, this is the guy who pretty much is telling the mid-level managers to do exactly the things he wants to do. You know what I mean?
they're not watching what's
How
going
is this
on.
lib shit? What?
Workers
I didn't say
don't
that.
pay attention nowadays. Supervisors make workers work. You got to do something about this. I lost a lot. I lost the value of my home. I'm only one block. I can throw a stone to that burner. And what do we do now? I come back from Chicago 4 days. I was in Chicago for 4 days. I came home the other day. I put the garage door up. We pulled in the garage.
Yes, chat. He's blaming workers. This is a 65-year-old man, okay? He's a 65-year-old man. He literally said, I'm not a dummy. You seem like a sincere guy. It doesn't matter, though. He doesn't deserve this happening to him, okay? He's a 65-year-old in Ohio. What the fuck do you think his worldview is? Calm the fuck down. You know what I mean? Stop getting annoyed at a victim, okay?
Got out of the car, put the garage down.
His entire worldview revolves around literally fucking looking up to guys like this, you know, thinking that the CEOs are sincere and thinking that the workers probably fucked it up, okay? That's his worldview. Examine why that worldview exists and develop a better understanding of the systems that educate people, that churn millions of people like that out. And also recognize that, you know, just because he has a different political perspective than you do doesn't change the reality that he's still a fucking victim. Yeah, a lot of the people, I don't know what East Palestine's like voting demographics look like. I don't know what they fucking voted for. But I mean, it's Ohio, so it's not shocking to me that it would be like deep red. So these people did technically vote for the very deregulation that they ended up, you know, receiving the brunt, receiving the consequences of. But ultimately, even if they didn't fucking vote for the Republican Party, it doesn't matter. It's like people that vote for Democrats are getting poisoned. Does that make it? Does that make these people less victims? No. There's no you reap what you sow when we talk about. There is no you reap what you sow when we talk about these kinds of issues. We live in a bourgeois. We live in a capitalist organization of the economy. This is a bourgeois government. Both the Democrats and the Republicans, as I tell you all the fucking time, are still going to poison you, okay? They're still going to advocate for either slight deregulation or heavy deregulation, okay? And most of the time, these people are just powerless. Like, they're just playing the role of, they're just playing the role just as you are, okay? going through the motions, you know, doing their civic duty, voting for one party over the other. Okay? You will not come across as understanding if you look at a 65-year-old man who is naturally fearful that, like, his house is fucked now. Okay? Like, by being like, well, you voted for it. You know what I mean? It's fucking bullshit. Use it as an opportunity, be sympathetic, and use it as an opportunity to explain to people, like, look, listen, you know, Democrats are bad too, but this is a consequence of deregulation. And that knows no boundaries. That knows no political ideology. That is a capitalist attitude. I hate that, like, oh, red states deserve it mentality. Ohio voted for Trump. Trump removed safety regulations on trains. Sounds like Ohio got exactly what it voted for, but that's none of my business. Shit like this kills me. Only half of Ohio voted for Trump, and no, even that half does not deserve to be poisoned because of the excessive greed of railroad companies. Exactly. In a lot of instances, that shit's racist as fuck too, especially when people talk about the South and how shitty it is. I mean, you know I talk about how fucking shitty the South is all the time, but, you know, I offer that perspective on every state. I think every American state has a lot of shit qualities to it, okay? You know this already. It's, you know. I don't do that whole, like, oh, please stop sending me that fucking Hassan underscore Piker thread, please. Just, you don't deserve a week off, but, like, just, goddamn, dude. Just shut the fuck up. Yeah, I got it. Oh, here, you want to know the soy-ass fucking Reddit meme that this guy keeps sending? Hold on, I'll show you. Hold on, here. You want to know? This is the fucking, just stop being so fucking soy and so Reddit for one day. Massive fucking coalition. Working class right, progressive left. Somehow you fucking keep spamming the same link, which is even cringier than fucking Megaphonics links. I don't give a fuck about the politics of individuals. Okay? I don't give a fuck about the politics of individuals. What is this? Bro, I know you got connections. Tell them to stop this now. Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't care about this right now. Okay? I always say this. When it comes to the liberation of the working class, it doesn't matter if someone is a fucking Democrat. It doesn't matter if someone is a Republican. Okay? When it comes to the emancipation of workers, there is no politics there other than class politics, okay? Unions are full of right-wing people. Why the fuck is that the case? It's like, who cares? It doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter. I literally sent a good link right before you said that. I fucking heavily doubt it. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, you did the Ohio deserved it meme. Okay, that's the one good Megaphonics link for the day. The one good one. Here, there you go. I gave it to you. Unions are not about the Democratic Party. They're not about the Republican Party. Labor unions are about collective bargaining. Okay? It's about what is fair. It's not about left or right. It's about what is fair. Okay? That's why they're not the end-all be-all. It's not the fucking solution. It's just the first step. Eugene Debs said it best. Eugene V. Debs, still posting. The capitalists are combined against you. They are reducing wages. They have control of the courts. They are doing everything they can to destroy your power. You have got to follow their example. You have got to unify your forces. Left or right matters in politics, though? No, it doesn't. It doesn't in America. And it doesn't in, like, developed Western neoliberal capitalist countries. I'm talking about something entirely different. You can be a right-wing piece of shit, but you still deserve not to have your fucking home destroyed. You can be the biggest right-wing piece of shit. Okay? There are certain concepts that, in my opinion, transcend the left-right political divide. This is something I talk about regularly. Okay? Like, the idea when we talk about healthcare for all, it's not healthcare for, only the Democratic Party voters, okay? It's healthcare for everybody. How many times do I got to explain this? Like, I say this all the time. Nazis also deserve healthcare, okay? Nazis also deserve, public housing. If anything, if material problems are solved, it's going to be much harder for them to, become Nazis. That doesn't mean that, like, Nazis are becoming Nazis and fascists because of their conditions or whatever. But the goal overall is still to make it more difficult for people to want to become that way. Okay? Material restitution is actually how to change someone's mind, which is what materialism is. Yes. Fuck that. Nazis deserve to die. I know, man. I know. You're like an awesome LARPer. I know. But we're talking about something that's larger than that. Okay? Insane take. This pacifist stance screams, I live in a bubble. Okay. How do people miss the point so fucking hard? I don't understand, especially long-term community subs. I get it, dude. You're epic. You're based. Okay. You're epically based. You are the most based. You are the most like Nazi punching guy out here. Okay. I'm giving you the most extreme example so you can understand where I'm coming from. Okay. Every single person deserves access to healthcare, access to housing. And when they do not get that, that economic volatility is what fosters other pieces of shit to turn around and radicalize people in the wrong direction. If you can't comprehend that, what the fuck are you doing here? Okay? There's no understanding or common ground or uniting with Nazis. No, I'm not saying find common ground with the Nazis, man. What the fuck? This is entirely removed from how you personally deal with this shit, okay? That's not what we're talking about. That's not the point at all. Medicare for all is not Medicare for everybody that I agree with, okay? Medicare for all is Medicare for all. If you understand that everyone's fucking politics comes from their social conditioning, and if you understand that our social conditioning is a product of our material conditions, then you understand material restitution is what will eradicate big chunks of people who become white supremacists, fascists, okay? That's it. Chad is so uneducated, they aren't even listening to your points and getting mad at a straw man. I know. I don't think money has ever made someone less racist. That's not what I'm talking about. You're, again, misunderstanding. what I'm stating here. Your material conditions are not just how much money is in your pocket. That is incredibly reductive. It's access to amenities, okay? And it's not like in other countries where they have better social safety nets. They don't, where, you know, they don't have Nazis or whatever. Of course they do. They have them in Germany, AFD, right? Education is a component. Workers' rights are another component. Not being fearful of where your next meal ticket is coming from. Having more autonomy in your workplace. That's where a lot of this stems from. Anyway, the reason why I mentioned Nazis is because this is an extreme example. And I did that deliberately. I did that on purpose. Because I don't care that you hate that I use the most extreme example. That's why I talk about rehabilitation all the time. And whenever I talk about rehabilitation, chat goes, what about murderers? And obviously, there are people who currently, at least with our medical knowledge, cannot be rehabilitated. But when people talk about murderers, I say, yes, even murderers can be rehabilitated. And the focus should always be on rehabilitation and reintegration into society in our criminal justice system. But you cannot escape your social conditioning. You cannot escape what you have learned from your parents, what you've learned from every fucking thing that you've consumed leading up to this moment. It's very hard to change course, okay? So listen to what I'm talking about. Listen to my words. It's those extremes that people often use as an example to justify the normal parts of denying people health care, or the other people who are imprisoned for minor offenses for the rest of their fucking lives, okay? Stop doing this reactionary politics bullshit, okay? When we talk about an attitude, an unflinching attitude and support towards lowering recidivism through rehabilitative means, we talk about every single person. There's no like, well, this guy individually deserves it. Fuck that guy. You can't say that. Medicare for all means for all. It means right-wing Republicans too. You're really going to sit here and say if someone killed your mom and brother, you should get some time off? Come on, man. Justice is not vengeance. The goal of a criminal justice system is supposed to be about lowering the recidivism rate and reintegrating every single person back into society. Okay? Please try to understand what I am saying. Yeah, man, I get that. Okay. Even if I have an individual weak moment where I personally believe, like, fuck this guy, you know, I'm going to be hyper personal and hyper specific. If someone murders my parents, I want to fucking kill them. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. That's not how systems work. Okay? That's not. That's why they don't put victims' families in the fucking jury. Even in our currently fundamentally flawed criminal justice system, we don't do that, right? Every single fucking time I bring this up, someone has to be like, what if someone killed your mom? It's like, I get it. Okay? But the reason why people feel this way, and so many people feel this way, especially so, is because they're American. And America is very draconian. Okay? Americans love operating off of the Hammurabi Code, an eye for an eye. Forgetting the second part of that, which is that, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Reactionary as fuck. And it's silly. I'm not in the business of no accountability, clearly. I want CEOs and the real villains of society, the wage stealers, CEOs, the regulators that don't actually do their fucking job, to be punished, to go to prison even. Okay? That does not mean that I don't think that they have the capacity. They have the capacity to change. My goal is not for them to suffer and feel bad. It might make me feel a little good to think about a bad person suffering and feeling bad. But my goal, and I hope you understand that as well, and that this should be your goal as well, is to make sure that they become better people. Okay? And there's nothing that shows that this attitude has failed, especially in America, than the way that our current criminal justice system works. I mean, you can extrapolate larger concepts by just looking at a simple difference between here in the United States of America, where we have the highest recidivism rate and the highest incarcerated population on the fucking planet, and I believe the highest prisoner per capita population as well, okay, in comparison to a place like Norway, where they at least have better rehabilitation measures. We house 25% of the entire world's prisoner population. Okay? The United States population overall is 4% of the entire world population. So think about that. Why is it that other places have better integration measures? Why is it that in other countries, people actually do horrible things, right? And then can actually still reintegrate into society? Your criminal justice system works when someone who has done a crime never does it again. Your criminal justice system does not work if someone does a crime and is mistreated, okay, in the prison population when they become a convict, okay? And when they get out, they have no job opportunities, so they return to crime again. That's a failure. An abject failure. Because they have less diversity and racism? That's not true. What the fuck? That's literally you're talking about like cultural hegemony, and that is an inherently right-wing argument, for the record. That's literally a Ben Shapiro talking point. That's a Nazi talking point as well. Nothing shows that it works. Lol, rehab, Andrew Tate. I get it. Yeah, no, totally. Do you believe it's possible to change America's minds on this within our lifetime? No, but it won't stop me from doing it. It won't stop me from trying. Anyway. I think decarceration is a complex subject because there are a lot of crimes that can be solved by generational healing and material conditions / policy by government. But then you see people who kick random innocent people on the street for no reason, and you question if solving the root cause of crime would have prevented them from doing that. I never said that that is the case, by the way. I always mention that there are currently, with our medical knowledge, incurable antisocial personality disorder related crimes. Okay? Motherfuckers will say, I'm being ableist or whatever, okay? But that's the reality. There are still going to always be psychos, sociopathic criminals, serial killers, okay? As it stands, we don't have a good way of, we don't have a good way of curing or treating it, okay? That's just the truth. But those are edge cases. Those are not like the norm. That's not the commonplace thing that's happening, right? The overwhelming majority of people that are doing any kind of crime, even violent ones, I would say, are doing it as a consequence of their material conditions. There are still people who will do it regardless, and that is the reason why we still need some mechanism that that prevents them, or at least creates a sense of law and order. I mean, I've talked about this a lot. Like, I'm not in favor of like full abolition of the police or anything like that. You know, I'm not saying that like prisons are completely obsolete. It's just that our understanding of the criminal justice system currently is a vindictive one. And the U.S. prison system treats everybody like Ted Bundy. Exactly. Anyway.
As soon as we got out of that car, the smell came back to us right away. Instant headache. Now, I'm 65 years old, a diabetic, AFib heart disease, everything. Now, did you shorten my life now? I want to retire and enjoy it. How are we going to enjoy it? You burned me. We were going to sell our house. Our value went poof. You know, do I mow the grass? Can I plant tomatoes next summer? What can I do? I'm afraid to. You know, and it's in the air. Every day I cough. A little cough here, a little cough there. I've never had that. You know, I got rashes on my cheeks and all my arms from the derailment. I don't call it a derailment. I call it a disaster. It's Norfolk's disaster, not a train derailment. I'm an honest. I shoot from the hip, just like the governor just told us. I tell you the truth. You seem like a family man, a great guy and all, but you know what? Like I said, your company has to do something.
How are you going to make it up to him, Mr. Shaw? How are you going to make it up to Jim Stewart and all the other families?
Jim, thank you for those comments. I hear you. I'm terribly sorry that this has happened to this community. What I can do and what I will do is make it right. We're going to get the cleanup right. We're going to reimburse the citizens. We're going to invest in the long-term health of this community. I'm going to see this through, and we're going to be here. And we're going to work with these community leaders to help it thrive. I think you heard the mayor talk about, making this community even better. And that's what I'm picking up.
It's kind of shit right now.
The community leaders and citizens. We're looking for ideas from the community on where we can help and things that we can do.
Well, would you be willing to buy their houses?
That's why we have somebody.
Yeah. Will you buy them out of their houses at the property value so Jim can retire? That's making it right? Step up.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I interrupted you.
You're good.
Jim wants to hear your answer.
We're going to do what's right for this community.
Well, that's what's right.
But your derailment, did it change me now? It's made me an angry man. I'm a Christian. I love the Lord. But you've made me angry. And I don't want to be like that. I want you to respect me like I respect you right now. And like I said, I lost everything now. I worked hard. I'm still working. I'm my 44th year at my job. I wanted to get out. Now I'm just stuck.
Wait, that's it? Identical?
Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, President and CEO of BP. Our accidental drilling spill again in the Gulf is a tragedy that should have never happened. And to all those affected, I want to say, we are deeply sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Sorry.
I mean, yeah. Look at this fucking dipshit centrist.
First tweet.
Oh, by the way, Pete Buttigieg is now on the ground. I repeat, La Rata has entered the fold. He is now in East Palestine, Ohio. Looking like he's doing stuff. He's got the vest on. This is what it looks like when accountability journalism shames the cabinet secretary into having to show up and do his job. Which, by the way, big dub for David Sirota. Straight up. The lever definitely did a really good fucking job with this. They were up his fucking asshole the entire time. Oh, my Lord. Let's take a look. Pete Buttigieg says he should have tweeted about East Palestine derailment sooner. Oh, God. Oh, man.
Sent your first tweet expressing concern for the residents of East Palestine a week and a half after the accident happened.
I do love seeing people demand answers in the same way that, like, I ask for answers. You know what I mean? I like that. Like, I love seeing it. I love people recognizing the situation.
In hindsight, was that waiting too long to express anything hours after you had addressed the makeup of work crews on highway construction projects just that very day?
The answer to your question is yes. I felt strongly about this and could have expressed that sooner. Again, I was taking pains to respect the role that I have and the role that I don't have, but that should not have stopped me from weighing in about how I felt about what was happening to this community.
Send your first tweet.
Statement contains just about every trope of the condescending midwit liberal centrist journals I've come to expect. Adam Wren is like basically doing PR for Buttigieg, by the way. Adam Wren is Pete Buttigieg's man inside of Politico. Those of you who don't know. He literally got a scoop before anyone else because he personally was talking about how David Sirota is a fucking asshole. When David Sirota was writing about, Pete Buttigieg's incompetence, okay? So just know that. Anyway, he's a big suck up. It is exceedingly rare for a transportation secretary to visit the site of a train derailment, especially one that resulted in no fatalities. Even though this crash has resulted in unusually heavy national media attention, partly driven by the televised image of the accident's toxic black plume and residents' anger over the safety of their air and water. About 1,000 train derailments occur each year, according to federal data. I love that. Offers a bunch of quantitative data, no fatalities, 1,000 train derailments per year when the issue is just as much qualitative. Condescending actually tone, pretending to be public is mad about a secondary issue, televised images, and not the thing itself. Yeah. I mean, By the way, the funniest part about it is that is true. Like, everything they're saying is true. But, like, that just shows that the situation is even more fucked than you'd think. You understand? Like, your attitude shouldn't be, situation is actually way worse. Because, like, I acknowledge all that. If you send me the Buttigieg World sounds like the worst theme park ever one more time, I'm going to put you on the spaceship. That's what I was talking about when I said that's your shit that's your shit link of the day. Why? You were doing so well, Megaphonics. Why? Why? You literally posted the dub, and you were posting that L beforehand, and I just gave you at least the decency of not fucking calling you out. And then you get so hyped up. You're like, oh, man, we did it. Like, I got one dub link. So now it's back to the fucking same old bullshit. Anyway. Why are all these trains exploding now? I'm continuing to get rid of costly and unnecessary regulations. Much work left to do, but effect will be great. Business and jobs will grow. Trump rolls back train braking rule meant to keep oil tankers from exploding near communities. An Obama rule to require new brakes to reduce the risk of oil train derailments causing explosions and spilling gas was reversed by Trump. It's like a meme. It's almost like a joke to just like flex this shit. Did he actually post this? Did he post the Fortune article with that take? No, right? No, he didn't post the Fortune article. The Fortune article gives more clarity to what he's talking about, I assume. But he definitely, I'm sure he tweeted this. He flexed regularly about how he was deregulating every sector. Oh, anyway. Oh, here. Let's hear what Sherrod Brown had to say.
I also want to talk about what the company says it's going to do for the residents. They are offering residents $1,000 checks after this disaster, as well as reimbursing some expenses.
Damn,
like
Sherrod does not
hotels
look good.
and food. But as we've been talking about,
I gotta
this
pee,
is
I'll
a
be back.
multi-billion-dollar. Do you think Norfolk Southern is doing enough? And if not, what do you want to see from them?
Well, they've made promises to me. I've spoken to their executives. They've made promises to the community. The first thing I say is if they write a check to an East Palestine or Unity Township resident or people even a little farther away, never sign away your legal rights. You can accept the check, but don't sign anything that would sign away your legal rights. That's what companies like this do. They have made promises. My job, and I talked to Republican Congressman Bill Johnson, I was there with him. We are working together on this to make sure that Norfolk Southern lives up to everything it needs to do. It's way more than $1,000 check per person. It's the fire station is 20 feet from a rail line. What would have happened if that train passed that fire station, if it had blown up then, derailed then, the whole fire station would have been enveloped with by fire and by chemicals and all that. So in residents, just the time away from their homes, the hotel bills, all those things. But Norfolk Southern has made commitments. We're going to make sure they live up to those commitments.
What can you be specific so we can get it on the record here?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the commitments they've told me is essentially making everybody whole. And that is all the cleanup, all the help for residents. It's going to be, I don't know, billions like you suggested. It's going to be tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in that community of 4,500 people, and then the township, Unity Township, a little larger. But whatever they need, everything that's happened here, all the cleanup, all the drilling, all the testing, all the hotel stays, all of that is on Norfolk Southern. They caused it. There's no question they caused it with this derailment because, again, they underinvested in their employees. My understanding, there are only 3 full-time people on that 50, it might have been more than 50-car train that went through town because they've laid off so many people. And I mean, that's why I'm angry when I look at these companies lay people off. They never look out
Tell
for
them,
their
Sherrod.
workers. They never look out for their communities. They
Talk to
look
them.
out for stock buybacks and dividends. Something's wrong with the corporate America, and something's wrong with Congress and administration.
I thought Sherrod was black. No, he's not. Also, it's you're supposed to say Sherrod, but for the longest time, I thought you said his name as Sherrod as well. Because, like, how the fuck am I supposed to know it's Sherrod? You know what I mean?
Listening too much to corporate lobbyists.
Okay, so
And
let's talk
that's
about
gotta
that.
change. I mean, that's the fight I make.
We'll see. We'll see
Microsoft has added new.
We'll see what happens. Like to fucking his reelection. Let's be real. Like, it seems as though the Democrats have truly left behind the people in Ohio. They're like you know how they. I do feel like they just kind of have given up on Ohio. They're like, yeah, you guys voted for Trump. You're never gonna vote for us ever again. Fuck it. Like, we're just not gonna do anything. Sherrod Brown is a Ohio institution. I mean, he is unapologetically pro-labor. I mean, he's also still like a Democrat. So obviously there's plenty of fucking shit that he does that I don't like. Like when he was going to run for president and his idea was to lower Medicare to 55. That was it. Medicare eligibility being lowered to 55 was his main goal. It's like, come on, really, dude? Thank you. Thank you for the pro-labor take. Anyway, but I do like that they're talking about billions being billions to shareholders. Norfolk Southern announced a new 10 billion share repurchase plan. Its latest annual financial report, filed just hours before the derailment this month, shows that it still had 7.5 billion available to buy additional shares under the repurchase plan as of December 31st. The company also returned an additional 1.2 billion to shareholders in the form of dividend payments in 2022 and 1 billion in 2021, bringing the total payments to shareholders to 4.6 billion last year and 4.1 billion in 2021. The shareholders did much better than the company's 19,000 employees. Total employee compensation came to 2.6 billion, up from 2.4 billion in 2021. That is crazy. This is perfect. There you go. Like, there is no better representation of like profits over people than this. Motherfuckers who will never touch a train track getting compensated more than the dudes who are actually generating the fucking value. Now, people will say, Hassan, you're a fucking idiot. That's not how shares work. There are more shareholders than there are actual wage laborers in the company. And I understand. But as a whole, it still demonstrates that it demonstrates what they care about more. Okay? Come on now. All right, let's talk about Alan Fisher now. Friend of the show, Alan, is a gigantic train nerd, and I think he's going to do a good job describing exactly what happened.
Give it up for today's fighters in the red corner, weighing in at 4,700 population in an underdog Rust Belt town from Ohio. It's East Palestine. And in the blue corner, weighing in at 1 million pounds of vinyl chloride, fighting and dropping cars consistently on the ground on Horseshoe Curve, it's Norfolk Southern. And to officiate today's match, from the Department of Transportation, it's Pete Buttigieg.
In an egregious violation of...
Hooking up the country, helping business run. They'll bring this big.
Jokes aside, this disaster does suck for those who are affected, both with being relocated, with possible contamination, and with the water supply. But everyone has been extremely lucky that there haven't been any deaths or major injuries from this accident. There's one thing that's certain about this incident is that there has been a stupid amount of news coverage, and anyone who...
The worst part is people at East Palestine still have to pay $5 a month to avoid the top of the hour ad break on this fucking broadcast. You know what I mean? But at least they got $5 from Norfolk Southern, so they can use it that way. But regardless, at the top of the hour, there's still a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, baby. For $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. You know it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
who says it's a cover-up is a bit goofy at this point. The reason why it wasn't big news in the first place was because derailments usually do not warrant a lot of news coverage. They happen more than most people think, and they're usually pretty mundane and boring for the average 24-hour cable news viewer. I just think that they weren't expecting this one to really blow up as much as it
He's right about this.
did, so coverage was slow at first. Since it did make it into the major news cycle, there's a lot of interesting and bad coverage from journalists that never talk about trains that suddenly now have to talk about trains. And for people like me who talk about trains...
I mean, I gave you Alan's perspective ahead of time. I told you because he was like tweeting about it a lot. He likes trains a little too much. Obviously, he's going to be very fucking nerdy about it. One thing to keep in mind is like, you know, train derailments in comparison to like where they were is still a lot better. When you think about 1,000 train derailments a year, especially that factors like, you know, silly ones like the train just got off the track a little bit, you know what I mean? All of those are still a part of the train derailment number. And even with everything else, like 1,000 is actually fairly, like incredibly small in comparison to where it used to be. Still terrible in comparison to other countries, obviously. But just, you know, keep things in perspective. America, you know, multiple decades ago was way, way, way worse. Alan praised the USSR for its railroad successes compared to America at the time, so yes, he's based. No, I know. He just loves trains too much.
Trains a lot. It's been a painful process to read through these articles and takes about what happened. So for clarification, let's take a quick breakdown of what happened with this derailment in basically chronological order. On February 2nd, Norfolk Southern Train 32N left the Terminal Railroads Association's Madison Yard just outside of St. Louis. Allegedly, the train crew that departed from the yard with 32N reported hearing unusual noises from a part of the train that would later have issues. The train then made its way through Illinois, Indiana, and finally into Ohio, being on the move for roughly 700 miles. At 8 p.m. on February 3rd, the train was making its way through Salem, Ohio, 20 miles west of East Palestine, Ohio. Here, flames were spotted coming from one of the axles of one of the cars.
And the video on your screen now shows that the train appeared to be on fire. This is interesting. 20 miles before it reached the site where it actually went off the tracks, derailed. Now, the footage on your screen is captured by a security camera at an equipment plant in Salem, Ohio.
At 8:54 p.m., the failing axle finally gave out and caused the train to derail in East Palestine. From this point, there's a lot of politics, mismanagement, and generally bad communication on all fronts. But I'm not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the train. So was there any way to prevent this? Yes, actually. One of the tools that U.S. railroads use to make engineers aware that something is wrong with their trains are devices called defect detectors.
Detectors, you have all sorts of types of detectors. You got dragging equipment detectors, detectors for hot bearings. You have line side detectors that do non-safety stuff like telling where the car is. But the most common ones are hot boxes, detectors, and dragging equipment detectors. And lines like this Norfolk Southern line, they're about every 20, 30 miles, depends how many curves. The more intense the layout of the track is, the more hot box detectors you're going to have.
That's my friend Brian. They go by they, them, and they used to work for a Class 1 railroad in field management for maintenance away. I'll be
Brian's in the chat right now. They tweeted, I mean, not tweeted, they wrote in the chat earlier.
Referring to them and 2 other friends throughout the rest of this video for when I need someone with a little extra experience or knowledge in these subjects to be referenced to. Anyway, defect detectors are a critical piece of infrastructure for any modern railroad. Like Brian said, these detectors can pick up on hot boxes or whenever an axle or bearing is getting too hot. Hot boxes aren't just for that Corolla sitting in a dorm parking lot. The name originally comes from railroads from when old journal bearings were still in use. Journals used to overheat commonly, and the box where the journals sat in oil would catch on fire or smoke. Eventually, journals were replaced with roller bearings, which were not only more
People say Hasanabi has a jobless. Here you have a Hasanabi head.
efficient but also more reliable. Roller bearings rarely fail or catch on fire nowadays, but it still will happen if they are not maintained or inspected. It's very confusing how the axle on this Norfolk Southern train got to the point of failure. Defect detectors are scattered all throughout the network. Remember that video of the train car on fire going through Salem, Ohio? Well, there's
it was supposed to ping multiple times over. So most likely the real issue here is that they basically were like, yeah, fuck off. No, keep it going. Don't stop, because it takes a lot to stop a train and fix it. So they were just like, yeah, just go through. It doesn't matter. Like, especially from what I understand, long trains with a fuckload of cars, like 50 cars, when they have to stop at a train stop, they are even more difficult to maintain. Because like there is bro, a long train like is 300 cars. Okay, what are you working for fucking Norfolk Southern? Why are you saying this? That's what they said. They literally said, bro, it used to be double the size, you fucking dummy. Anyway, 50 isn't long. Got it. Okay, everyone who's a train engineer is yelling at me. Long trains are difficult to fucking process through. They hold up the entire railroad, and of course they hurt profits. So sometimes they just fucking tell you to ignore the signs, ignore the warnings.
actually a defect detector.
And yes, they require more workers.
In Salem. So the alarms should have been going off on the radio calling out to the engineers that there's an issue. I don't know why or understand why 32N didn't stop, because it's proper practice to come to a stop when a detector is tripped. But okay, so if the detectors couldn't have been relied on in this situation, could the brakes have stopped the train from derailing? And what if we upgraded them to a newer system? So if we're going to talk about brakes, I first have to teach you all how train air brakes even work.
I love the voice Alan takes here. Like, he's like, oh man, here we go again. It sucks that I have to do this. When it's like, bitch, we know you're excited to talk about this. Like, he sounds annoyed, but he's not annoyed. This is like extremely his shit. He's like, oh, dude, it's so sick that I get to teach people how braking systems work on fucking trains. You know what I mean?
Air brakes on trains work with a pretty simple concept. Compressed air lines on the train are one single system, so when the pressure drops at the locomotive, the pressure will drop throughout the train, causing the brakes to be applied. When there's a drop in air pressure below the normal, the brakes will start to apply. The signal that applies the brakes is literally the drop in air pressure going from car to car. The signal travels as fast as the speed of sound as the pressure drops from car to car. So even if it isn't instantaneous, it only takes a dozen seconds for all brakes to be applied on a 2-mile long train. Now, what if we wanted to speed up this brake application? In the news,
for the record, I know Alan got mad at David Sirota for constantly talking about the brake deregulation from the Trump era, or everyone else that's been using that as well. I don't give a fuck, because deregulation is still deregulation. Deregulation and lack of adequate spending on infrastructure is in the same exact vein. It's also the exact same as cost-cutting measures, such as like reducing the number of people working on maintenance. It's also the exact same cost-cutting measure or profit-driving measure, such as the precise systems that they have now, where they're lowering the amount of time that they had for maintenance checks. All of that is exactly the same. Like, they're all the same attitude.
we've been hearing a lot about electro-pneumatic controlled brakes, or ECP brakes. ECP brakes would essentially equip every single car with a computer that would open and close the brakes based on a signal from the engineer. This would allow for the brakes to be applied instantaneously. There are a lot of issues with applying ECP brakes to every car in the country, but I'll talk about that later. One of the current solutions for speeding up brake applications on trains is to place another locomotive.
I think he thinks ECP brakes would make trains less safe overall. I think Alan thinks that. Maybe he doesn't. Because then they'll make the trains even larger. Then they'll add even more carts, just because then they can say, well, we have the ECP brakes, so we can make it even less safe overall, in a way that like other parts of the infrastructure will not be able to hold on to. David Sirota, however, he thinks they wouldn't make a difference in this situation either. Yeah. Also, on top of that, David Sirota recognizes ECP brakes and why they were at the very least like dropped as a ECP brakes were promoted originally as a cost-cutting measure from these companies to say like, look, we have new brakes. Yes, it'll make them less safe because it'll mean you can go coast to coast without an inspection based on the original DOT rule. Yeah, so they were advocating for this originally as a cost-cutting measure for them, like internally, from what I understand, where they were saying like, look, we have these new brakes. When we put these on, there's going to be less regulation necessary for it. We can fucking maybe even, I assume, put more weight on the trains, shit like that. It'll be more safe because no company ever actually makes technological innovations specifically for the sake of making technological innovations or making things more safe. They do it so that they can make more profit, right? So they can drive up profit. So that's precisely what they were advocating for. And then the government was like, oh yeah, that seems great. The ECP brakes seem great. We should make sure that you guys you have to put it into all of the trains that are carrying fuel. Like anything that is flammable or explosive, like should have ECP brakes now. And they were like, whoa, hold the fuck on. We don't want that actually. Now you're forcing us to put this fucking thing on everything? No shot. And that's the easiest way to describe the saga between Norfolk Southern and other train companies and the lobbyists and the government regulation surrounding it, and why they deregulated it after they said you should put it onto every single train. Now, in this circumstance, it doesn't... Please stop euphemizing a chemical disaster by calling it derailment. The hyper-specific pedantic Andes are in the chat. We got it, man. You got it. Now you're forcing us thing? No, well, the now you're forcing us means that, like, if they were asking for that, that means that they're going to have to spend a lot of money on all of their fucking trains, even ones that they didn't intend on putting ECP brakes on. So that's why they didn't want to do it. That's why they were advocating against it.
Somewhere in the train consist or at the rear. This remote-controlled locomotive controls air pressure the same way that the lead locomotive does, essentially doubling the speed of the brake application by being another air control point in the train. Multiple people either working in the industry or part of regulatory agencies all agree that the Norfolk Southern train would have still caused a major incident regardless of whether it had normal brakes or ECP brakes. Here's Jennifer Homendi, an NTSB chair member, responding to questions about brakes and the derailment. Her main point is that if the suggested rules for ECP were even in effect, this train wouldn't even have been affected by the mandate for this consist. Even then, once you derail a car, no matter the braking system you have, you're going to have an issue. So here's my friend Alex, a 5-year engineer on a Western Class 1 railroad, and his opinions on the subject.
And what happened with the Palestine derailment when they say the train went into emergency, I can't say this without having been there myself, of course, but from what I've seen of the bearing on fire and just the accident, I'm betting that the bearing melted off the axle point, the car went on the ground, and as soon as that hose breaks off from the rest of it, it will put the whole train into emergency. Where it broke, we'll send it both directions for emergency braking. However long that may have taken, I can't remember how much or how long 32 Nacho was, but I believe it was somewhere around 8,800 feet, according to a friend who had it. So that would have taken maybe 3 to 4 seconds going each way to reach the train. Not long. ECP wouldn't have done anything within that given time frame to do it, especially if the car is on fire.
So if brakes aren't the thing to go after, then what should we be advocating for so something like this doesn't happen again? But before we go on to policy, let's close out this section with some words from my friend Justin Rosniak.
I sort of feel like we're going through this rigmarole again, where it's like, well, we could do basic maintenance and slight upgrades to existing systems, but instead, we're going to go way ahead and say, use this new thing that no one's ever used before.
So I don't want to make this section too long because policy is always a bit difficult to listen to. But sometimes when people are talking about Pete Buttigieg online and how he can't really do much, they're sort of right. You see, under the DOT, there is an agency called the Federal Railroad Administration. And unlike the airplane version, which is the Federal Aviation Administration, the FRA is very underfunded and doesn't have as much power over the industry that it oversees as the FAA does over its industry. There are two reasons for this, and one is easier to fix than the other. The first is that the FAA controls a lot of publicly owned airports and can easily deny companies the right to use those airports, where the FRA has to deal with private companies and private infrastructure mainly. And
it's literally because it's longer. It's been around for longer in our dog shit fucking country, and therefore they have more time to have eviscerated any kind of nationalization efforts. That's it. And the more private the ownership is, the less the amount of hands that hold it. That's it. It's really fucked up, but it is precisely the reason. I mean, railroads historically, and even the building of railroads historically has been fraught with monopolists and the awful fucking capitalist barons. You already know that. The main issue, and this is like Alan is absolutely correct, and I'm sure he'll mention this now, is that it's not nationalized. The government has limited regulatory power because, they don't even want to do the subsidy part of the regulation. They don't even want to do the fucking bully pulpit part of at least like advocating for certain things and wagging the fucking finger. But when all else is considered here, you still have, you don't have the actual, power to, you know, stop railroads completely. Stop these 4 fucking railroad companies from completely dominating. What are you talking about? Do you think companies want their trains to be blown? Government involvement only makes things worse. There is not a single place in this entire fucking planet where railroads have actually gotten better as a consequence of privatization. Railroads, just like airports, rely on heavy public spending. They rely on infrastructure spending. They rely on your tax dollars to even exist. They also provide an incredibly important life-saving piece of our logistics. It needs to be regulated. Yeah, let's not fucking fund them then. Dude, you are not making good points. You are not making good points, okay? You are not making good points. Let's not fucking fund them then is an idiotic measure. I just gave you an example of public ownership being better. Even the American Enterprise Institute's own study that was trying to show that Amway is dog shit in comparison to other countries actually still showed nationalized railroads and publicly owned railroads as infinitely better than the American ones. Okay? Or I say Amway, fuck Amtrak. Fuck you. Shut up. God damn it. Why? Why do they sound so similar? I'm fucking ESL. Suck my dick. Shut up. Yeah, sure, let's heavily regulate them to the point they will ask for more money so you can bitch about them. I want railroad executives to be at gunpoint, put in jail. Okay? I want you to also at gunpoint go to jail for being an annoying little fucking libertarian dipshit who doesn't understand a single fucking thing about the issues that he's talking about and and is just trying to fucking do Reddit Lord, debate Lord shit. Okay? I want railroad executives, I want railroads to be nationalized, okay? That's what I want. That's what I think is the right thing to do here. Okay? And I want you to go to jail for being fucking annoying. That's what I want. It's not about regulating them. It's about nationalizing them, okay? Even regulation falls short in a lot of instances. There are still things that even our current government could do, okay? Cutting off subsidies, saying that you're going to tax this industry out of the fucking ass, okay? Yeah, you want to spend more money to buy them out? No, I'm saying use guns, okay? We're the government in this situation. Just use guns. You don't need money to buy out a railroad. You could just use guns, I think. That's what I'm saying. Just take it. It is on your soil, okay? It relies on you spending money on the infrastructure. It could not exist without any of that shit. I don't want to spend more money on it. I don't want to spend more money to buy them out. I want to use guns. I want ownership at gunpoint and then collective ownership ultimately, because, you know, that's what it means to nationalize it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Which guns? Ones that we should take from the people? Okay, you're moving on to a completely different subject matter. And you're also a fucking idiot. I don't know why I can't ban this fucking dumbass. No, man. Oh, they're already banned in the channel. No, I meant like the guns that the government has. Which guns? The ones you want to take away from the people? Dude, no one is coming for your fucking Winchester, okay? No one's coming for your Glock. And when the tyrannical government knocks down your fucking door with the 80,000 IRS agents that are going to, at gunpoint, forcibly make you into a trans bimbo woman, okay? They're going to bimbify you. You're going to not be able to do anything with your little fucking pea shooter, okay? And we're coming for you. We're coming for you, motherfucker. That's right. We're coming to your house. We're knocking down your fucking door. And your little fucking granddaddy's Winchester is not going to do shit, okay? Government has better guns than you. Mandatory forced feminization is coming to you, okay? With the 80,000 IRS agents that Joe Brandon recently hired.
And so it's harder to oversee all of that. What we should take away from this is that the FRA has a lot less oversight over the industry because it's private. And then the other thing the FRA can do is we can just give it more money, because part of the problem with the FRA is that they don't have enough money to hire enough inspectors to actually go out and check all of our infrastructure regularly, and all the cars and rolling stock and all that too, of course. Next thing to fix is labor. The first thing you should do is you should make it a law that you should have two-man crews. Two-man crews is not only safe, but has subverted some disasters that were going to be worse than the Norfolk Southern derailment. The BNSF Castleton derailment was going to be insanely worse if it wasn't for two-man crews. Part of the train was broken apart after it caught on fire after derailing and taken away from the rest of the train so that the other...
I think another part of this is also that, like, the airlines, or at least people that work on airlines, have stronger unions maybe than the railroad union, I feel like. I might be wrong about this, but that's like the last remaining fucking point of defense against this kind of ridiculous, that's the last remaining point of defense against this kind of ridiculous, like, profit-seeking attitude. Especially because they're trying to do this for airplanes too. Like, they're currently, remember, we talked about this. Yeah, Reagan gutted the unions, but the remaining unions are still stronger, I think. And what I mean by that is, as it stands currently, American Airlines are trying to do the exact same thing that they're talking about with one pilot planes. They don't want to have two pilots anymore as a cost-cutting measure, which is an insane thing to advocate for. But our unions will have been pushing back on it aggressively.
Ethanol cars would not catch on fire. There are other obvious labor policies that you can enact, like forcing the railroads to actually hire enough people to do inspections and keep good schedules instead of forcing people to work way overtime or way too many days in a row. Other than labor, another piece of legislation that's probably needed is a standardization of defect detectors. Defect detectors do not have standards, and they are actually different for each railroad. They just happen to be similar because companies make them similar when they buy them. And lastly is PSR, or Precision Scheduled Railroading. The problem with PSR is that it makes trains double or triple the length that they used to be, and this compounds a lot of problems that already exist, including the fact that if you have a problematic car, it's hard to dig out of the train if there's an issue with it in the first place. So, if you want some rules and policies to fix the industry, here they are. Here's 5 good ones right here. I do like that public ownership idea. That might come back around, or I have a few other videos that might mention that concept. But I don't know. Norfolk Southern is a pretty terrible railroad, and I'm not saying that Conrail was perfect, but I'm just saying that they never put a train on the ground because of a hot-boxed car. Just so you know, I won't be mentioning...
I mean, we've covered this already. I've literally watched the video, but here, we can watch it again.
In this video. But I will say that I do really, really like these graphs. These are nice graphs.
The FAA is one of the few remaining regulatory agencies that can actually fuck shit up at will. That's why aviation is still so safe. If you want to see what aviation with poor regulation looks like, check out the accident record from the 70s to the early 90s. So many major disasters.
There is no country in the world with great passenger rail accessibility, pricing, and frequency that has a privatized rail network. All of the...
Whoa, wait a minute. What? That's crazy. What do you mean? How? What? I don't understand. What? That's shocking. You mean to tell me that a natural monopoly, a natural monopoly is better served when it's controlled by the government? What? Stop. That's crazy.
The best countries when it comes to intercity regional rail networks are all nationalized, either owned by the government directly or through a government-run public company. France's SNCF, Germany's DB, Switzerland's SBB, Japan's JR, Austria's ABB, and Spain's Renfe are just a few great examples of the many nationalized rail companies and networks. All of these companies own the
Everyone that's saying Japan does not understand. Fuck it. Let's do Japan. With one exception. Let's have Japan's level of regulation. Do we currently have Japan's level of regulation? Do we? Also, it doesn't matter because that was still built with public funds. Remember when someone just lied about Germany's train being private in chat? They didn't lie. It's still on the stock market. It's just government owned. That's what they're... And the lie in that situation is that it wasn't for profit. Like, it doesn't run as a for-profit institution. It still doesn't turn profit.
tracks, infrastructure, and the rolling stock, aka the trains. And then there is the US. 90% of US railroads lines are privately owned. Amtrak owns less than 700 miles of track and runs mainly on track owned by the big four private railroads: CSX, Norfolk Southern, Union Pacific, and BNSF. These companies routinely block Amtrak trains with freight either by accident or on purpose. But being made late by a freight train is a small problem compared to what these companies do for improving their rail infrastructure. And when I say improving, I mean either doing the bare minimum required for maintenance or actively making their logistics worse by single tracking some of the busiest main lines with the guise of using precision scheduled railroading. It's so obvious that most of these companies are only in it for the short-term profits. So one solution to this is nationalizing the entire rail network. Nationalization isn't something that the US hasn't done before with anything else. The entire US interstate system is nationalized, with the roads being owned by either the federal government or state governments. It's not unusual for the federal government to pass large infrastructure bills supporting these pieces of infrastructure. One said bill was the reason why interstates were built in the first place: the Federal Highway Act of 1956. Nationalization of US railroads isn't a foreign concept either. Throughout the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, the competition from the interstate system along with long-distance trucking became commonplace, causing railroad traffic to decline. In the late 1960s, three large railroads, the Pennsylvania, the New York Central, and the New Haven, merged into one, forming Penn Central. Because of the terrible merger and the freight numbers, Penn Central filed for bankruptcy in 1970, later eventually disappearing in 1976. Many other railroads at the time also simultaneously went bankrupt, like the Reading Railroad, Erie-Lackawanna, Lehigh Valley, Central of New Jersey, and the Lehigh and Hudson. All of these bankruptcies caused a massive void in the US transportation network, but the federal government came to help. And on the sixth day, the Fed said, "Let there be Conrail," and it was good. Conrail emerged as a new quasi-nationalized consolidated rail corporation. Basically, it was nationalization without the total government ownership. Weird, right? Well, to add to Conrail was Amtrak. Amtrak took over all the failed railroads' long-distance passenger lines while Conrail focused on freight. Amtrak was built to fail but miraculously survived and continues to be the US's intercity passenger rail carrier today. Conrail was eventually split and bought out by CSX and Norfolk Southern in the late 90s. Both of these companies were built to hopefully become profitable without the government's help, which in a very neoliberal mindset makes sense. But when it comes to transportation, this is not always true, nor is it a good thing. There are benefits to good transportation beyond making a profit, especially when it comes to the efficiency of travel and energy that trains provide. Amtrak and Conrail were never truly nationalized because they were never supposed to be controlled by the government, unlike European railways that I mentioned in the beginning. If Conrail and Amtrak were nationalized in the first place, many of the lines that were dropped for financial reasons in the early days would have never happened, and there would still be many places with a station or line that don't have one now. And without nationalization, it's dumb to think that a private company would ever run a train to smaller groups of population ever again. Also, private corporations running infrastructure that both the public and the government rely on is such a heinous mistake. Alright, we're gonna talk about tax policy now. Hang in there. Okay, now stay with me. I know that tax policy can be quite the killer to listen to, so I'll keep it brief. I'm not going to go through all the history of taxation in great detail except for modern day. But know that there was a time when the government practically gave land and tax
Corpus, skip. Skip this part.
havens away to railroads. Eventually, citizens complained. Next, there was a period of time when railroads had high tax rates on them. And then Conrail showed up because all of those businesses failed. And then finally in the 90s, many of the taxes were drawn back to lower percentages. And that brings us to where we currently are in railroad tax policy. So now we must go over how taxes on railroads work. Here is an older tax document from the state of New York. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything newer than this on the internet, mainly because I myself am not a taxable railroad, or at least not yet. So you can see here how each of these states used to tax rail and still do. What it comes down to is how much improvement is done to a line. Well, except for New Jersey, who taxes it per mile. Yeah, I know, we have a weird state. So generally, if a line is 2 tracks, it will get taxed more. Hence why a lot of modern railroads have single-track main lines in the United States. But this is only one side of the problem. The main part of the problem is how inefficient taxation and grants are with railroads. Generally, railroads will pay some sort of tax on their land. This tax will go to both federal and state governments. Money is then eventually redistributed into the railroads through grants and subsidies. These subsidies usually going to Amtrak for passenger operations and grants going back to private operators for infrastructure upgrades and maintenance. This causes the problem of needing extra personnel in between each of these transactions for bookkeeping, causing a loss of money and unnecessary costs. Now, I'm sure you'll probably think, well, let's just stop taxing these companies so that they can use the cash in the first place to directly upgrade their infrastructure. Well, unfortunately, most private railroads in the US aren't in the business of railroading. As I said earlier, they're in the business of making short-term money. So the majority of the money saved in a for-profit company is directly funneled back into shareholders and upper management's hands instead of back into upgrading infrastructure and for better service. So what's the solution to this? Well, you can either strengthen the unions to have some power to own the railroad to prevent shareholders from poaching cash, or the other option is what majority of the countries around the world have chosen, and that is to divert to nationalization. Most of these problems could be fixed through nationalization and widespread investment into railroad infrastructure. I propose bringing Conrail back. Conrail would take over freight again and would maintain all mainline railroad infrastructure in the country, along with improvements to lines like electrification. Private companies could still own and operate their freight on the network too. They would lease out lines and run their services. This is very similar to how European railways do their services, similar to Flixi-Train in Germany. Class 2 and 3 railroads could also still exist privately too, because Conrail would only operate mainline services, so Class 2 and 3 railroads would still need to exist for freight hubs. Nationalization would use Conrail to turn the current US rail network into basically a copy of the interstate system, where the government owns the rails and infrastructure but any company can use them if they pay the toll. The main benefit with these improvements through nationalization would be with Amtrak and passenger rail in the United States. Amtrak could truly have control over all of the lines and could manage and set up new lines with ease. Amtrak and Conrail could work together to improve infrastructure and build.
Calling it Conrail would be a mistake. I can easily see it be vilified. Why? Conservative rail.
New high-speed rail corridors as well. Commuter railroads like NJ Transit would also benefit. With nationalization, integration of services into a larger network would be a hell of a lot easier. NJ Transit could open new lines that were once owned by private companies easier too, like the CS.
The one thing, Alan is biased towards New Jersey in an unfortunately positive way. The only thing I'll say about NJ Transit is that its colorway is fucking fire. Actually.
SX main line that runs from Manville to Ewing Township. The US truly has a long way to go before even coming close to any of those countries that I stated in the beginning. But I truly think that nationalization is the first huge push in the right direction to get that train moving.
I can't wait for you to go to Japan. You're literally going to bust a nut over the trains. Yeah. Oh, here, from David Sirota. New Governor Mike DeWine has deep ties in Norfolk Southern and his lobby firm. He's refused to issue a declaration sending federal aid to Palestine. East Palestine. He's refused to hold NS accountable for earlier derailments, and his GOP lawmakers just killed rail safety rules. So that's something you need to remind yourself of as well. DeWine has spent 3 weeks pretending to give East Palestine residents everything they need, yet has not formally requested federal disaster assistance. This is it's one of those issues where like anytime something goes wrong in America, it's like a very expected problem, right? But anytime something goes wrong in America, like pretty much every single person in a position of power is just the absolute worst person. So sometimes you forget to like mention people like Governor Mike DeWine. It's pretty hard. It's pretty awful. Just incredible. Who do you yell at? Joe Biden, who fucking personally claimed he was pro-labor unions and then like played a role in shutting down a railroad union strike a month before this derailment happened. Pete Buttigieg, who's supposed to be the transportation secretary, who did not give a shit about this, and when asked about this issue once it finally like made the news cycle, said, "Oh, there's thousands of rail derailments happening every year." Who also is like a McKinsey consultant and therefore understands the necessity for deregulation, and is going to gain nothing from even showing support to East Palestine, and everything from just shutting the fuck up and hoping that these big railroads inevitably don't spend money on his opposition. Do I get mad at Donald Trump and the entirety of the Republican Party across the board that champions deregulation as like a cost-cutting measure for consumers when it's actually killing people, literally, or at least creating new cancer clusters? Do I get mad at every other industry that is already dumping PFAS into people's natural water supply on a regular basis and poisoning people on a regular basis, things that go unnoticed? Do I get mad at I don't know. Do I get mad at Norfolk Southern and the CEO that is like very clearly doing and is going to continue doing all of this shit? There are so many people to get mad at that you sometimes forget the little hobbit, Governor Mike DeWine, in the sea of things. Do I get mad at the EPA? Fuck. Do I get mad at the lobbyists? It's great. Zero Stress Tech, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway. I work for a water utility. My focus is groundwater protection. PFAS is such an unspoken issue that's going to destroy some counties' water systems. Oh, yeah. Anyway, while we are on the subject, though, Ohio residents welcome Trump as he visits the site of the toxic train derailment.
Welcomed the visit.
What do you think about President Trump coming to the area? It was exciting to hear.
Bridget Piles lives in Negley, a small town around 4 miles from East Palestine.
I'm afraid of the chemicals coming here and the after effects, and you don't know. You're not going to know until, who knows, months, years.
The NTSB is expected to release its
Okay, here's the thing I want to show you though.
The White House.
Right. Speaking of the White House, apparently regulations regarding train safety were changed during the Trump administration.
I am honestly shocked that they said this. Like, that is insane. Are they stupid? How hard are they riding for Ron DeSantis? Are they like, I've never seen one of the more popular editorial team backed Fox programs genuinely shift blame back to Donald Trump at a time when he's popping off. That's crazy. Tucker Carlson will be having a word with you.
This particular railroad and others lobbied President Trump to dismantle an Obama-era rule that would have required railroads to update their braking.
He said an Obama-era rule. Casting Obama in a positive light against Donald Trump? What is happening? Stop.
And apparently the Obama administration had pushed for it to govern transportation of hazardous materials after about 500,000 barrels of crude were dumped. But ultimately, the Trump administration undid that and said the costs exceeded the benefits.
The White House.
Right.
What the fuck? This is like objectively true, yet still shocking to hear from fucking Fox News. You know what I mean? Because they don't usually deal in truths. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that was about. We saw the emotional confrontation. There was another shooting that happened. A 9-year-old girl and a journalist among the three killed in Orlando in another shooting. But yeah, like I said, that's surprising. The Fox News take. That's wild. Redditors crying over Dav right now. Wait, what happened now? Are they still? I thought she apologized and said, "I'm so sorry for offending white people for saying no purpose flower." I know we're gonna watch Ben Shabibo. Oh, there it is. It's on the list. They're still coming at her? Why? She apologized. Which she didn't need to, but they got mad at her after seeing a clip of her saying white people use too much cinnamon. Wait, really? That's crazy, man. Who cares what Reddit thinks? Yeah, no one actually cares what Reddit thinks, except Redditors do have this inflated sense of self-worth, and they will stalk you. They will cyber stalk you. They will make it their life's mission to cyber stalk you and ruin every experience, every relationship that ever happens. Asman said she should be banned. What? No, he did not. There's no way. Recently? Asmongold saw that Daphne, 39 Daph, said, white people are no purpose flower. Okay? 2 years ago at this point, and she should be banned for it now because she apologized for it? No, I don't believe that. Oh, yeah, no, guys, that was 2 years ago, by the way, almost. That was when I said, when I got banned for saying cracker. The only reason why this is resurfaced or whatever is because Dav took it up Daft decided to apologize for it. Bro, just say yeast Yeti.
It's like
There's no way. Come on, Asman.
if somebody had made these jokes about black people, they would never be getting unbanned. If they had made these.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, I agree. I do agree with that. Yeah, of course. Because there is a two-tiered system. Yeah, it's not the same. That's why you can't say the N-word. But you can say cracker. 39 Daf has Hasanabi level haters? No, 39 Daf has Hasanabi's haters. Her biggest mistake wasn't that she said anything. Her biggest mistake was defending me. That sparked a lot of interest from my haters to latch on to her as well. The issue is those unhinged psychopaths, because she's a woman, also have like a secondary interest in her as well. Every female content creator has stalkers. Every single one of them. Every single fucking one of them. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not your fault too. Like, they made their own ecosystem in here in Hoscord. What do you mean? Reverse racism train isn't going to stop without direct action against it. We're going to have to fight this battle. Idiots are going to win otherwise. No, that's not true. No, most normal people outside who haven't had their fucking brains lasered permanently from being online give a fuck about this discourse, okay? That's not a real thing. People in Florida literally called themselves crackers, okay?
These jokes about Asians or Mexicans or something like that, they would never be getting unbanned.
First of all, that's not true. No, it's true if you say that about black people, yes. They probably wouldn't get unbanned, even though plenty of people have. But as far as Asians, what? You crazy? No, they definitely... People definitely get away with a bunch of shit against Asians. Like, that's crazy.
Like, I understand that, jokes.
She's friends with / collabs with corpo VTubers, so her haters target them and their employer too relentlessly. Yeah, I know. I don't know, bro. My white libtard friends have weird views on anti-racism. Doomer Kuming, you're a fucking brain-broken Twitch viewer. Of course, your friends are also probably brain-broken, okay? Anyone that says, like, look, people have this attitude for sure about, like, white people that are, under attack and need to be protected. We just call them Republicans, usually, okay? But, like, anyone who goes, wow, I can't believe you're saying cracker, or I can't believe you're saying an anti-white slur like redneck or hillbilly or honky, okay? Like, that is so crazy. Like, real people in the real world do not say that, okay? Real people do not have that take. That's an insane take. That's just a Reddit take, but not even a Reddit take. That's a LSF subreddit take. Because if you recall back when the discourse was happening, they tried to like spread it to other subreddits and they got laughed out of every single fucking subreddit where people were like, what? Fuck off. This is an extremely online thing. White fragility is very real and a lot of people have it, but white fragility to that degree is new. Or not new, but like is extremely online.
are not racism, but like that's not really true whenever every other form of joke would be considered bannable.
Yeah. I mean, every other form of this joke would be considered bannable. The reason why whiteness is not viewed in the same lens as like any other kind of race is because whiteness is an ever expanding concept that oftentimes doesn't even revolve around the color of your skin. After all, Daff is more pale than most of the people shitting on her for not being white. You know what I mean? Whiteness is just about proximity to power. Therefore, whiteness as a categorization or as a group of people cannot really ever be systematically discriminated against, as it quite literally means having power or having better proximity to power, closer proximity to power. Anyway. The moderation fallacy is a super powerful device. We have to make people understand why race isn't symmetrical, or else they will assume that it is, and that is all sensible rather than reactionary. Just my 2 cents. And reverse racism was once a very, very present concept until not long ago. That's what colorblind racism was coined to describe. Anti-white racism represents the denial of the historical and contemporary reality of racial discrimination and erases the concept of white privilege. Yup. It does. You can discriminate and say mean things about white people as a category, okay? But given what whiteness is, it's never going to have the same emphasis or the same power as any other marginalized group. This is the more modern version of the same argument that I used to have, unfortunately, every fucking week on debate shows. When I first started on this platform, all I had to do, all I did, non-fucking stop, was defend the now understandable attitude, hopefully, that white people shouldn't say the N-word. The why can't I say it discourse was something that I used to have to engage with every fucking week. And now, at least we've elevated that to, you can't be, you should stop being mean to white people. Okay? Racism without systemic or contemporary discrimination, okay, without real marginalization, without any sort of like material consequence, is just the same as like making a joke about an ethnic group like Italians, okay? Making an Italian joke, making a British joke, which many of you always do, and myself included. The reason why we go heavy on jokes like that, not because we have real hatred in our hearts about Italian people. Well, maybe some of you might. Okay? It's the same as making a joke about, it's the same as making a heterophobic joke. That's it. Plain and simple. The why no straight pride parade concept is laughable. Everybody understands it. Everybody knows it's stupid as fuck. Also, it's hilarious because, like, I'm white. So, there is that too. Asman also even thinks saying white people have privilege is racist. I mean, that's crazy. I don't know. I mean, that's just wrong. That is wrong. I'm a white person. Okay? Well, not according to some, but regardless, as a white person, even my proximity as a white passing person allows me to have certain privileges. It's true. The privilege doesn't mean that like automatically every white person is better off than every black person. That's not true. Okay? Not true. Like, clearly, a white homeless person is in a worse position overall than motherfucking Oprah. Okay? Yeah, as chatters are calling Oprah time. Yes, I've talked about this so many times that you guys already know exactly what I'm going to say. Okay? I hate that this is like such 2016 ass discourse. Oh, sucks. This conversation would never happen in real life. Why do people entertain this shit? No. These elements of the conversation happen all the time in the real world. White privilege, reverse racism. Those are very normal concepts. I'm talking about people manufacturing outrage over someone saying like cracker, someone saying redneck, and then considering that, or making like white people jokes and then getting very mad about white people jokes. That is an extremely online discourse, oftentimes infiltrated by psychotic fascists too. Like half the time people are getting duped by literal racists, like actual fucking out and about racists that get in the discourse to go, oh, I'm so mad, right? Guys, we're all mad about this, right? I mean, what about anti-white racism? It's white identitarian politics. According to Richard Spencer, at least. That's what he used to call it. Black people are not mad about the N-word because it's just a mean word. They're mad because of the power that the word holds. And the power does not come from it being mean. The power comes from systemic oppression. Okay? There were people pushing replacement theory and upvoted in the Azan thread. Exactly. Anytime reverse racism comes up, okay? Anytime reverse racism comes up, all of those fucking weirdos get in there to be like, yeah, and also look at this. Think about the great replacement theory, am I right? Why? Why do they do that? Because it's a great opportunity to fucking sprinkle a little bit of fucking white identitarian radicalization into the fold. Anyway. Would you say saying the N-word is the same as telling someone they are lesser than you? It comes with a lot of weight as a consequence of historic repression, segregation, slavery, the poverty cycles that even contemporary black people are subjected to. It's reminiscent of that. I'll give you a good example. A lot of the Confederate statues in this country were not actually built in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War ending. They were not built in the Reconstruction era. They were actually built during times of any kind of civil turmoil, any kind of struggle, specifically when black people were advocating for emancipation or anything like that, or equality. They were built outside of courthouses in, public areas for one specific purpose, and they were built during the Civil Rights era. The reason why they built these Confederate statues during the Civil Rights era and not during Reconstruction was to remind black people of their place in American society. It was an intimidation tactic. It was to show black people that these people who fought and died to continue enslaving you are important to us. This country was built by white people for white people. Okay? That's why they put that fucking shit outside of the courtyard. That's why they had the Confederate flag in their state flags. That's why they still named schools after Robert E. Lee. When Robert E. Lee himself, at his deathbed, said that there should be no statues for him, that the Confederate flag should not be raised, that they had lost. Okay? That's white fragility, and it goes for it is the same exact attitude as the power that the N-word holds. Okay? When you call a black person the N-word, or when you just say the N-word, you are reminding everyone around you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break that I forgot to run. I could have waited for Black History Month to be over, and I still did that segue. That's right. You no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Do you feel dirty now? A little bit. It was cold. It was ice cold. It was ice cold. Okay. Tyrone Culkin, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay, we're going to run that back. I'm going to run that back. Okay. It was disrespectful. It was cold-blooded. Whew. Okay. Okay. Just like the Confederate statues being built outside of schools, City Hall, and courthouses, it's that exact same reminder when you use the N-word as a white person, okay? That this country was built by white people, for white people, and that you have no role in the society as a free person, okay? That's it. And this is also part of the reason why white people do not understand this reality. They will never understand this reality. Define built by white people. You know what I mean. Fucking built by white people. Of course it wasn't built by white people. Oh. What the fuck? Top of the hour bot is flipping people off. That got an 8.68. That's crazy. You guys are fucked up. The bot is fucked up for that, for real. Not the bot, but you guys are fucked up for that. Because the subtext wasn't written to intimidate white people. Please just say no one should use slurs in conversation because it's unhelpful. I mean, yeah, but that's not the conversation that we're talking about. The conversation that we're having is not about being unhelpful. Yeah, if I'm trying to talk to a white person, okay, I'm not going to be like, you fucking cracker. You don't understand anything. Like, that's not what I'm going to say. You know what I mean? That would be fucking ridiculous. Yes, it is unhelpful. Kind of funny, though, but unhelpful. That's a conversation Normans think we're having, though, and anything else is kind of alienating because they don't have or don't care to add any more context. Yeah, well, it's going to be hard for me to make sure that motherfuckers aren't lying about me. Stop. You're going to get banned just before Japan? No, that was contextually appropriate. I didn't point it at anyone exactly. Anyway, I don't know. That flew out of your mouth like it's been done before. Fuck yeah, it's been done before. I have no shame in that. Bitch, I got banned for it. I got banned for anti-white racism. What do you mean? Fuck are you talking about, dude? Hey, don't make me pull it out, okay? I will fucking pull it out. Do you see this? Do you fucking see this? Yeah. Saying, man, you feel real comfortable saying the word. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do feel comfortable. Unhelpful is different than dangerous. C word is unhelpful while the N word is dangerous, chatter. Yep. Dangerous my ass? Wait, what do you mean? No, the N word is dangerous in the sense that, like, it is dangerous. Why are you saying dangerous my ass? Yeah, of course the N word is. It implies danger. It implies that, like, you're around a person who does not see you as a human being and is pointing to the many parts of not just, history, American history, but also contemporary existence where black people have been mistreated, but also considered less than human. I thought you were talking about the C word. Sorry. No, I'm not talking about the C word. It's a direct threat of violence historically. Yep. You are a very wealthy man. Okay. Thank you, chatter. Anyway. Let's see what Oliemi had to say.
And it's funny how racists will never seem to know when something very racist is racist, but they suddenly know what reverse racism is. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? You could literally describe.
I mean, yeah, if reverse racism was like a real thing and just as racist, then you would just call it racist. You wouldn't call it reverse racism. You know what I mean?
A whole fucking hate crime against black people. Literally, they'll be watching white supremacists and cop and they be like, what does race have to do with this? Not everything is about race. Why is it about race? But if you be like, oh, I want to go to a black doctor, they be like, oh, racist! Racism! Reverse racism! Wokeness! Fuck you. And it's funny.
Reverse racism is racism against your own race. That's what I was told in AP Psych. I may be wrong. This is one of those things that is just like so hard for me to get across to people. I've talked about it a million times over. Other white people love bringing reverse racism up the minute I acknowledge institutionalized racism. Yeah. Why does it matter what race your doctor is? For black people, it does matter. There is literally a concept that people learn in medical school, okay, when they're becoming a doctor, that they work hard to unlearn, basically, called medical racism. There's plenty of evidence for this as well. Study after study has shown that, of course, the overwhelming majority of doctors are white. Very tiny amount of doctors, a marginal amount are black. And white doctors often think that black people have a higher tolerance to pain, for example. Also, then there's this. Black women are over 3 times more likely to die in pregnancy postpartum than white women. There is a major racial disparity in U.S. maternal deaths. Major. This is part of the reason why black people want to go to black doctors. Yeah. Rich black women die more in childbirth than poor white women? What the fuck? I did not know that. That's crazy. Is that real? Yeah. African Americans are still highly racist to Asians and Muslims, and when they get confronted about it, they brush it off as reverse racism doesn't exist. You want to know why this is so funny to me as a take? Because this motherfucker literally acts like there isn't already also like a pretty sizable chunk of the black population in America that's also Muslim. Maybe not like Muslim in the Sunni Shia sense, but like, you know, Muslim. Everyone and every community in the United States of America has bigoted perspectives towards others, okay? Black people included. Singling out black people in this regard is silly. I talked about this with the whole homophobia in the black community and no one is addressing it take. This is just a more liberal way to basically reinforce the same bullshit. Okay? A St. Louis doula program, part of a nonprofit that received funding in the $1.7 trillion federal budget bill, looks for solutions and a benefit largely associated with affluent white women. From Hoscord? Oh, come on now. My Cracker Pass is real. That is bullshit. That's like Steven Seagal shit. Fucking assholes. Do you think East Asians have equal privilege to white people? Should they be included as being white? No. It depends, but not really. Especially because like that's such a gigantic fucking that's you're talking about like a gigantic swath of people that come from insanely different financial backgrounds. People always say East Asian. It's like, okay, you're not talking about Vietnamese people. You're not talking about Cambodian people. You're talking about like a certain subsect of like first generation Chinese people that have come to this country from more privileged backgrounds. Okay. Yeah. Motherfuckers never talking about Filipino people. They're never talking about Vietnamese people. They're never talking about Laotian people, Cambodian people, Indonesian motherfuckers. None of that. You're just literally only talking about, and not even all Chinese people or all Japanese people in America. You're just only talking about a certain subsect that is like very wealthy, okay, that came here for college. And for the record, they still experience anti-Asian hate too, you know? It's so silly. There isn't like one kind of East Asian, man. That's a wild. There isn't one kind of Asian, okay? Technically, I'm fucking Asian. You know what I mean? I'm from the continent. That's how big that fucking continent is. Without mentioning colonialism's tendency to spark and grow fundamentalist influence in the countries they target, most laws targeting women and gay people did not exist so prevalently as they do now in the region, but a direct import from Western colonists. Yep. Why are two Hasanabi followers fighting one another? Middle Eastern Islamophobes are agents of imperialism and must be eliminated if we are to liberate our societies. A good number of these more oppressive Islamic laws and systems or norms that exist now are less from the Quran, but products of imperial rule themselves. Hence, it's not a black and white thing. Name one. What do you mean? For example, one of the best examples you can always use is that, like, in the Arab world, okay, in the MENA region especially, a lot of the Sharia that you think of when you think of like what Sharia law is now, a lot of that was just tribal courts left up to like individual areas, okay, completely removed from any kind of like federal centralized power. Centralization with Western colonial influence unironically turned that into fundamentalist principles that need to be applied in the federal way. You're talking about like literal fucking interpretations of, you know, family law or you know, tribal law that was implemented at the federal level when it never was that, when that never was the case. True. That's why we must not see religion as inherently evil, but as another aspect of culture. Okay, never mind. They're agreeing with one another. They're not even fighting one another. So I'm honestly trying to understand the stance. So racism is not a person hating and seeing another person as less human. I mean, it's bigotry and it's racism at the individual level, yes. What you're describing is racism at the individual level. But it is still more nuanced than that. Isn't zakat a very egalitarian idea about redistribution of wealth? Yes, it is. Is it justified to bully, abuse, whatever, just because you have it worse than someone? I don't mean the stupid white people getting upset about the stuff that doesn't exist, but genuinely vicious attitudes some people have towards white people. Isn't that, I get that it's punching up, but wouldn't it be better if not to punch at all? Genuine. Yes. But this is the same conversation that takes place every single time we talk about this shit. You have psychotic radfems, for example, on Twitter that constantly say, I'm like a pedophile sex trafficker or whatever the fuck. Like whatever kind of unhinged schizophrenic shit you can come up with, right? Those are the same people that say all men are trash, all men are rapists, all men need to die, right? Okay, who cares? They're powerless. You have to recognize, okay? You have to recognize that those people are fucking screeching on Twitter because they have no fucking power and they recognize their powerlessness and that's why they're doing it. So ultimately, there is less emphasis and less power in those words. So whenever people say stuff like that, I just go, yeah, you're silly. Who cares? And that's what you would do if you were a normal person. That's what you should do. It's a reaction. Why focus on the reaction when you can focus on the action that caused them to lash out? There's that too. Like when black people are mad at white fragility or white negligence or white people in general, okay? They're mad at the system and they're getting upset and they're saying things like this. But ultimately, the truth still remains that they are powerless. They're powerless in the face of the system. The system's marginalizing them, killing them. You know what I mean? Impoverishing their communities. So different race doctors of their race because each race is different. Isn't this basically race science? Please help me understand. Humans are humans. No, man, it's biases. It's no one said doctors need different races because different races are different. No, it's actually literally that. The problem is that people from different racial backgrounds are not all that different, anatomically speaking, and yet doctors, unironically, still have those biases. Hello? It's literally that. That's the point. The point is that what I just described to you what is going on, and you just completely, it went over your head, it seems. Wait, don't ban him. I want to hear what he has to say. Oh, you gave him a 1 second timeout. Isn't demographics a factor as well? There would be more white people in general in most fields? No. Oh my God. Yeah, demographics is a factor. So why is it that like 13% of the population only make up like 3% of the doctors then? I love when motherfuckers always do the demographics argument. What's up with that? Yeah. Demographics, if demographics are an argument, like, what's up? Like, you know, there's just more white people in this country. Is that why there's only 11 black senators and 11 black congresspersons in the history of the fucking country? Or 11 black senators? Throughout the history of the Senate's existence, 11 black people have become senators. You think that's, you think that's demographics? 11 throughout the history. I'm not talking 11 right now. Huh. Interesting. Only 5% of doctors are black. I thought it was 3, but maybe I was wrong. It's 5% of doctors. So what's up? You think there's still some racial disparity there, or what do you think? Just a weird coincidence how that happened, I think. Yeah. Obama himself was the 5th. You get it? You understand? So even whenever people talk about like racial disparities, well, black people, there's less black people in the country. Okay. So why doesn't that add up on the math side? No, I agree. I understand. Going back on that clip, no, I agree, just misunderstood. Yeah, it was a common teaching that black women felt less pain than white women in medical textbooks. That is what we're talking about when we talk about medical racism. I assume they were saying black people needed black doctors due to physical reasons. No. Anyway. Yeah. Even, by the way, think about it this way. White men being the default is such a fucking prominent perspective that, like, even white women have been oppressed medically. Okay? Do you understand? Like, white men are so the default that, like, even white women in general have been, undermined in the medical field. That's how fucked up this shit is. We still don't. First of all, here I'll give you one example that's like kind of stupid. Okay, But like, we still don't have a fully developed scientific consensus on what the G-spot is. Okay? Women's anatomy is still not fully understood. Do you understand? Like, that's crazy. And whenever I bring that up, people go fucking crazy over it. They're like, that's not true. People know it. It's a myth. Or some people say it's a myth. Yeah, not fully understood by men. No, not fully understood by women either. Okay? It's not just because men and women both have to come together and fucking figure it out scientifically. That's not true. Okay. This is the back of the clit, I thought. That's the most common perspective. Yes, that's the one I also believe, but still no scientific consensus on this in the field of medicine. And or just as far as it pertains to women's anatomy. Wasn't like fuck, what was it? I think the first ever recorded dilation of the cervix, am I saying that right? Was like literally last year. Was this cervical dilation? I am Googling it, yes. The way for it to dilate on its own is during childbirth? No, I know. I'm saying that I think it was the first recorded release of an egg. Of course I'm going to Google it. I don't want to give you the wrong fucking information, chatter. Do you want me to just like spit off the top of my dome? There's like I love you, but I'm begging you to not talk about women's anatomy without studying it first, Lamau. I mean, I talk about a lot of issues that I don't have fucking full knowledge over because I don't give a fuck about the actual anatomy in and of itself. I'm talking about medical racism and medical discrimination and why it exists. I don't need to know every single part of the fucking female anatomy to be able to be able to talk about the other side of it. I'm talking about the socioeconomic and political factors here. That's ridiculous. Like, I don't have to go to med school to talk about the politics behind it, as long as the fundamentals are there. Scientists just captured the flash of a light that sparks when a sperm meets the egg. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I can't find it right now. I'm on the screen. Click my screen name. I'm begging you to study my female anatomy. No. Okay, people are not fine. People are not going to be helpful. I recognize that people are not going to be helpful in this. I'll try and find it, but medical news today overturning. I mean, this is about the clitoris. However, the number of nerve fibers within the human clitoris has never been officially quantified. The most often cited claim is that the clitoris has 8,000 nerve endings, but this figure originates from a bovine study mentioned in a book titled The Clitoris, which appeared in 1976. All you have to say is women are based. Social determinants of health. What? Look at my logs. Social determinants of health. Complete dilation of the cervix is achieved when the cervix dilates 10 centimeters. How rapidly a female will progress to full dilation is dependent on several factors, including parity, medical history. The cervix is a fibromuscular organ linking the uterus to the vagina. The upper two-thirds of the uterus is termed the corpus. Gross, dude. I mean, that's how you were fucking brought into this planet, dude. Oh, this is it. Yeah. This is it. This is what I was thinking of, but that's from 2008. I thought it was like more recent. This is what I was talking about. Look closely. This is history in the making. These are the clearest pictures ever taken of what is the starting point of every human life. Ovulation occurring inside of a woman's body. I was wrong. Okay, it is this. This is what I was thinking of. I fucked it up. And it wasn't in 2000. It was 2008. Yeah. Observing ovulation in humans is extremely rare, and previous images have been fuzzy. This was the first time that ovulation was completely recorded. Anyway, as far as the clitoris thing goes, I was wrong. It wasn't about the cervix dilation. Why does it kind of look like a boba? Okay, stop. Oh my God. Okay, anyway. But yeah, to rectify this outdated piece of essential information, a study led by Oregon Health and Science University examined these tissue samples in the dorsal nerve of clitoris in an effort to quantify the number. The dorsal nerve, which contains the two symmetrical tube-like structures, is the main nerve responsible for clitoral sensation. The researchers presented the results of this first known count of human clitoral tissue at a scientific conference hosted by Sexual Medicine Society of North America in 2022. What the fuck? So there are actually 10,281 nerve fibers on average. Can't wait to donate my clit to science. But yeah. There you go. Some of the examples of like, you know, medicine having shortcomings. How the fuck did we get to this? Oh my God. Oh, we're talking about the C word and privilege. Yeah. When society is designed around you and you have more doctors that look like you, more doctors that have similar experiences to you, you end up getting more knowledge about issues that pertain to your existence and less medical knowledge about issues that pertain to the existence of black people or even women in general. Okay? That's one form of invisible privilege that you never even consider or don't even know about. The reason why I talked about all of this, though, is because there are people who still don't get it and think that there is no such thing. That's just one of a million different examples. Okay? Yeah. A discussion that we have regularly is how cheap Propecia is. You know what I mean? How cheap the generic version of Propecia is. Why? Because it treats male pattern baldness. Lack of access to healthcare, advocacy, and education pertaining to healthcare, especially when it comes to pregnancy. Yeah. And another part of this is also that, like a lot of these medical studies are still, women are severely underrepresented in medical studies too. So just remember all of that. Most standard painkillers got all their approvals from trials on men, and it's still not clear if the doses are correct for women. Get it? Okay, let's talk about an issue that impacts everybody. The FDA is working to make it mandatory to diversify study populations for research. Disgusting. I'm against it. The FDA has gone woke. We knew it already. Dr. Fauci ouchie already showed us how fucking woke they were. They're doing mind control. They want to have more black women in studies. How dare they? Fuck that. That's only 6% of the population. It shouldn't even account for 6% of the studies, of the people being studied. Anyway. Ay, ay, ay. 9-year-old girl, journalist among 3 killed in Orlando
In Central
shootings.
Florida this morning, a terrible story where a teenager is accused of killing a 9-year-old girl and a local TV news reporter. The Orange County Sheriff says it happened near the scene of another murder, allegedly committed by this same suspect. His name is Keith Melvin Moses. A photojournalist and the girl's mother were also shot in this incident. Manuel Bojorquez is in Orlando with more on the reporter who died while just doing this job. Manuel, good morning. This is very tough to hear.
It is, Gail, heartbreaking on so many levels. Other reporters who were at that scene described seeing the gunman simply walk up to the news crew and open fire. Some of them even tried to render aid to their fallen journalists.
I apologize.
A local TV journalist was overcome with emotion covering the murder of one of their own Wednesday night outside Orlando. Spectrum News 13 says 24-year-old Dylan Lyons was killed. The Spectrum 13 reporter was engaged to be married.
I want to acknowledge what a horrible day this has been for
our community and our media partners.
The deadly rampage began near a crime scene where a woman was found shot in her car earlier in the day in the Pine Hills neighborhood. Police say, for unknown reasons, the suspect returned to the scene.
Deputies located 2 men who had been shot in or near a vehicle. They are a News 13 reporter and photographer who were on the scene to cover the homicide from this morning.
The gunman then alleged.
How do you feel about prioritizing? How do you feel about fighting for women's rights before prioritizing the fight for any progressive legislation for minority groups? What? Are you okay? Should the fight be all at once? What? I use this as an example because women make up 50% of the population, and there's still white women out there. It's the same as BLM advocating against police brutality when victims of police violence are white. Because marginalized communities understand that a police force that can be brutal towards white men even will certainly not think twice about being brutal to black men. I don't know what's happening. I feel like this community's gotten like increasingly more unhinged since the Hogwarts discourse, where people literally now get off on trying to pop off with like the weirdest angle they possibly can. I don't really know what is going on. Like I've noticed that it's been like more rampant amongst like especially long-term community members. I don't even know if that guy was trying to be mean in particular. I don't know where he was coming from, but
Allegedly went into a nearby home and shot a mother and her 9-year-old daughter, killing the child. Florida Congressman Maxwell Frost tweeted, "My heart aches for my community and district. We've had more mass shootings than days in this year so far. This does not have to be our reality. I'm devastated." While the community searches for answers to another violent spate of gun violence in this country, police say the suspect is in custody. He's a 19-year-old with a lengthy criminal background.
This is every reporter's absolutely worst nightmare. We go home at night afraid that something like this will occur.
And the sheriff said the photojournalist and the mother of the child who was killed remain at this hospital in critical condition. They say the first victim, the woman who was killed in her car, was known to the suspect. What is unknown is why he allegedly returned to the scene and targeted the news crew and that mother and child. Tony?
Manny, thank you very much. It's a reminder of the risks of this job, but it's equally as tragic and shocking that a mother and a 9-year-old girl, the mother is in the hospital now, the 9-year-old is no more. That is tragic.
Whatever the answer, it'll never make sense, but it's just a reminder. I never think of this job necessarily as dangerous when you're not in a war zone. That guy, 24 years old, let's start with that, engaged to be married, he thinks he's covering another story, and at the end of the day, his life is forever changed. He's no longer with us. Makes no sense.
Yeah, and that little girl with the rest of her life to look forward to. I would just say let's resist the urge, collectively as a country, to become numb to this, because it's happening so often that we become callous. Maybe because you don't want to hear it. It might make you feel a certain type of way, or because it's natural for us to just turn a blind eye to something that doesn't necessarily hit our doorstep. But this is America's doorstep. This is who we are. And this hurts. And these things should not happen as often as they do. Yeah, that's well said, Nate.
Israel has carried out.
I mean, that's not even a thing. Okay, we're gonna shift over to some. Well, I want to watch this unhinged motherfucker. They found the race.
Race mixing was a
guy.
Hello, Robert Wilson, well-known white supremacist. And how, by the way, why is it the ones that look like a fucking like pale lizard end up thinking of themselves as a master race? What the? This neo-Nazi and anti-Semite, it's part of a group called the Goyim Defense League, which is a group of Nazis that go around harassing minorities for no reason and adding trauma to their life and trying to basically antagonize them to do something horrible so they could film it for entertainment on their respective social media channels. These are
just the typical, dude, the archetype, the archetypical 4chan guy, the Goyim Defense Force. Holy fuck. Every fucking human manifestation of 4chan is like this. It is crazy, bro. Okay, these are the guys that, by the way, whenever you talk about like reverse racism or whatever the fuck, like these are the guys that come into those subreddit threads and be like, yeah, it's crazy, right? It's crazy how these guys are, you know, they're so open about being racist to you and try to instill white identitarian politics when whiteness as a concept, whiteness as a subject is just like a political tool that just shows your proximity to power. This is GDL. Oh, is it the... Oh, these are the guys. Yeah. The Goyim Defense League took over the 405 freeway.
They're awful human beings. His friend, who's the leader of these Nazi guys, is actually out in Palm Beach, Florida, after leaving California, harassing and traumatizing Jewish people.
Leave our country, go back to Israel. Filthy Jew, don't touch his car. Do it! No, don't. We should just see Kyle. Hey, you filthy Jew piece of shit.
Come on, let's sing Heil, guys. These fucking idiots, dude.
We see you. Hey, you got foreskin in your beard. Hey, get him on camera. Back up.
Awful human beings, but you see, they are pretty clever about what the law is and what they can legally can and can't do. These professional agitators will purposely push you to the edge to get you to react, to get you in trouble. But these dumbasses aren't very smart. They still get themselves in legal trouble quite often. In fact, this one here, Robert Wilson, who you saw in that last video, he actually left San Diego last year, vowing to never return, because there's a warrant out for his arrest for a homophobic assault on his neighbor. Well, I guess we just need to let the San Diego police know who's back in town.
Yep. Great. They always look like that.
You guys know
dude.
race mixing was a...
Ay. Classic. Yeah, they're trolls. They love to be edgelords, but like they're Nazis. They're like real out and about fucking Nazis. I guess the only thing is that just like their lives are fucking awful, like just horrifyingly bad. If that gives you any kind of, like, if that gives you a semblance of happiness, I guess like that's where it's coming from. All right, let's do Ben Shabibo on
Heroes
Piers
here, live
Morgan.
and uncensored. Well, that's quite an intro we've given you there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
you
that.
You better live up to it.
I mean, I look at that old tape and suddenly I hit puberty, right? I mean, like, that's...
We both look so young. Oh, my God.
Please nuke Hoscord. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I will not be nuking Hoscord. I will be running the top of the hour ad break, however, which nukes all of the unsubscribed. If you don't want to be nuked, and by nuke I mean see a 3-minute ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Or you can get gifted a sub by the likes of Please Nuke Hoscord. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Ago.
Right.
10 years ago.
And it was interesting because I was at the time, getting
gotta
very
pee.
angry about a series of mass shootings in America with a British sensibility and saying, obviously my country, we don't really have any guns. And I was, hectoring and lecturing, I guess, Americans about their gun laws. And it went down as badly as that phrase would suggest, particularly with you. But what was interesting was when you came on, I thought, who's this snotty little kid who's going to start trying to take me on? And then it rapidly became clear to me you were a hell of a lot smarter than you appeared. So we've moved on from then. Anyway, we've had our kiss and make up interview after that. But I think what was really interesting to me, 2016, so 7 years ago now, you tweeted a tweet. This is your pinned tweet to this date. Simply said, facts don't care about your feelings. And if any phrase, I think, perfectly epitomizes this woke era that we have somehow stumbled into, it's that. because the woke brigade put feelings before facts. How do we get there?
Well, I mean, culturally speaking, I think that what happened is that the value of subjective authenticity became the core to pretty much everybody. So the idea of individualism was taken to its logical extreme, which was, I'm so important and everything I feel is so important that I can ignore the rest of reality. And in fact, reality is an imposition on me. Institutions, rules, roles, the rules of the road, all that sort of stuff, it's an imposition on who I truly am. And in order for me to be actually free, I have to speak my truth. Now, you know, as I've said and you've said, there's no such thing as my truth, right? There's your opinion and then there's the truth. But as soon as you start speaking in terms of my truth, as soon as you start saying, well, there's how I feel about the world and how I feel about the world is the core of me, what that also does is it means that other people are aggressing on you when they disagree with you. Because obviously a shared reality means that we can disagree about things out here, but, you know, we sort of as human beings are intact. But the moment that you start to identify your truth with the truth, then anybody attacking your truth is attacking you as a human being. And I think that that's where we've gone, is this movement away from, we're having a political debate, but again, we can go out and have a drink afterward because we are not the political debate. The political debate's a different thing. To my politics are who I am, or my feelings about who I am, or my feelings about the world. That's the thing that matters more than anything else.
And what's extraordinary, I mean, I remember this, we're going to come to them later, sadly, but Meghan and Harry, when they went on Oprah Winfrey.
The issue is that, like, Ben's quote-unquote truth unironically revolves around, like, harming marginalized communities further by, one, denying systematic oppression and its existence, and two, asking for more of it from the government. So, like, it's not about, like, you know, the truth. I mean, if you want to talk about the truth that Ben denies regularly, it's systemic racism. It's the truth that systemic racism exists. Ben denies it all the fucking time. He does. He tries to reduce it down to individual actions. Oh, there's no such thing as systemic racism. It's only just individuals that are racist. That's not the case. Yeah, this motherfucker actively says that God cannot make bad laws and proceeds to justify God's truth. Yeah. Not to be too much of a Reddit atheist, but the facts don't care about your feelings guy using his made-up religion to justify all those dumbass beliefs is truly astounding. Exactly. No, I mean, it is true that that is a silly way to go about things, but, like, it's at the heart of his fucking arguments for abortion, for example, even though his own religion believes that abortions are allowed.
And she started talking constantly about my truth, and Oprah was endorsing your truth and everything. I was thinking, I'm living in a sort of mad world where truth is no longer factual. It's just whatever you're feeling in any given moment. It seems
that's not the case, dude. Oh my God, dude. I'm sorry, but, like, conservative motherfuckers love crying about their feelings more than literally any number of, like, gender critical taking college freshmen. Okay, it's literally all of their feelings all the time, non-fucking stop. They never shut the fuck up. They're currently doing it. They're crying about their feelings about the rest of the world not coming to terms with their understanding of the truth. That's literally you crying about your fucking feelings. I mean, he's right. No, he's not. He's not even remotely right.
Thing for a democratic society, that you move away from fact-based, from science, whatever it may be, to just feel.
Like, nobody wants to move away from fact-based shit. They just made that up. He is 100% right. Ben is so good. Love him. That's a lie. True. Like, who wants to move away from a fact-based society? You think it's the fucking guys that talk about climate change? Okay? A scientific consensus that 99% of scientists believe, or the fucking dudes that are like, no, it's actually fake because I'm being paid by the oil lobby. Who's trying to move away from scientific truth? The people that believe in evolution, or the people that think that it was Adam and Eve? Who's advocating for moving away from a science-based society? Shut the fuck up! It's mind-boggling to me that these guys have dominated the space so aggressively with their full court press that, like, while they simultaneously destroy books and remove them from public libraries and shit, they make it seem like it's the libtards that want censorship. Ben Shapiro, advocating for anti-BDS laws, has the audacity to fucking claim that he's a free speech defender. That's wild. And so many suckers are duped into believing it as well. I trust Ben over... No, don't ban him. He said I'm overly emotional. He trusts Ben over overly emotional people like myself. No, he had a really good take. I think we're going to have fun with that chatter. I'm going to unban that chatter because actual dumbass. Because emotional men are blind and cannot see the truth. Oh, totally, dude. Totally. I'm an overly emotional man. Ben Shapiro, on the other hand, is not emotional at all. Ben Shapiro cries every fucking episode about trans people existing in society and how that's destroying and eviscerating the fucking West. And moral degeneracy is actually destroying the West. You just agree with him, you fucking idiot. It's not that he is not emotional. It's just that you agree with him. So you don't recognize it when he brings up issues that are complete fucking fabrications. That's it. That's the problem. Based, he doesn't scream and cry like you. Yes, he does. And also, you're once again showing that you are nothing more than an animal, okay? Are you an animal? Do you have no capacity of understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth? You only can look at shapes and colors, and like the visceral reaction that you have is all that matters? You fucking dingus. You donkey. That's just a self-report that you're a stupid person, that you, unlike most human beings, cannot comprehend anything when you hear someone speak in ways that you don't want to hear them. You're like, oh, well, you're being a little emotional about, like, I don't know, trans people being fucking legislated away from existence. Like, yeah, that's okay. I guess that undermines my point then. No, it doesn't. You, unfortunately, are too stupid. And you're admitting that you're stupid. You're doing the thing that conservatives do all the time. Vice signaling. Okay? You're signaling about your vices. And not only that, but you're also signaling that you're a fucking stupid person. Why are you so mad, bro? Chill. They just have a different opinion. I love the secondary take that immediately comes into play here. Why are you so mad, bro? This is not just a different opinion. Okay? I'm not just talking about a difference in opinion here. I'm yelling at a chatter for thinking that it is a virtue to be a donkey. Okay? It is not a virtue to be a stupid person. Yeah, you say a whole bunch of nothing. You say a whole bunch of stuff that has no meaning behind it. No, I say a lot of things that have meaning behind them. You're too stupid to understand it, unfortunately. So I urge you, okay? Please, just take a deep breath, okay? Take a deep breath. You're with us. You are blind and cannot see. Okay, just stop writing shit in the chat and just take a deep breath and listen to the words. And maybe then, instead of spitting out reactions like a fucking chatbot, you might be able to comprehend some of the things, at least some of the things, not all of them, but at least some of the things that I'm bringing up. And for the record, you can reban me if you get too emotional, brother. Aww, the classic "did I trigger you" take. No, you didn't. Okay? You did not. We'll let you live. We'll let you live because you are an absolute fucking dumbass. And you haven't really said anything too spicy yet. This is an unfortunate problem with a lot of people who fancy themselves to be edgelords. The reality is that, like, they'll go, "Are you triggered, libtard?" Meanwhile, they're fucking triggered about the existence of miscegenation. You know what I mean? Like, you are scared that society is changing at a pace that you cannot comprehend because, unfortunately, you're too backwards to just let it happen. Okay? Now that you've said that, they're going to think of the most bannable thing to try and own you. I mean, if they say something bannable, I'll ban them.
Feelings dominating a culture, and if you defy those feelings, you are instantly branded the enemy and you must be destroyed.
Well, there's no conversation to be had, right? I can't have a conversation about your feelings. You're feeling your feelings. There's no way for me to dissuade you from
You can't deny my feelings.
Correct. I can't deny. I can deny the facts that you bring to the table, but the problem is once that becomes irrelevant, then we're just at an impasse. There's no more conversation to be had.
How big a problem is it that at the same time, simultaneously, I think, you've had the rise of very populist leaders like Donald Trump, Boris Johnson in the UK, and others who play pretty fast and loose with the truth. That you have people who say, well, hang on, you talk about the sanctity of truth, but you've got these political leaders, US presidents, British prime ministers, where they don't seem to care about the truth. They just bumble through with whatever suits them from day to day. How dangerous is that to the whole shebang?
I mean, I think that is dangerous, but it's dangerous in a different way. And it's also dangerous in a more consistent and, I would say, historically precedented way. I mean, the fact is that politicians have always fibbed to us. I mean, there's nothing new about politicians saying things that are not true, from LBJ to George W. Bush to Donald Trump and Barack Obama. I mean, like literally every politician.
And Joe Biden. I mean,
yeah, to President Biden.
Yeah.
Right? You see this all the time. So the idea of a politician not telling the truth or shading the truth in particular ways, that's not what's new. I think what's new is where people are presented with data and their immediate response isn't, let me bring you some data that rebuts that data, but I don't even have to look at your data because your motivation is bad.
That's not true. Ben Shapiro is once again arguing against a complete fabrication. He's arguing against something that's made up, which is ironic because, like, his side has Donald Trump, who, like, doesn't even try to fucking massage the numbers. Ben is, like, a product of a bygone era of old school neocon conservatism that at least tries to, like, justify the American Enterprise Institute type conservatism, the Heritage Foundation type conservatism that tries to, like, find data or massage numbers enough or cherry pick enough to make it seem like there's actual data on his side. But, like, that's not the case. That era of conservative politician died out regardless. And no, as far as, like, science having a fucking bias or a slant, yeah, it's on the side of you know, it's certainly closer to liberals and the things that they talk about. So, you know, I myself am not a liberal, but even I recognize that. Ben Shapiro loves your piker. Thank you for the 5 get the subs.
This philosophy.
How dangerous is it, though, that we've also become incredibly tribal? I think more than I can ever remember in modern history, actually. You know, when I read your Twitter feed, I think you're always prepared to call out your own side if you genuinely feel there's been some egregious wrongdoing that they've done or a terrible mistake or whatever. But the number of people prepared to do that now, on social media in particular, is minuscule. Most people park themselves into their tribe, whatever that tribe may be, and there is no moving them. There's no deviation. Even
yeah, I mean, it's two guys that agree with one another talking about how, like, the other side is just like they're unmoving, they're unshakable. It's just like, bitch, what about you? You're doing it right now.
if the facts change. And again, it plays into, well, if your feelings are the facts, then if you feel that fact is wrong, well, that's enough.
Right. But the tribalism that I think has cropped up is rooted in a philosophy called the motivism, which is the idea that everybody's actual viewpoints are not driven by their view of the facts. It's driven by their internal emotions. What that allows me to do on the converse is attribute malicious intent to people that I'm arguing with. And it means that I get to ignore all of their facts. The reason that I'm disagreeing with you is because I'm good and you're a bad person. And
dude, I'm sorry, but like, I can't, this is so 2016 era, like I said. Like, this is pre-Trump, okay? It's pre-Trump. Who the fuck is even claiming that they have facts on their side at this point? You know what I mean? Like, Republicans don't give a fuck about that. They give a fuck about power. This would be interesting React content in 2018. Yeah, when a younger Hassan would be like, that's not true. The facts are never on your side, Mr. Ben Shapiro. The facts are actually on the side of liberals. There's a reality that has a liberal bias, okay? Facts don't care about your feelings, sir.
What that means is that people on my own side, for example, they might be upset with me for talking with people on the other side of the aisle, because why would you talk to somebody who's a nasty person, who has bad motivations? And the same thing on people on the other side talking to me. I was having a conversation one time with a very, very large left-wing podcaster. This is probably 2018. And I said, we should really do like a crossover podcast for the midterm elections. It'll do huge business. And my side will be totally fine with it. It'll be great. And he said, your side will be fine with it. My side will kill me.
Right.
And that's probably
But that's
right.
the way it's gone. And Bill Maher said to me, that comedy used to be rooted really in right-wing extremism being comedic. And that was where liberal comics like him could get their material. Now he said it's mainly to the left. It's the woke.
This is that's another fucking old, out-of-touch asshole. No, right-wing extremism is still fucking hilarious. Definitely. Like, it's still certainly hilarious. Are there rad libs that also fucking lose their minds in ways that are vicious and also hilarious? Certainly, I make fun of them too. But this notion that it's like most comedies coming from the blue-haired liberals, blue-haired Marxists or whatever, like, no, that's silly as fuck.
Area of politics that gives him the most comedic material. And he can't believe it. As a liberal himself, he feels just really frustrated that they don't understand how ridiculous and laughable their positions on things have become.
Well, it's driving a bunch of people who consider themselves center or center-left into the arms of people who are more conservative, actually. I've made the point before that I think the future of the West may ride not...
Yeah, what will the progressive movement do now that they lost Bill Maher? Oh, that's awesome.
On people who agree with me most of the time, conservatives, traditionalists. I think the future of the West might ride on people who consider themselves kind of traditional liberals, who may agree with some of the left's prescriptions economically, but who disagree with the way they want to get there, which is very often by silencing debate, using censorship, shutting things down. So the question is going to be, are they willing to put off utopia for a while in order to engage in the debate?
Because
the debate's more important.
I've always thought myself not really as a political ideologue, right? I think I'm pretty centrist and call out everybody, really. I see myself as a journalist, fundamentally, and don't think that being partisan helps that particular profession very much, as we've seen from those who've actually drifted down into being partisan as journalists. It doesn't work. You become an activist.
No, centrism is not being devoid of ideology. Centrism is just literally whatever the ideology is. And acting like neoliberalism, which is the dominant ideology, is not a thing. It is just a way of existence. Okay? There is no such thing. It's stupid. It just means you're advocating for the status quo, which, by the way, ironically, is what everyone is advocating for the most part. People take the current way of existence for granted. They don't even think about it as though like it's bad or wrong. People that are like openly on the right want to pull it more to the right. Okay? People on the left want to pull it more to the left. The idea that like centrism is a real viable thing is just, it's not. It's just exactly. Centrism is just deferring to the hegemony. Exactly. Hegemony.
I said the other day, are you a conservative? I said, well, I've never identified as a conservative. But the farther lunatic that the left woke go, the more the pendulum swings. And eventually we all get sucked into thinking, well, okay, actually, by comparison to this, I probably am getting a bit conservative because I think they're lunatics.
I think what's happening right now, and it's happening in a bunch of countries, is people are just craving any sense of normality.
And common sense.
And no one is providing it to them.
Right.
No one is providing it to them. They're taking a slap at the people who are...
Yeah, dude, you certainly are providing normality. Mister, there is no such thing as a fucking non-living wage. Yeah. Yeah. I always go to Ben Shapiro to understand what is really going on when he tells me that like the average American that's suffering from fucking medical bills or whatever kind of like unnecessary amount of, cost of living increases, all of that is actually bullshit because Ben Shapiro told me so and I'm just not working hard. I should be working harder, Sigma Grindset style. And that's when I get my sense of normality from Ben.
responsible for the status quo as licensed to now do whatever they want. And so you're seeing the pendulum swinging wildly side to side, because if you're a political leader, you're trying to harness the passions of the moment to get done the thing that you really, really want to get done, when in reality, the population just wants things to kind of just stop. Just like, leave us alone and stop.
He's reterming the fact that the reactionary politics is born from the left insulting their idea of what's normal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ben Shapiro constantly shits on what could be possible, right? Like a better future. That's how he makes his living, while simultaneously upholding inequality as the norm. And in many such cases, inequality is the norm. And a lot of people are conditioned to think that it is the norm. So, of course, that's the reason why he can get away with saying this is common sense, of course. Well, you know, not.
Right, I totally agree. And I think that's the majority of people, right? I mean...
By the way, the best argument against that is the appeal to nature fallacy. Mr. Logic and Facts, just like every other fucking debate lord, regularly utilizes logical fallacies. The idea that there is like human nature and that, we need to appeal to it, we need to abide by it is, in my opinion, unnatural. The entire existence of humanity is by destroying nature. Like, there is no fucking skyscrapers in human nature. You know, we built those things. Okay. There's no such thing. There's no part of our lives is normal in comparison to the rest of nature. Not natural. It's not normal.
Today, Rolling Stone published an opinion piece on why cancel culture is good for democracy. And I read this piece and it was so completely deluded because
and then they find like some fucking random person that wrote something and then talk about it as though that's like definitely as though that is definitely just what every liberal thinks. No one likes cancel culture. It's not a thing. And the right weaponizes cancel culture regularly. Okay? The right loves using cancel culture. Lamau, facts, literally a Rolling Stone op-ed. Yeah. Every now and then someone writes an article about cancel culture or whatever, and then they go, oh, that's it. That's how everyone is. Technically, everybody loves cancel culture. Okay? And everybody hates cancel culture when it's done to them or to their side. But don't act like this is not a thing that the right utilizes, and the right utilizes it more efficiently and more effectively too.
Of course, cancel culture is the antithesis of a democracy. It's actually the antithesis of liberalism. You can't pretend to be liberal with what that actually was intended to mean and support cancel culture.
I think the left...
Bro, talking about cancel culture and then ban someone who's not having the same point of view, Lamau. Notice how this person had to make up an example because I didn't actually ban that other guy who was chirping because he simply disagreed with my take. Banning someone in my chat is not cancel culture either, you fucking idiot. It's just housekeeping. I'm not banning you either, by the way. But remember, you are always taking advantage of the more democratic structure that we have in comparison to other communities. Okay? People love to say this is a hug box. But the real reason why I ban a bunch of people is because they like derailing the stream, like you just did. Because you are a narcissist. You want 27,000 people to pay attention to you and your dumbass point of view, which is understandable. Everybody wants that feeling every now and then. You know what I mean? But you could do it in a funny way. You could do it in a clever way. You could do it in a way that actually is productive and plays along with what we are looking at. But you couldn't do that. So instead, you went for what was easy. Okay? Bro, what is he saying? This is the guy I didn't ban, by the way. The Ben Shapiro fan that I did not ban. And even though I did not ban that guy, the other guy came in and went, dude, you're banning people that don't agree with you, Lamau. Cancel culture. Anyway.
left uses cancel culture in a very different way than most of us use cancel culture. When we talk about cancel culture, typically what we mean is you say something that they don't like on the air, and they decide to secondarily boycott your advertisers, or they go to your bosses and call for you to be fired. And that's what we mean by cancel culture. What they mean is, well, we're allowed to disapprove of you. Well, sure, you're allowed to disapprove. Turn the channel. Right? You don't have to subscribe to Daily Wire. You don't have to watch your show. Right? But what they do with that instead is they attempt to get you kicked off the air, not by dint of lack of ratings or something, but just because they're so angry that they're going to go yell at people and bother them until you get kicked off the air. That's what cancel culture really is.
I interviewed Congressman George Santos this week, who, even by the standards of fibbing politicians, I mean, it was quite startling. I'll just play the clip where he admits to being a terrible liar.
What? Oh, George Santos. Okay, that's awkward.
This guy's a serving
on those subjects.
He's one of the most powerful politicians in the country by default.
It's almost the apotheosis of what politics has reached, which that's.
Okay, I don't care about them talking about George Santos.
Jewish. You have know to be not true and try to follow the best audience. It's something that, I mean,
it's truth to you now that everything comes out of your mouth or that you write is fact.
I mean, it's the most important thing to me because I have to sleep at night. I mean, it's something that I try to think about as much as humanly possible is never lie to your audience. Never say to your audience a thing that you know to be not true, and try to follow the best data possible. And that does mean that you're very often having to be more nuanced than sort of the politics of the situation may allow. Because the easiest position in politics is always to take the hardest right or the hardest left position, the sort of most pure, most easily understood position, or to just play the easiest game of all, which is, again, my opponent is a bad guy. My opponent is a person who hates your guts.
When we had our dust up at CNN about gun control.
Yeah, Ben, on the other hand, he has a lot of nuance, dude. That's why he advocated to. That's why he claimed that the fucking civil rights movement was fraudulent. You know, just that's why he thinks the government should not interfere in private businesses stopping black people from entering their premises, which is a very real nuanced take from Ben Shapiro. You know, that's not the furthest right wing take he could take. Technically, he could advocate to like just straight up kill black people on sight. He doesn't do that. So I guess he's doing a nuanced position on it.
For example, I'm not going to go over all that again, but had I been very different with you, if I'd been very respectful and said, look, I'm a British guy, these aren't my laws, I'm just as horrified as you are by these massacres, and didn't talk about gun control, which I think has always been a terribly inflammatory phrase for many Americans. They don't want to be controlled. And they certainly don't want to hear a British accent telling them about how they should be more controlled. But if I'd phrased it as about gun safety, if that had always been the debate in America, how do you make it safer in a country that has 400 million firearms in circulation? Would that have been a more constructive debate, do you think?
I think it would have been a more informative debate. And the reason being, I think that clarity is very much opposed sometimes by passion. And we all get passionate about these issues. I'm not going to pretend I'm not passionate on my show, or I'm completely dispassionate in all circumstances. I'm obviously not. But, I think that would have allowed for the kind of discussion where we could have looked at data from various areas of the world. Where have regulations been effective? Where have they not been effective? What are, as I said on the show, actually, at the time, I believe, what are the risks and rewards of particular policies? That's where the good discussion area, I think, gets done.
Yeah, except you never have that. Like, everything Ben is talking about how the left is or whatever, is exactly what he does. And the only time he brings up evidence is when he's cherry-picking shit to disingenuously frame an argument. Like, if he truly cared about the data, he wouldn't be advocating for the side he's advocating for. Do you agree with literally anything Ben says? Or, I mean, I don't know. Probably not. It'd be very hard. I'm sure there's something I agree as far as what Ben talks about. But as far as his political perspective, no, not really.
I mean, just final point on the gun thing. But and I'm aware many viewers who watch this in America own guns and support
I own guns,
the Second Amendment rights and so on. Where do you see the line going?
Hasn't been shown data before in debates? Yes. That's why I said he loves to cherry pick data. Like, what did he do the other day? We were watching a video and he almost slipped up and then he turned around. Like, one common trope is like using the totality or the majority instead of per capita arguments. because per capita arguments usually betray, whenever you talk about like American statistics, people love to use totality rather than per capita, because America is a very large country and is a very wealthy country. So, of course, by a lot of metrics, we spend more money than other nations, right? On a lot of shit, right? What was it? What the fuck was it that he was like talking about? Bro said your hatred blinds you. Because your hatred blinds you. I don't really hate Ben Shapiro. I think he's a fucking loser, really. Oh yeah. Yeah. He said, yeah. The rate of black arrests. Yeah, I remember. No, I think he said the rate of, or did he say a higher rate of white people are killed by cops? And then corrected himself and went, I mean a higher number. Because, you know, he almost accidentally fucking revealed the truth when we talk about the argument about like black people being over policed. Yes, black people, yes, police kill more white people in this country. Okay, that's true. There are more white people in this country, but police kill black people at a disproportionate rate, a much higher rate. That's the problem. And when we bring that up to talk about the disparity in policing, Ben doesn't want to even bring that up because that's a harder argument to argue against. And this is why you, my friend, are a Ben Shapiro fan. You're slowly but surely revealing your own personal biases. Maybe because they are committing out-of-control crimes. Go ahead. Explain what you mean by that. Black people are committing out-of-control crimes. What does that mean? Just look around you and on the news. See, notice how you gave zero empirical evidence to follow up on anything you mentioned. You didn't even do the common racist trope. Here, I'll give it to you. 1350. Okay? Which is like a super easy one to just destroy, but you didn't even know that. Okay, I'll give you the fucking racist empirical evidence talking points for you and then argue against them if you want. But I know you don't want to see that, so you act like it doesn't exist. See, not only did you have zero evidence to back up your statement, you didn't even have an anecdote that you could point to. So you just said, no, it's happening all around you. And then you made an additional inference that, like, I also am refusing to see it happen all around me. Do you understand what this makes you seem like? This makes you seem like a fucking idiot. I don't want to think that you're an idiot, but you sound like a fucking idiot. Partially because you can't even Google fast enough to at least give me an effective counter. Bro, it's all over Twitter, everywhere. Do you just ignore it? Things that you see on social media are not evidence. Okay? If you think that this is a non-emotional argument that you're making, I don't know what to tell you. Where is the facts over feelings? All actors, I guess, then. No. That's not what I'm saying. My friend, I don't know if you know this, but our algorithms are highly personalized. It's like Benny Johnson saying, why am I getting an ad for a gay cruise on the Army website? Well, it's your cookies that is serving you that ad. Understand? The only thing you tell me is when you see a lot of black crime that's out of control that you see on your Twitter feed is that that's what you like looking at, and that's what the algorithm has decided you like looking at, so they keep showing you that over and over again. Now, if you're a dumbass, you see that and you go, wow, black crime sure seems out of control. But what you should be doing instead is going, maybe the social media algorithm is just breaking my brain, and I should seek to educate myself on whether or not this is the case. Okay? That's not actors. But what you're seeing is a minor snapshot. And unless you are, I don't know, someone who has the processing power of a fucking sea cucumber, okay, you should be able to recognize that what you see is never the full picture. If you think that your own highly personalized, algorithm-backed social media feed is indicative of what's going on around the entire planet, we have some real issues. But not a single part of this shows that facts are you're using facts to override your own personal feelings. Okay? I don't think he ran away. Do you not partially blame a poor American education system for some chatters like this between these racist parents and a shite education system? I'm sure there isn't more like this. No, there are. I hope he went away to Google to come back with some good counters here.
As you have all these massacres and as gun ownership increases, there's more guns in circulation. What do you do about that? I mean, as a country as big and powerful as America, what more can be done to just make it safer?
I mean, again, the measures that I've always suggested are measures that tend more toward the gun owner than toward the weapon itself, meaning that we obviously need better screening procedures for people who have a history of severe mental illness. We have red flag laws on the books, but they're not enacted. I mean, people don't actually practically follow the red flag laws, which is why I'm kind of skeptical of the idea that if we pass some more text from the legislature, that's magically going to translate into better action. What we need is more alacrity from the cops. I mean, how many of these mass shootings have we seen where there are 1,000 red flags and the cops go to the house and then they're told...
Bro, here, the argument that you're supposed to be making in this regard, if you want to talk about like black people that are doing more crime or whatever, is the common trope, the 1350 trope. According to FBI arrest records, 13% of the population, black people, are responsible for 50% of the arrests. Now, of course, the reason for why that is over-policing to begin with. So if you want to make a better argument to be a better racist in the future, you can at least come to me and say, try arguing against FBI crime statistics, libtard, okay? And then to that, I respond, well, first of all, those are arrest numbers. They're not conviction rates, okay? You're so bad at debating that I'm debating for you. Those are arrest numbers, not conviction numbers. An arrest does not mean conviction. Black people are over-policed on top of getting arrested for false charges way, way more frequently than fucking white people. As a matter of fact, if you look at real studies that pertain to, let's say, drug usage, for example, black people and white people use drugs, weed, let's use weed, at the exact same rate. As a matter of fact, sometimes white people use weed at a higher rate than black people, and yet black people get arrested for minor possession charges at, I think, four times higher rate than white people do. This is a consequence of over-policing black people. It's a consequence of things like stop and frisk policies. It's a consequence of racial biases in the way that policing works and operates in the system. Black people are also given longer sentences for the same kinds of crimes that white people commit. Okay? This is the problem we talk about when we talk about the systemic discrimination within the criminal justice system. Okay? They serve harsher sentences, longer sentences, they serve more time, they have less legal recourse, and this is before we even talk about the other side of systemic racism, like redlining in the Jim Crow North, racism in the Jim Crow North, or just straight up segregation in the Jim Crow South. If they didn't commit the crimes, would they do the time? You are failing to understand the words that I'm using. So there's way more white people, but white and black people use the same amount of drugs? No, at the same rate. At the same rate. At the same rate, as in, for let's say every one, like rate, meaning 10 out of every 100 black person, 10 out of every 100 white person. So if I were to say the totality, then yes, there would be more white people that are, consuming drugs than black people. That's not what we're talking about. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, if they didn't commit the crimes, would they do the time is not an argument when we are talking about two groups of people that are doing the same crime at the same rate, and one group of people getting longer sentences and getting arrested at a higher rate. Okay? That is where disproportionate policing comes from. That's why we say black neighborhoods are occupied by police forces. Okay? They do the same time for the same crime? No, they do not. As a matter of fact, sentencing disparity is also absolutely a part of the law. The sentencing disparity between crack cocaine and just straight up cocaine existed. So even that's not true. That's not even true. You're not understanding what I'm saying to you. Okay? I hope this is an educational moment for you. Okay? That you just understood what I hope you understand what I'm saying. Okay? Anytime I'm being charitable to a chatter like this, understand that there are thousands of other people like that chatter that are also in here that want to learn, okay? They want to learn. They watch a fuckload of Ben Shapiro and think that the Ben Shapiro takes are actually true and realistic. So, of course, I'm going to address some of the things that they're saying and try to break it down and maybe even give them better arguments to make if they want to be racist, and then destroy those arguments anyway. You can't argue against law, man. I mean, that's true. Can you give me an example of a black person being sentenced longer than a white person for the same crime? You are once again looking at individual examples. Individual anecdotes is not an adequate substitute for data, okay? Of course I can give you an example of a black person's sentence being longer than a white person for the same crime, but that wouldn't mean anything because the way to disprove that, again, would be to give you an example of a white person doing a longer sentence than a black person for the same crime. But that wouldn't actually prove the point, would it? Okay? You have to look at empirical evidence. You have to look at statistics to get a full scope of the picture. Okay? Young black and Latino males tend to be sentenced more severely than comparably situated white males, which means from a similar economic background. Unemployed black males tend to be sentenced more severely than comparably situated white males. This is analyzing crime and sentencing data to give you this outlook, to give you to give you this as evidence, okay? And this is from 2005. It's fucking, but doesn't that mean that black and Latino males are committing more crimes? That's why they're being sentenced more? No, chatter. Okay. I'm close to fucking losing my patience. It's the same crime It's the same crime. They're doing the same crimes. They're not doing more. It's the same crimes that they're committing. You have to be trolling, right? Do you not understand this? I don't think this person is being obtuse purposefully. They're not understanding. They aren't even asking the right questions. If you have faith in the justice system, you are breaking up his fabric of reality right now. Yeah, as for the look around you, the news and media show more black crime than any other crime, altering perception. Absolutely. What does it mean then? It means what I've told you it means. It means that white people and black people, when factoring in their socioeconomic conditions, as in like where they are in life, okay, when factoring in the crime that they have committed, are doing the same crime but not doing the same time. Because the criminal justice system somehow, for some reason, okay, keeps giving longer sentences to black people. That somehow, some reason, is systemic racism. I'm telling you what the reason is. You're denying the existence of that reason. I'm giving you the evidence, and then you, I think, are failing to comprehend it. So who got a longer sentence than a white man? You didn't give an example of that happening. Oh my God. This is an example of that happening thousands of times. This, okay, a study is kind of like not one example, but like thousands of that example put together. Do you understand? Do you know what a study is? Do you know what that is? It's like a bunch of anecdotes that they put together and compiled so that they could get a better understanding of how systems work, because we are unfortunately very biased, okay? And anecdotes can be clouded by bias. There's many different biases, like recency bias, or maybe you see something a lot in your fucking immediate, Twitter feed, and you think that that is the case. So we look for an adequate sample size, and that's how we conduct a study. He didn't ask for thousands, he asked for one. Huh. Okay, they're just trolling at this point. Check their last message. This is like the Andrew Tate argument over and over again. Exactly, just one example. You know people make up studies, right? Exactly, just one example, please. Bro, you don't even have a study. If there's thousands, you should be able to name one easy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, no. He's baiting me. He's baiting me. Okay, never mind. All right, man. I tried. You look really bad right now. Brother, I know you're too stupid to understand this, but it's not me who looks really bad. But I don't think you'll ever recognize how insanely stupid you look right now. Yes, do the insult and ban thing and move on to the video. No, I'm gonna keep you going. I tried. I'm giving you a study and you said, give me one example. That's so sad. I gave you facts and you said, well, I want it to correspond to my feelings, and it doesn't correspond to my feelings. That's so fucking sad. I guess you tried. I did. I really
told,
did.
well, no, we're not going to do anything. We're going to leave you back out there.
He said studies lie all the time, but he thinks looking at videos on his Twitter timeline is the actual facts. There's nothing you can do in that situation. There's literally nothing you can do in that situation. There's no way. There's no way. Everyone in the chat is like sending him links and all this shit. Like, no, it doesn't matter. How do you combat people just make up studies all the time? I hear that all the time because it's false. No, they don't. There's an academic process and a way to conduct this. Okay, if that was the case, there would be no science on anything. Okay. And remember, that person didn't bring up a study at all. He just said, you know, that's what I saw on my Twitter feed and that's what I believe. And if you think studies fucking lie all the time, then why the fuck do you, what will convince you? Nothing. Your feelings is what has convinced you. And you will never be able to change your feelings. So, which goes back to my, you know, it goes back to my first thing that I said, which is Ben Shapiro does not care about facts. He cares about feelings. You agree with Ben, and you think he's feeding you facts, so you get comfortable listening to him.
It's almost in every circumstance. So we actually do need law enforcement to have more ability and will to carry out, for example, when they know somebody is severely mentally disturbed or somebody is shooting a gun at their mother, which we've had a case like that. That would be a time where you actually remove the person's guns and keep track of them, make sure they can't actually get guns. Right? I mean,
see, if I had my way again, when I was doing that debating, I would have had this kind of conversation. I can look back at those and realise I was letting my own emotions override.
We all have these. I mean,
yeah, but it's interesting, isn't it? I do think an important part of how we get to a better place as society now, away from this tribalism, away from all this stuff, is you've got to be prepared to have this kind of conversation, which doesn't end up with me just looking at you and shouting, well, you're a complete idiot because you don't agree with me, right? It's more complicated. It's more nuanced. Life is more nuanced than that.
I like to think so. And I think that, again, those conversations can be really, really productive. I try to make a habit. I have my regular daily show, but I also have a show called The Sunday Special that you've been on, in which I bring on a bunch of people who disagree, from Bill Maher to Anna Kasparian. Yeah. And we actually try to talk through these issues. And
last time I came, and I found it a very surprisingly pleasant experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take a short break. I want to come back and ask you the most deadly question in the world right now. What is a woman? Welcome back to Piers Morgan.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, he's like, let's talk about transphobia.
Uncensored, live from New York. Ben Shapiro is live and uncensored. So come on then, what is a woman?
Well, I mean, a woman is whatever J.K. Rowling says a woman is. Right. And she's right. A woman is a biological human female.
How on earth have we got to a place where stating that simple fact has now become a stick to beat people with? When, from what I can ascertain, 99% of the entire planet agrees with that fact.
Yep. Again, it goes back to that idea that your subjective feeling about yourself must be reflected by the rest of the world, cheered and celebrated by the rest of the world, because that's actually what the ask is, right? The ask isn't even, I wish to be treated well in society, and you can think whatever you want of me, but you should treat me decently. That's not the actual ask. The actual ask is, I wish for you to participate in a delusion whereby I am a biological human female, or exactly the same in many important respects as a biological human female. Trans women are women, which, again, if you refuse to define
what... You've warned about this, and I've warned about it, and we've taken it to... We've said in the warnings...
It doesn't seem like he's describing what a woman is, though. It's so funny. They never do. They're like, a woman is a woman. A biological female. Okay, what is a biological female? And whenever you ask them that question, they're like, okay, well, chromosomes. And then you're like, okay, is Ann Coulter a woman then? Yeah, she is a woman. Okay, high likelihood that I think, isn't she intersex? I think she is. I don't want to fucking... Or didn't she have a chromosome thing? Am I crazy? I mean, Ben definitely doesn't know. Ben definitely doesn't know what a woman is anyway. But a chatter actually correctly pointed this out. Saying that you're a biological female already gives the game away. You're talking outliers that represent 99.9% of the population. No, that's not true. It's not 99.9% of the population. Okay? And it doesn't matter. You can't just say something is an outlier and then act like that's not, act like that is a biological reality. Act like that's outside of the scope of biological reality. They can't parse gender and sex, so Ben's argument is dumb just from the assumption. Yeah, I mean, if gender was not socially learned, okay? If gender was not socially learned, and it wasn't like super if gender wasn't social, then you wouldn't have to separate it and say biological gender, biological sex. Jewish people represent a small portion of society, but you wouldn't say they're not significant. Exactly. Also, I think, wait, isn't that actually the same number? The number of intersex people on this planet is more than the number of Jewish people. The number of intersex people on this planet are more than the number of the number of redheads. If we're going to talk about like biological, okay? More women than expected are genetically men. Sex chromosomes usually determine whether you're female or male. Women are XX, men are XY. However, genetically, a few women are actually men. They grow up as women with a woman's body and mostly only discover well into puberty that they are different. Danish researchers map the first time how many women are genetically men. The proportion was higher than expected. The intersex estimate is 1.7%. Jewish people make up 0.2% of the population on the planet. Also, as far as gender goes, that's an expression. You want to know why? Don't make me play the game again where I'm going to pull up fucking Buck and numerous other trans people to be like, is this a man? Is this a woman? And then you go, oh, that's a man. Oh, guess what? That's a trans man. That kind of thing. Okay? The reason why you would lose that game if we were to do that, let's not with the trans medical is though. I know. It's just to open the door up. It's just to open the door, okay? It's to open the conversation. That's not the end-all, be-all of gender, okay? But that's a good way to just peek in and open the door for transphobic people to understand that gender is a expression. Before everybody fucking freaks out. That's how this works. It's a good way to try to get people to comprehend this idea. Because you never in a million years will be like, I need to check your chromosomes. Okay? No one does that. Imagine going on a date and then you sit down, a woman is sitting in front of you, you go, I need to see your chromosomes to make sure that you're valid, that you're a woman. You don't do that. Anyway.
If you take this to a logical conclusion, it's going to get abused. And we had a stark example of this in Scotland several weeks ago with this rapist, Adam Graham, who at his trial, having raped 2 women with his penis, and let's be graphic about it.
Her penis.
Well, this is the point.
Yes.
He then turned up as Isla
I hate that, like, the only time where they're like, where they will like listen to the fucking expression or listen to the gender pronouns that someone wants to be called by is when they're talking about one specific example of a fucking rapist. Is so vile, dude. It is so fucking vile. And it totally gives the game away. Okay? Even if this person was truly a trans person, which I don't think they are, okay? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I'm not familiar with this case because I don't follow every fucking I don't follow every goddamn last issue of Trans Criminals magazine, okay? They're committing a crime. Men, assigned male at birth men, cis men, are responsible for the bulk, the overwhelming majority of pedophilia. Okay? That does not mean all men are automatically, all cis men are automatically pedophiles. Hassan hates trans. The controversy for this case was that the rapist said they were a woman, so demanded to be in a woman's prison.
Bryson and said, I'm now a woman. So that's him before. And then he comes along as Isla Bryson there. And the game plan, according to his ex-wife, is, well, he just wants to get into a women's prison, which is obviously what his game plan was. And he got into one, put into a women's prison where there are women there who are vulnerable to attacks from people like him. That, to me, showed the insanity of this. We had a leader, Nicola Sturgeon, been leader of Scotland for 8 years, who supported this limitless gender identity nonsense and lost her job, actually, I think, as a direct consequence of this. Yep. I mean, let's see what she said. I'll play it to you.
The question is, are all trans women women? You haven't answered that question.
Well, that's not the point that we're dealing with
That's
here.
the question I'm asking.
Trans women are women, but in the prison context, there is no automatic right for a trans woman.
So there are contexts where a trans woman is not a woman?
No, there is circumstances in which a trans woman will be housed in the male prison estate.
I think that interview cost her job, because when I watched that, it went on for about 50 seconds. It was jaw-dropping, because actually her ideology about this was just cruelly exposed as being completely...
Yeah, I know. Men get raped in men's prisons as well, but that's not the point here. I don't know enough about this case. I don't even know enough about this particular case to give an adequate assessment. And the only thing I can tell you is that these bad faith insane dudes wouldn't think to do this if this hadn't become a culture war. Yeah, literally. Like, that dude, okay, saying, oh, I'm a woman now, like, fucking put me in a woman's prison. No shot to put a rapist in Gen Pop. Exactly. It doesn't even fucking matter. Because there's no way that they're getting into Gen Pop. But that person coming out of the gates swinging and saying, like, I'm a woman now. I was always a woman, is a new phenomena that conservatives brought to the fucking fold. Okay? Women literally get raped by other cis women in women's prisons. What the fuck is their point? Yeah, exactly. Nicola Sturgeon is stepping down due to stress and shit. She did not lose her position as First Minister of Scotland. Did you cover the Day of Hate neo-Nazi announcement in your early news portion of the day? Yes, I did. They don't care about the trans woman being worshipped in men's prison. You think they decided to put him there on purpose to create this controversy? No, Scotland is actually way more understanding and way more fucking woke when it comes to trans issues than the rest of the islands or the rest of the UK. But I don't know. Now I have to look at now I have to look at this case. I don't even know what the fuck it is. God damn it, I hate this shit. This is the worst part about shit like this, is that, like, you have to be up to date with, like, every new fucking psycho that comes out. She's in a men's prison. How is that woke? Wait, what? Wait, I don't get it. Oh, they lied? Scotland did not put this person in a woman's prison. The law says that the determination is made on a case-by-case basis, as in this case where they were... Oh! Oh my God. Oh, they just fucking straight up lied? Well, I would not have expected them to just fucking lie, dude. What the fuck? Newly convicted or remanded transgender prison inmates will initially be placed in jails according to the sex of birth. Scottish Prison Service has confirmed. The policy was confirmed in an urgent review, which found a double rape is being placed in a women's jail did not put female prisoners at risk of harm. However, the SBS said it received conflicting details on Isla Bryson. It also called for an urgent review of admission rules for some inmates. The investigation was ordered by Justice Secretary Keith Brown in the wake of public outcry. Bryson, who will be sentenced later this month for raping 2 women while she was known as a man, Adam Graham, was then moved to a male wing at HMP Edinburgh. In an interview with BBC Scotland, Mr. Brown initially said the rule applied only to transgender people convicted of violence against women. But after an intervention from a member of his staff, the Justice Secretary clarified all transgender prisoners will go into an assessment prison service facility which matches their sex of birth. Oh, so just, why does it lie? Guys, a YouTube clickbait title is a little bit different than fucking Piers Morgan straight up lying about a fucking important fact that literally completely changes the argument that he made. That's crazy. Like, it changed the entire story. It's not just a clickbait YouTube title, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? This just, that's insane. That is actually fucking insane. I would not have expected Piers Morgan on his own show to lie to this degree. Jesus fuck. What is this? Zizek talked about this too? Zizek, what the actual fuck? At least he's going mask off about hating, not understanding queer and trans people, so we don't have to guess anymore. Oh, what? Zizek wrote about it? At many gender clinics across the West, doctors feel compelled to adopt an unquestioning affirmative approach. With little regard to the underlying mental health crises troubling children, the pressure is, in fact, twofold. For one thing, clinicians are cowed by the trans lobby. The trans lobby. Which interprets skepticism regarding puberty blockers as a conservative attempt to make it more difficult for trans individuals to actualize their sexual identities, compounded by a financial compulsion. More than half of Tavistock's income, for example, came from the treatment of youngsters' sexual troubles. In short, what we have here is the worst combination of politically correct badgering with a brutal calculation of financial interest. The use of puberty blockers is yet another case of woke capitalism. Basically, you declare what you feel you are, and you are registered as what you want to be. As predictable problem emerged when Isla Bryson, a biological male convicted of rape, was remanded to a woman's prison in Stirling. But that's not even what happened. That's crazy that Slavoj Žižek is... I mean, it's not crazy. Slavoj Žižek has always been... Yeah, he's Balkan posting. He does do shit like this all the time, from time to time. In my opinion, that doesn't undermine the rest of his work, but this is definitely a common Žižek take. But it's not even surprising to me that even he fucking did this, because, I mean, Piers Morgan just duped me for 5 minutes before I fucking... Piers Morgan duped me for 5 minutes before I fucking had to investigate further as well. Yeah.
Been leader of Scotland.
So yeah, so now we established that he lied about that.
Rewrites were so completely ridiculous. One where tractors are referred to as black. They had to change that because somehow you can't. Some of the iconic class of the Roald Dahl books all having this sensitivity reading.
First of all,
removing hundreds and hundreds of words and phrases from this iconic author. He's sold 300 million books. Suddenly they're rewriting this stuff. And some of the rewrites were so completely ridiculous. One where tractors are referred to as black. They had to change that because somehow you can't have a black tractor. Well, what if the tractor's black?
One of the real problems here is that the modern context cannot understand why kids would read Roald Dahl. That really is the major issue.
Right.
So I read Roald Dahl to my kids. I just got through, I think, pretty much his entire corpus with my 6-year-old. And
It's a move to make more money. No one was asking for this. Yeah, what the fuck? Where is this from? What I don't even know what this is. What is this about? Dude, I can't keep up to date with all the like fucking weird shit that liberals do. Changes to the new editions of Roald Dahl books have readers up in arms. Okay, new editions of the legendary works by British author Roald Dahl are being edited to remove words that can be deemed offensive to some readers. What? Dude, this is always some shit that the publisher does. No one even asks for it. This is the same fucking shit with what's his face? Jesus Christ, it's just marketing, man. You guys are I hate having this fucking conversation so many times over. It like doesn't do anything. They did this with Dr. Seuss too. No one asked for it. They just did it on their own. And then you do that and people get mad and then it drives more fucking book sales. And the irony, of course, is that like everyone is playing a role in the marketing campaign. Like, who gives a fuck? Who? The character Augustus Gloop in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is no longer called fat. Instead, he's described as enormous. No one asked for this. No one. Not a single person on the left was like, we need to do this, okay? I don't get it. I don't get why this is a point of contention. This does not change your life at all. I'm Norwegian. They're removing words like ugly and stupid and fat. And for the witches that wear wigs, they added a line saying even if the witches weren't bald, they could wear wigs. What? Oh, none of this matters. None of this matters. This is all fucking lib shit. And they are liberals in the same way that these guys are. What? The witches, even if she's working as a cashier in a supermarket or typing letters for a businessman, even if she's working as a top scientist or running a business. I can't do this. It's just like people are so fucking bored, dude. They just like manufacture bullshit over and over again. Like, who cares? Don't do this. Don't fucking do this, okay? There you go. Don't do this. God, liberalism is a fucking... It's a fucking lie. No plans for Dahl text changes from U.S. European publishers. Wait, they're not even doing this? They just made it up? No, they did it in the UK, not in other territories. I've seen too much. I don't need to see anymore. I'm taking my glasses off. I don't need to read anymore. I've read too much. I've seen too much. I don't want to know. It's just like, so they did it only for the UK. And they're not doing it for the US. Which they shouldn't have even done it for the UK. Who does this help? Nobody. Like when you get gifted a sub at the top of the hour, at least you're helping chatters avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. There's a 3-minute ad break, you know? If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. I can't. I don't want to do this. It's like hurting my soul. I'm not going to watch the conservatives debate liberals on the U.S. education system. I don't give a fuck what your rating is for my ad break. Grizzle to Maggie and Too Hardcore. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. I can't do this. Let's watch the fucking. Let's do a quick clear and. Let's clear our fucking minds a little bit. Crazy customer drives.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This fast food place just closed down for the night, but this woman wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm gonna go pee, I'll be back.
Here's the manager on duty.
She asked the manager how to make the food so she can make it herself. She eventually left the restaurant without any food. A police officer arrested this guy for driving under the influence.
What does that mean?
It means you were higher than twice the legal limit.
Twice the legal minute?
Hey? One of my subscribers recorded this video of the rubber falling off the wheel of someone's car. The driver was fine and simply pulled over. If you don't pay your car payments, the repo man will find you and come take it away at any time.
Ow!
So many people don't know this, but this is why it's called a ballpoint pen. This child thought his dad was at the door.
Hi, butt cheek. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's a delivery driver. Oh, well, that's your parcel gone then, if you're going to be rude to the delivery driver.
Lily, is it morning or night?
What the hell?
This dog, the goat.
If you draw a line in the dirt, a chicken will become hypnotized and will not move.
Scott, destroy them.
That's why we eat them.
This kid couldn't understand why she was at her mother's grave.
How can we talk to her if she's dead? Silly boy.
You can go get back in the car.
No.
Kind of sad.
This absolute maniac can type at 281 words per minute with 100% accuracy. So apparently geckos can bark like dogs.
That's creepy.
Being able to skate down a closed highway seems like a dream. This company is installing these screens that allow people in one country to interact with people in a far distant country 24/7. The goal is to make people realize that we aren't that different from one another. One of my subscribers sent me a cute video of a spider closing their door. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Hola. Okay. Let's watch the Afghans video. Strangers guess Hasanabi's
Homies,
job.
Afghans here, and we're at the fly fishing show in Atlanta, Georgia, to ask these fish-loving Americans what they think Hassan does for a living. But before I swim in these deep waters, I need to look the part. Let's dive in. I'm here with, what's your name?
Nick Brooks.
Brian Hester.
I'm Gustavo Yevon.
And what are you doing here today at the Fly Fishing Convention?
So I am Scoutmaster for Troop 1906. We're sponsored by the Men of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
I'm a painter. Did you know you were an artist?
I actually studied art education, so I've been a high school visual arts teacher for the last 28 years. Basically, being able to paint professionally is my side hustle.
Paycheck wasn't cutting it.
If you're an educator, you have a side hustle.
This is my friend. What do you think he does for a job?
I have no idea. He could be a doctor, though.
He definitely is not a doctor.
I think he's a DJ. Dude, I'm just being nice. He's got that mustache. He could go anywhere.
His name's Hank Pecker. He's kind of like a politics guy. He's popular on like the conservative voice.
Okay, yeah, I'm not as...
Oh no, why'd you put the Confederate flag? Oh, hell no. God damn it, man. What the fuck? Oh, come on now.
Me neither. We fight all the time. The mustache speaks volumes.
Oh, yeah. Good for him, rock it, you know? Express yourself.
What are you thinking of the whole aesthetic?
I like it. You did well.
Thank you.
You did well. I like it.
Does it look like I have a degree?
Yes.
Nice. Oh, white people here. I thought I was gonna be alone here today, I'm not gonna lie. He specifically asked me to show you this photo. What do you think he does for a job?
A fashion model.
Fashion model. He's not wearing anything. Can't be fashion model with no clothes. As an educator, do you often hear new internet terms?
I do. Oh, I've heard of drip, like drippy. Things are drippy. The kids were asking me, they were like, Mr. Hester, you always wear black. Why do you always wear black? I'm like, watching you all work, a small part of me has died inside, so I felt like I was going to a funeral.
I would say he's in some kind of digital design work. He looks very intelligent.
Speaking of drip,
it's my baby on board. Baby on board went to Baby Up in This Bitch, and then I went to Fly Angler Up in This Bitch. Buy him. Dude, I'm the brains.
What's your best catch?
Probably saltwater fishing, and it's probably what's called a triple tail.
My best catch? My wife. Is it hard to get them to focus?
Oh yeah, they're boys, man. They're all over the place, man. Right now they're sitting here just taking a break, eating some crackers and Coke or something.
Are the crackers like the go-to food?
It's not the same. Who are you arguing against? Who asked? That's not what I said. You dumb crap. Oh! I thought it was coming. He censored it. 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 And I have the pass. He censored it, and I have the pass. God damn it, Afghans. What the fuck, man? That's why I voted for him.
Those darn crap. Whoa, you could have gotten banned for that. But you know what you can't get banned for? Voting Afghans for the Hidden Gem Award. Something you already did.
You didn't have to do all this, bro. I'm going to go with Afghans, who is great, and he's very funny.
As a first-generation Afghan American, I know what it's like for me and my family to struggle to make the American dream happen. I also know what it's like to have zero clout. And that's why I'm urging you, yes, you, to go to thestreamerawards.com, scroll all the way down to the Hidden Gem section, and make sure you tick that box that says Afghans. Don't worry, I'll wait.
He is a hidden gem, for sure.
Hassan, say something. Come on, a vote for Afghans is a vote for the people. Thanks.
Don't forget to vote for Rising Star. This is approved by Afghans.
Crackers.
He is a dentist.
I think he's a DJ.
Making beats or just replaying beats?
He looks pretty creative. He makes his own beats.
Bit of a musician?
No, that's why he's a DJ.
What does he do for a living? You didn't actually let...
He's actually a political pundit.
He's getting paid to bash people.
Yeah.
That's like every other politician on the planet. So I'm all about like you do you, you do me, or you do you. I'm gonna do me.
I won't do you.
Yeah, don't do me at all.
The funniest part is, like, if he knew my takes on fucking teachers getting underpaid and shit, he'd probably watch and be like, yeah, I agree with that guy.
That's disgusting. Stays on a computer a lot.
Maybe. Professional gamer? I don't know. Yeah.
Definitely not that
True.
one.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck?
Biggest fucking rat!
Dude, this was a banger. Criminally underrated, by the way.
Hey, homies, Afghan.
Only 810 views in the last 4 fucking hours. Anyway, go show him some love. The real Hasanabi fans are at the fly fishing conventions. Yeah, these guys, it must have been hard for Afghans to... Hold on. Man on the Street content is so fucking lazy, but that was pretty funny. I mean, I don't think that was a lazy version of that. This was really good. I mean, he's very funny. He got me a t-shirt that I haven't really worn on stream, I don't think. Where it's 9/11, but instead of the Twin Towers is like 2 boxes of crackers. He is criminally underrated. Damn, he is under 5K views on a lot of his videos. True rising star. Oh yeah, absolutely. The only problem is he's just friends with Morgan. Yeah, this was the shirt he got me. Made me. He's also friends with Elwig. Yeah, that's a big issue for me. That's two strikes, man. Literally 2 fucking strikes. Thanks for reminding me. He also supports LGBTQ. Ah, it's over. Never mind. He's done. Friends with the mogul man. Fucked up. By the way, are we finishing Lawman season 2 later? No. Maybe. Not today, though. Wait, you did one for...
Hey homies, Afghans here. You might not know me, but I was recently hired to do the interviews at the Streamer Awards next year.
You're on my brain list if I need an interviewer. You're in the list. It doesn't mean you will, but you're on the list.
Well, sort of. And if I'm gonna be on the red carpet, then I need to be red carpet ready. And what better way to practice interviewing than asking strangers what they think Cutie Cinderella does for a living? Surely,
I love that.
This'll go well.
We're going to play Soviet game in a little bit.
I'm here with, what's your name?
Uzi.
Wesley.
Isaiah with a capital I.
I'm doing this thing where I want to show you a picture of somebody that I know. I want you to guess what you think they do for work. Is that cool with you?
Okay, yeah.
Awesome, sick. What do you think this person does for work?
I feel like they do a food blog. They go around to different, eating establishments, and they just do a blog. I feel like really like blogger vibe.
How do you feel about society?
I mean, whatever.
Sewing, like she makes clothes.
Kind of like a fashion person.
Maybe some kind of other arts, I say, but she's definitely an artist. That's what I will say.
Do you watch Twitch at all?
No, I have a life.
Do you play League of Legends?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That is one place where my fandom does not extend as far. Do you play League of Legends?
No, I'm 3 years sober. I stopped playing League not because of the toxicity, but just because I didn't have friends. What do you think she does for a living?
That's Cutie Cinderella. She's a streamer. I love her. Shout out to my girl Cutie. Work, queen, work.
Hey, sorry to bother you real quick.
Afghans?
Yeah, you know who I am?
Yeah, I heard you're going to be doing interviews for Cutie at the Streamer Awards.
I sure hope so. Hey, thanks for making me look good. Appreciate that.
We said 60.
Stop recording. Serious question. What are your thoughts on women?
Honestly, they're great. I wish they would go on dates with me, but other than that, they're pretty cool.
What do you think this person does for a living?
Whoa. You gotta be like a model. There ain't no way you're not a model. If you're not a model, you surprised me. You just shocked me. Because you're gorgeous.
Aww,
Give your
I
pitch
bet
to
you
the
love
women.
that.
What does Isaiah
Very
with a
nice.
capital I give?
Hi, women of the world. My name is Isaiah with a capital I. I'm really nice. I have money to spend on you. I listen, you know. I communicate effectively.
I like how it's money and then you communicate effectively.
I don't know. They could really do just about anything. They could be a manager or something. They could be working retail. They could be doing major business purchases, farm work if they're interested in that sort of thing.
It's like it could be like one of three things. One, does something in real estate, like she's a real estate graphic designer. Two, she's a professional cosplayer. Three, she sells insurance. I don't know. She seems like very like clean cut, went to college, went to work kind of person, you know?
It was a trick question. Women can do anything.
I'm just glad I didn't say OnlyFans.
You wish. They're actually a Twitch streamer.
Oh, nice. I don't know what they stream, but I bet you're making bank.
They are. How would you rate this interview on a scale of 1 to 10?
10/10 would recommend.
I think an 8.5.
9 out of 10.
For the camera, can you say 10 out of 10?
Okay. It's a 10 out of 10. Fantastic. Would interview again.
What do you think I could have done better?
Give me more preparation. Putting me on the spot a lot here. Ask me the real tough questions, you know?
Is a tough question, how can you tell women that you're a good date?
Yes.
Be honest with me. My feelings won't get hurt.
Look a little bit more dapper, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe,
What the fuck, Wesley? Which one of these two people you think bullied me in high school?
Got 1 and 2. So, is this a trick question? Did they both bully you in high school or none of them did?
Wait, he's done this before?
Hey, homies.
Oh no, this is the other one. It's just a different. This is a different Thumbo. Yeah, I mean, Afghans is funny as fuck. He's great. Yeah,
Hey,
go,
homies,
go show him
Afghan.
some support. He literally is. He unironically is a hidden gem. Like, it's not even a joke. He's like a young Kasim G with his man on the street bits. I mean, there are plenty of examples, not just young Kasim G. But it's time for the example of the USSR. I don't even have a clever segue, man. I'm fucking gaming, okay? I'm freaking gaming, friends. That's right. We're back on our USSR bullshit, dude. I'm back on my bullshit. We're playing the fucking USSR game. Hopefully, I plan to see some robo titties today. Eventually, I think. Gonna happen. Switch it over to game capture real quick. It's not mid. It's not. I don't know why people are. I mean, the voice acting is awful. And I'm not gonna play it in Russian. It's definitely not mid. But the voice acting is fucking actually bad. Combat's all right. The premise is unique. It's great.
Terminated. Charles, where does the shaft Larissa crawled into go?
It's hard to say. The ventilation system contains a large number of branching ducts.
Fine. I can deal with it later.
L. L to that guy. Oh fuck! I used way
What's that
too.
freaky thing on the door?
A lock.
Are you serious? Then open it already. Come on, we're in a hurry.
I'm unable to assist you. I lack any kind of lock-picking functionality. You'll have to find your own method for picking locks. I'm sure you're smart enough.
Yeah, right. In other words, you're basically useless, as always.
Try snapping your fingers at the exact moment the locking pin light goes on.
Oh, does it blow up? They say there's a 6-hour sex scene in the game? No, there isn't. Fuck. Oh. Oh! That was way harder. My reaction time is so bad. Bro, why do you even play games?
It worked.
Because your mom likes me playing games. Fucking got him, stupid. What? Uh-oh. I can't tell if that's, like, a scary person that's gonna kill me. Or just music.
A lullaby? I don't like this. Charles, what's on the other side of the door?
That's Nora's voice. She's very dangerous.
I don't like this, bro. I don't want to get there. Recreation? Oh, I can save, thank God.
Saving data.
Is this, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck? Fuck me!
Oh, what a stud! I can't get enough. Jocks, let me tie you to the bed, baby.
What the fuck?
No need to fight back, sugar. Oh, you're gonna love this.
What is
Don't
happening?
let her bind your arms.
Can't you see I'm trying? Open to suggestions!
Bring me to her sensor manipulator, quick!
How titillating. Rebellious dominant men really turn me on.
What am I doing?
Oh, I'll turn you on, all right. Just let me at you.
What a brute! Oh, I love tough guys. I'm on fire.
This is not the sex scene that I was expecting, nor did I want.
She's one strong-ass bitch.
I'm at your service, sugar. Anything for my master? What can I do for you?
First of all, what can I even fuck?
More skills will become available to you soon, but choose shock for now.
Like, not saying that I'm not open to it, you know what I mean?
Oh, how can I resist? Now let me show you what I can do.
Ooh,
Professionally, I mean.
I've seen it. Literally. Crispy critters.
I am here to help you upgrade your red-hot pocket rockets. And believe me, handsome, you can upgrade whatever tickles your fancy.
Weapons are useful. Open the corresponding window, Major.
Get rid of that glove, handsome. You don't need him anymore now that you've got me. I'll service you however you want.
I
Got
feel
a
so
sword?
dirty.
A message. I can do so much more. A quick romp with your axe is just a taste of things to come, you handsome beast. Did you enjoy it, big guy?
Yeah. Cool.
Use this powerful weapon to split the skulls of your enemies and bring me gifts so we can get down and dirty. I'll show you what real smut feels like.
Why should I bring you gifts?
Girls like being pampered.
Because the repair vendor needs resources to break them down and produce items. Luckily for us, it's not very picky, although some upgrades may call for unique components.
I take
Wait,
it the
I can
facility
get
is
this
full of all
stuff
kinds
already.
of junk.
It is indeed, Comrade Major.
I'll keep an eye out then.
I can't wait for your strong hands to grope my interface with lustful abandon.
That's it. We're done here. Let's go.
Wait, Q and E? Wait, what the fuck? Did I fuck that up? Oh, press Q and E to equip. Okay, got it. Put a lot of skill into shield. It's important later. Yeah, I think I'm gonna not be able to buy any of that right now. I fucked it up. I can't buy it right now anyway, but... Wait, why didn't it oh, shock is just... Frostbite. Freeze your enemies to slow them down for a little. Remember, a frozen enemy takes a portion of damage from your attacks, but thaws out more quickly when each... Oh, wait, you give him armor? What the fuck?
Saving data.
What? What is moving?
What's with the Vovas with black bodies, Nikolai? Regular VOVA-6s follow my orders and are always polite. But the black ones walk around like they own the place. They go wherever they want and just ignore orders. Yesterday, one of them bumped into me and didn't even apologize. They only respond to people with high social ratings or something. Get back to me when you can. I'm a little freaked out.
Oh, he's talking about the robot that we just killed. The Vovas with the black bodies are a higher caliber of robot. What the fuck is a social rating, dude?
Great, the goddamn elevators are out. What am I supposed to do? Jump down?
They've no power. If you reconnect the power, they'll start working again.
So it looks like I need to find a circuit breaker. But where the hell is it? I could follow the wires, but they're all hidden inside the walls.
Electrical emissions can be detected via scanner.
What the fuck is that thing behind there? Press B for electric and E for your frost move? Yeah, I'm gonna do that when I get to an enemy. What is that thing?
But take care. There's a dandelion security camera up ahead. If it detects us, this place will be swarming with robots.
Take it easy. I can always distract it by throwing something, then knock it out with an EMP.
An EMP. Can it see me from this side? No. No, bro. Game saved. Uh-oh. Someone's gonna come out of these bathrooms, isn't it?
Comrades, follow your shift schedule carefully. An extra minute spent at lunch is a minute stolen from the people.
Where's the fucking walking guy?
Comrade Major, you said you knew how to avoid the camera. I expected more subtlety from a professional such as yourself.
Sometimes you just need to go in guns blazing. This was one of those times.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? No, wait. Oh, there it is. Wait. God damn it, I'm dying. I died. Okay. I hate this fucking game so much. I don't like it. How did you die in an incredibly bad game? Shut the fuck up. That's how I died. Okay, shut up. It can happen to you too. There's something about the combat that's not very intuitive. What? What the fuck is this? Oh. It is very clunky. I mean, I'm bad for sure. Like, don't misunderstand me. I'm definitely not good. But it says press to pick up an item, hold and then release F, and then to throw it. Okay, got it. It's like weird. Even throwing an item is weird. It's like they got halfway there on the attempt and then just gave up. Yeah. I think you just panic. I do the same. No, I do. Did that work? No, it didn't. It doesn't work through walls. Where the homies at?
Attention, convicted person number 7045578.
You know what game has great combat? Hogwarts.
And number 075.
I will eventually test out Hogwarts and see what the fuss is about. Don't worry.
All equipment to your supervisor and proceed to social control. Repeat.
I just don't have time right now for it. And I want to play this game instead. Where Voldemama at? Voldemama. Oh, there they are. Oh, shit. Where'd they go? I'm gonna try and... Oh, he's gonna turn around before I can get him. No, don't turn around yet. Don't turn around yet. Nice. There's another one on this floor somewhere, too.
Hey, Chuck.
Charles.
Whatever. What'll happen if word gets out about this?
The Soviet Union's reputation will suffer. Soviet robots are considered to be perfectly safe and reliable all over the world.
They are?
Of course they are. That's why Petrov's treason struck at the very heart of the motherland. He quite literally stabbed his own country in the back. He wants the entire world to stop using our robots.
That son of a bitch.
Oh, God.
They say Monday begins on Saturday, but I'd like you to really take the weekend off. As you know, national polymerization is happening throughout the Soviet Union on Monday the 13th, and our executive leaders want us to put together a team of volunteers for the upcoming celebrations. Anybody who works on the 11th or the 12th will get a reprimand, not a bonus. Have a great weekend.
What is that thing? No working. I guess it's true. This really is a communist game. No smoking. I would like to bring to your attention the fact that all of our programs for cultivating harmless new varieties of tobacco are to be put on hold. Officially, this is the country's way of dealing with the problem of smoking. Unofficially, after Stalin's death, the decision was made at the highest levels to completely disassociate the government from smoking and tobacco use. Alcohol is more dangerous than tobacco, but it's still... An unfortunate accident has occurred in the germination workshop. The plant grabbed a graduate student named A. Nayalova, who was training there at the time. The young woman was rescued, but her condition is consumed extremely critical. Her entire body is covered in burns. She's in a state of anaphylactic shock. She remains unconscious. The victim has been sent to complex infirmary and must be transported to the hospital at Vavilov complex. All witnesses to the incident have signed non-disclosure agreements. I gotta piss off. Where's the other robot? There was two. It's like fucking bugging me out. Wait, why can't I open this door? I guess when the alarm pops off, multiple robots come for you.
Attention. New applications can now be submitted for non-working weekend days.
Am I going the wrong way?
High social credit employees only.
How much time and effort is it gonna take to fix this damn place?
I agree. It's a troubling sight. Regardless, robots will be able to repair the damage quite quickly.
I seriously doubt the folks here are gonna want anything to do with robots after this. Ugh. Supply room's locked. Well, that's just fucking great. I can't just snap my fingers here. I need a key. And let me guess, you can't open this lock, can you, Charles?
Unfortunately not. But I can set a waypoint you can use to find the key. It should be in a nearby workspace.
You're finally starting to come in handy.
Wait. Now, oh, I went upstairs first. I did the wrong thing. Wait, why couldn't I just find the key when I went up there then? They're moving. The bodies keep moving. It's freaking me out. What? Oh, tell me it's not. Tell me I'm not soft locked because I came in here before. Bro, I loot goblined every desk.
Aha!
Oh,
you found the key. We can access the circuit breaker now.
Yep. But I'm just
Dude,
gonna have a
what
look
the
around
fuck?
first. I need some parts to upgrade my weapon. I won't get far with this pile of shit.
I wouldn't dream of stopping you.
Smart move, Charles. Smart move.
They keep moving and it's freaking me out.
Hey, let's put a cookie in there. Yeah, even locks like cookies, right? Charles?
Yes?
Do you like cookies?
Ahem.
Oh. Oh. The memes. He's just so...
This is a passive security system with a laser relay. I've seen stuff like this plenty of times. You need a color code.
Unfortunately, we don't have any codes. You'll have to try to decipher it using logic.
Seriously? Like I was gonna stand here until it turns off on its own.
Senior roboticist Alexander Yefremov, please report to dispatch.
Comrade Vishnevskaya, regarding your question about the functionality of the beam decoder, this bulky system is a passive security device. Yes, as correctly remarked, any child could operate it. But while this child of yours is entering combinations, a signal is sent to the security panel and the guard on duty can stop unauthorized actions. Whereas in an emergency, it can be operated by an untrained employee. Also, due to software limitations, robots cannot control the beam decoder, which reduces the chance of error. I'm sure a woman's touch will do wonders in the office. Science creates the future. Progress begins with you. What? What's the logic behind this? What am I supposed to do here? Like, this is so stupid. And I'm gonna get assaulted by a Robussy right now, for sure. Oh, passive security relay. Unlock the passive security relay's functionality by putting the magnetic fluxes in the correct order. Wait, what? What is this? Plus divided by... Dude, I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck this is. It's like plus divided by plus equals plus Plus divided by minus equals minus. Minus divided by minus equals plus. Which has something to do with whatever the fucking... What? Electrical charges not... Okay. What does this do? Bro, I have no idea what any of this shit does. What am I trying to do here? What?
Try to match the colors of the laser beams with the colors of the lights. That should help.
Where's the laser beam? Oh.
Yeah, the power's on. Let's head back.
Guys, I totally did that on purpose. Like, I didn't get lucky there. I one-tapped it on purpose. Certainly not a...
Well, which one?
I suggest the one on the right.
In other words, you don't actually know. In that case, I'm taking the one on the left.
No, I'm taking the one on the right. Fuck it.
I've marked another waypoint for ease of navigation.
How dense do you think I am? I know where I need to go to complete my mission.
I was only trying to make things easier.
Tap L shift while jumping to make an additional leap in the air.
You can make things easier by getting off my grill.
Dude, I jumped. Okay. Jumped harder than the top of the hour ad break, dude. Running it now. And I also have to go. Big ass room with nobody in it? No shot.
If you recall, the door is electromagnetically locked.
Are you freaking deaf or something?
Alright.
Me, please continue.
Okay, why is he mad at the fucking guy? Why is he mad at Charles when, like, yeah, I know we just started. I have to go because I have to get a haircut. That's right. We get a haircut from Jeff. I'm gonna be on Jeff's barbershop. Yeah, chatters. How do you feel about that? Bet you're not upset at that now, are you? Well, you might still be upset at it, let's be real, but at the top of the hour, we served the last 3-minute ad break. It's the last one of the day. And I am going to go now. So tired. I will be live tomorrow as well. That's right. And I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. First and last time I vote on the streamies if you don't win. Get a full beard shave too to see how young you can look. I don't want to fucking go full beard shave. I don't want to go with a full beard shave to Japan. You know what I mean? I don't want to look whack in Japan. I want to look cool in Japan. Anyway. Black History Month. Okay, waves while you're at it. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not going to do that. All right. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.